Chapter 851. In the twinkling of an eye, it turned into a red 100-zhang spear. There was a crackle. This 100-zhang spear will break through everything in front of you. Ding! The power of one blow cannot be stopped. A violent air wave suddenly surged, the dazzling fire flickered, and the bottom of the dragon washing pool trembled violently. Zhang Zhenting's smile is stiff. This breath is actually the art of medical god. It is said that Yi killed the heaven and healed the gods. He didn't think so. Now, is it true? Yi Chen can't have the Taoist skills of the master of Taoism, but how could he master so many things in his 20s? Who is standing behind him? It can't be the god of medicine. Duan Huaiyan is not qualified to cultivate such talents. He no longer hesitated, just wanted to resist. The 100-zhang spear has disappeared. All the fury is gone. Because Yi Chen's real qi in the elixir field has been unable to support. Damn it! Yi Chen tries to hold back the pain. Dantian is so disordered that it can't be used without Guangwu Dao. It's the same with medicine. He can only cut the dragon to ask the sky sword to insert on the ground, gasps unceasingly. His face turned pale. Despicable Daozong. Although Zhang Zhenting does not understand why the power will disappear, but also dare not talk nonsense. If you don't kill Yi Chen now, you won't have a chance in the future. Yi Chen, today, I will personally send you on the road. I'll take your head. I'll show you the difference between genius and trash. Whirling with sword, stir up the whole dragon washing pool. The dragon washing pool is rolling. The sword in Zhang Zhenting's hand shoots out all kinds of violent flames in the water. When the sword idea and his own momentum are brewing to the extreme, he cuts off with one sword. This sword, startling the world, weeping ghosts and gods. No matter who it is, it can be killed. His eyes are full of madness. It's so easy. At this moment, he is the god of heaven and earth. After killing Yi Shitian, he told Kunlun Su. The more high he will be in the middle of Kunlun, the more exciting he will be. The sword is about to be cut. Suddenly, the whole dragon washing pool vibrated. Shilong pool is divided into two parts. At the same time, the sound of two startling roars resounded through the whole Shilong pool. Even more resounding through Qianjue Square. Ring through Kunlun void. Zhang Zhenting was completely frightened by the sound of thunder. He found that the sword in his hand was broken on the spot. Can think, this voice and the pressure is how terrible. Are those two ancient beasts? He did not care to kill Yi Chen. He turned his head and looked at the direction of the fight between the two beasts. Empty. The dragon and beast are gone. Even he found that everything around him was too quiet. It's like the eve of a storm. He had an ominous premonition that there was something cool behind him. Very cold. This feeling is too bad. No, I can't stay here any longer. I have to kill Yi Shitian immediately and leave. No longer hesitating, he looked at Yi Chen and offered a dagger in the palm of his hand. Towards Yi Chen again. Are you sure? A voice of indifference and disdain sounded. From Yi Chen. Before the dagger arrived, Zhang Zhenting saw a smile on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. There was no confusion. To the extreme. It's like he's not going to die. Why is it that Dantian is so confused? Yi Jingtian, don't think you pretend like this, I dare not kill you. Today, no matter what, you must die. Oh. Yi Chen nodded with interest, and then continued, since Daozong has offended me, I will take time to erase Daozong myself after today's Kunlun Zadabi is over. Hearing this, Zhang Zhenting wants to laugh. Beyond our means. His momentum ascends, seeing that the dagger is about to pierce Yi Chen's body, an invisible pressure actually envelopes him. Even, he found the top of his head black. His dagger stopped. Then, he felt the sound of breathing behind him. He turned his head stiffly. When I see the picture behind me, my breath seems to be stagnant, and my face is pale to the extreme, because there is a huge blood dragon floating behind him. The blood dragon's bloodthirsty eyes stare at him, His tusks open, and his anger is extremely obvious. The sound of breathing alone is like a gale. He swallowed and his head slowly turned back. Because he didn't dare to look at it. At the moment, when Yi Chen is standing on his shoulder, he thinks he will be hurt. Although the body is like a cat, but the momentum is like an emissary from hell. Especially the blue and red eyes. Oops. This look alone is even more terrible than Kunlun's powerful one. Who would have thought it was from a cat? Kneel down. Suddenly, the cat on Yi Chen's shoulder spoke. Sleeping trough. Zhang Zhenting's eyes almost glared out. Even if this guy is not a cat, is an ancient monster, it is impossible to speak. Before he could react, an inexhaustible pressure swept over the talking cat. Plop! He was out of control and knelt down on the spot. He wanted to stand up and found it was a luxury. The power of the cat is even better than that of the virtual king. What the hell is this? He's scared, he's scared. There is an ancient blood dragon behind, and a fierce beast with unknown origin in front of him. The key is that the existence of these two adverse days seems to be protecting Yi Chen. How could it be? Yi Chen mouth outline a smile. Light Wei, you seem very surprised. Zhang Zhenting dare not speak at all. His body trembled and his head lowered. Tell me the secret of Daozong. This is the only way for you. Zhang Zhenting shook his head, just wanted to be brave. He found that the tail of the blood dragon wrapped around him. Suddenly tight. He can't breathe. From white to red, and finally blue. He slapped the dragon tail hard, but it was no use. I said. Hearing this, the blood dragon's strength relaxed a bit, and Zhang Zhenting was able to breathe. Come on, I'll listen. Yi Chen Light Wei. Zhang Zhenting took a look at the cold eyes of Xiao Huang, opened his mouth, and suddenly, a killing intention shot out of his mouth. Straight take Yi Chen eyebrow heart. To touch the eyebrows, Xiao Huang snorted, garbage, look for death. The figure twinkles, Xiao Huang blocks Yi Chen's body in an instant, and the concealed weapon falls on him instantly. Nothing on the spot. Zhang Zhenting's face changed greatly. This is a power hidden in the Patriarch's body. The General Strong can't stop it, even if the virtual king's realm is impossible. The Patriarch's purpose is to prevent this situation, but he was easily blocked. Die! Xiao Huang's palm print was directly patted on Zhang Zhenting's chest. Before he reacts, the vitality dissipates and turns into blood mist directly. Chapter 852. After all this, Xiao Huang jumped down and came to the right side of Yi Chen. He said, this guy has been controlled by blood essence for a long time. He is just a puppet. It is impossible to get something valuable from him. I will go to Daozong with you some other day. Yi Chen nodded. He just wanted to say something. Xiao Huang stretched out and said, break through quickly. There are signs of collapse in the washing dragon pool. Try to break through to the 7th layer of Holy Land before this. Yi Chen no longer hesitates. The disorder collision of Dantian makes him suffer to the extreme. He sits cross-legged and continues to break through. Xiao Huang walks silently on the right side of Yi Chen, and two different pupils release the cold light. The blood dragon is suspended on the left side of Yi Chen, and his blood gas is condensed to the extreme. One dragon and one beast are extremely domineering, just like Yi Chen's two Dharma protectors. Xiao Huang looked at the blood dragon and said, is it time to start? Only Shuilong can understand this sentence. That's the consensus they've reached when they're completely consuming energy. Shuilong takes a deep look at Yi Chen in the breakthrough and nods. After a few seconds, one dragon and one beast raised their heads. There are two rays of light all over the body. The light is more and more dazzling, forming a Taiji 8 trigrams trend. Surround Yi Chen. The mysterious stone was even more shocked. The 100 tombstones of Samsara Cemetery have changed slightly. All of a sudden, the sound of a dragon chant makes the washing dragon pool roll up. Then, a fierce animal roar is also through the wash dragon pool, toward the distant land. That too crisscross wrapped Yi Chen's light to the sky. The mountain carrying the Shillong pool is even more violent. Vision. A vision of heaven and earth. On the washing dragon pool, Ji Siqing and Wei Ying opened their eyes. They knew that if they didn't leave, they would die. What's going on under the key? Never been quiet from the beginning. They both gaze at the two beams of light that cross into the sky. There was a trace of fear in my heart. It's a deep fear. Mr. Jingshui stares at the rolling wash dragon pool. He is not sure how Yi Chen is under it. Such a vision and pressure, this boy cannot bear. He felt that his surroundings had begun to collapse. Shillong pool is gradually exhausted. He quickly to the living several humanity, leave quickly. Go to Qianjue Square. If you are a little late, you must be buried here. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter and took it out of the cave. Only Ji Siqing and Wei Ying did not leave. There was hesitation in their eyes. Why hasn't Yi Chen appeared yet? What the hell is this guy doing? Words just fell, the whole mountain began to collapse. The boulder fell down. Let's go. With my understanding of him, he may have left long ago. If you don't leave, you and I will be buried here. Two beautiful shadows no longer want to, quickly toward the outside. Just left, countless boulders blocked the cave. At the moment, the Kunlun void is a series of visions. Originally bright day, instantly turned into night. The animals shake. Whether it is the captive spirit beast, or the mount under the body, and even the fierce beast in the mountain forest, all ran and roared. All the monsters and animals kneel down and roar up to the sky. The voice wails, as if to greet what kind of arrival. This kind of picture only appeared a few times in the history of Kunlun. But 10 years later, Kunlun was no longer peaceful. Because the man who is really against the heaven is born. Kunlun Shuya family. In a courtyard deep in the courtyard. An old man who was practicing suddenly opened his eyes. There was a deep horror in his eyes. The stone carving of a monster in front of him was broken on the spot. This vision the image of a group of animals. As like as two peas in the eyes of the old man's eyes are wide. The master even told him that the appearance of this vision represented the official appearance of the man in destiny. This person may endanger all his master's virtual layout in Kunlun. Even the Bureau of the 100 Sealed People will be completely cracked. Who the hell is it? Just then, an old goatee appeared. This man is now the head of the Shuya family in Kunlun. The master of the Yi family stopped, arched his hands, and said to the old man, "Elder, I don't know what happened." All the Yi family's mounts and spirit beasts all look up to the sky and howl. Several stone tablets of my Yi family are even more broken. Please give me some advice. The old man nodded. Such a vision, my master had expected. This vision shows one thing, Kunlun Su was born should not be born of existence. This man is not only the virtual enemy of Kunlun, but also the most dangerous existence of your Yi family. It's very likely to destroy all of you. The master of the Yi family was completely frightened when he heard this sentence, and even said, "Who in the end?" "Elder, you must tell me. If you are proficient in the algorithm of heaven, you must have a way to see through it." The old man is no nonsense. I also want to know the true face of that man. Today I will use 20 years of life for a result. Language down, the hands of the elderly sacrifice a plate. The array plate is strange, emitting purple light. It's not Kunlun virtual thing at all. The old man forced out a drop of blood essence, mouth chanting, the array disc constantly rotating, faster and faster. With a lifespan of 20 years, I ask God's power to break through the mystery of Kunlun and find the threatening man. The door of the soul array, open it. Point it out. Endless light covers the whole courtyard. Seeing this scene, the Yi family leader is also a bit afraid. I don't know how the old man used to be. Fortunately, this person is the elder of his Yi family, not the enemy. Suddenly, the light converged. Gradually formed a picture of the ancient city under the sea. The old man's eyes were fanatical and sneered. There are 3 fuzzy figures in the picture. A young man, a dragon, and a strange figure. He vaguely felt that the strange figure had different eyes. This figure must be Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang of the dragon washing pool noticed what the first time. Look in one direction. You dare to spy on me? Go back. With a roar, its unused red pupil blooms strange runes. This rune seems to have come from hell. No one can watch. Then, Kunlun Shuya family thousands of miles away. The picture of the old man was broken on the spot. How can it be? Someone actually cracked my technique. What kind of strength does this need? Poof! A mouthful of blood. An invisible force vibrated in the air, and his body flew out. The master of the Yi family is completely confused. The strength of the old man, he can be better than anyone else, but at the moment, someone even hurt him? He tried to recollect the picture, only a red flash. The red light even made the master of his level feel afraid. What the hell is this? Chapter 853. After a few seconds, the head of the Yi family finally came to his senses and quickly helped the old man up. Elder, how do you feel? The old man snorted coldly, which directly opened the arms of the Yi family master. On the surface, he is a guest elder of the Yi family, but in fact, he is of noble status. Even Yi Fudong, the master of the Yi family, must obey him. The old man reluctantly stood up, stretched out his hand, and wiped the blood stains on the corners of his mouth. His face was so cold that he didn't expect his technique to be broken. What is that strange figure in the picture? He tried to recall the picture in his memory, but only remembered 3 figures. Fudong, can you see everything in the picture just now? Can the young man look clear? Yi Fudong, the master of the Yi family, shook his head. The picture is too vague for me to distinguish. Do you remember the environment? Yi Fudong pondered for a few seconds and then said, Elder, it seems to be an ancient city. The ancient city is at the bottom of the water and its walls are dilapidated. Moreover, I can feel the thunder and lightning in it. As for other things, I don't know. The old man narrowed his eyes and murmured, Underwater ancient city? There are so many ruins of the ancient city of Xuxia in Kunlun that the information is almost useless. The only clue now is that pair of blue and red eyes. It doesn't look like a human being. It's too small. It should be some kind of animal. But how can Kunlun Su have this kind of animal? No longer thinking about it, he took out a piece of white paper from the storage ring and drew a picture with his memory. It was an unknown shadow. With a pair of different pupil. Enough to deter. The old man handed the portrait to Yi Fudong and said, judging from the situation just now, this little thing is even more terrible than that young man. The key is that his red pupil is a little strange, and he can break my skill mercilessly. This kind of person is not ordinary. Yi family has some means in Kunlun Su. Help me to investigate. Yi Fudong was puzzled. Elder, my Yi family has been in seclusion all the time, but I asked the external affairs of Kunlun Void. This time, in order to find out the object with different pupils, will it have an impact? The old man snorted coldly. At this time, what influence are you still having? The Yi family is going to die. Do you still talk about the influence? Hearing this, Yi Fudong's expression was stunned, and he immediately said with a bitter smile, Elder, I understand. I'll tell you to go on. After a few steps, he suddenly thought of something. He stopped and turned to the old man and said, Elder, one more thing. Didn't you ask me to investigate the Yi family genealogy some time ago? There are many people who have contacted the Tianjiang stone tablet on the genealogy. Unfortunately, many of these people did not end well. Most of the remaining people are living in Kunlun. Except for one. Old man white eyebrow a pick, who? Yi Fudong explained, at that time, a mole ant who couldn't do enough to fight with me for the position of master of the house. I drove them out of the Yi family. I used some means to make them die in pain. However, it seems that the couple still have a child in China, named Yi Tianjing. Yi Tianjing married a daughter of a martial arts family in Huaxia secretly and gave birth to another son. I don't know if that guy deliberately disagrees with the Shuya family in Kunlun, naming his grandson Yi Chen. This name is the name engraved on the Tianjiang stone tablet at the beginning. It is also a taboo of the Yi family. The ancestors did not allow future generations to take this name, but after the man left the Yi family, it happened to be so. Do you think these guys have anything to do with that thing? I've doubted it many times, but China's aura is thin. Even if the old guy has that thing, it's useless. Besides, the old guy died more than 10 years ago, and he can't struggle for anything. After that, an elder of the Yi family put the ashes and tablets of the old man and his wife into the ancestral hall. If you need to deal with it, I'll send someone to Huaxia to find Yi Tianjing. Yi Fudong naturally did not know that Yi Tianjing's family had come to Kunlun Su for a long time. Although he knew that there was a trace of the Yi family's blood in China, it was impossible for him to touch some things of Kunlun Su. When the old man heard Yi Chen's name, his eyes narrowed slightly. You can't let go of any possibility. Since Yi Chen's name was engraved on the falling stone tablet that day, it is likely that it was deduced from heaven. Although Huaxia can't pose any threat to the Xue family in Kunlun, for the sake of safety, we'd better send someone to have a look. It's better to bring all three of the family to you for interrogation. If it has nothing to do with it, kill it. Yi Fudong's eyes twinkled with a trace of cruelty. Although the old guy was mercilessly driven out by him, he was always a little unhappy in these years. If the descendants of the old guy could be wiped out, he would be shaking with anger under the spring. Two people fight for a lifetime, did not expect, in the end, or he's severely trampled under the feet. At the same time, the rubble collapsed. The water in the dragon washing pool is gradually disappearing, gradually toward the bottom of the pool. The light of Xiaohuang and Shuilong also gradually disappeared, all of which penetrated into Yi Chen's elixir field and eyebrow heart. Now Yi Chen has broken through to the 8th level of Holy Land. It's only a step away from the 9th floor. Yi Chen roared, covered with the light of the stars. The spring of the dragon pool disappeared completely. I don't know where. And Yi Chen is at this time suddenly open eyes. Enter the 9th floor of the Holy Land. Come on. Yi Chen mobilizes the whole body's ability, gathers all the energy in one place, directly breaks through the shackles of the 8th layer. Boom! The collapse of the whole mountain was even more severe, and countless boulders rolled down. The blood dragon chants, the huge body coiled, for Yi Chen shelter wind and rain. Click, click, click. The stone fell on the blood dragon and turned into powder. Dust billows. And Yi Chen's body is to spread the crackling sound. The physical body seems to have experienced some transformation, and it has a trace of Daoyuan. Finally, we have reached the 9th level of the Holy Land. Unfortunately, this place is going to be destroyed. Otherwise, we will be able to break through the Holy Land at one fell swoop. Zelonki is really a good place. If you put it in a normal place, it will take at least a year to break through so many realms. Now it takes more than a day to solve the problem completely. This trip has not come in vain. Yi Chen stood up and gently waved a fist. It was the billow of the air, and a boulder in the distance was broken into pieces. The more you go to the back, the more you can break the mountains and rivers with one fist. Now, although he has entered the 9 levels of the Holy Land, one step away from the Holy King's realm, it is impossible for some strong people in the Holy King's realm and returning to the empty realm to move him. Even he can easily kill the strong in these realms. As for the virtual kingdom, some of the early strong, he may be able to withstand a few points with the help of cards, and even seriously injured. Chapter 854. But if you encounter the existence of the peak of the virtual kingdom, it will not be so easy. After all, the more backward, the greater the gap. But today's biggest harvest is not myself, but Xiao Huang. Although there are not too many changes in Xiao Huang's body after evolution, the power of different pupils and the power of communication are too strong. Blue pupil contains supreme thunder, easy to control. As for the red pupil, he doesn't know. Yi Chen turns his head and just wants to ask Xiao Huang, but he finds that there is a burst of snoring in his ear. The next second, he notices that Xiao Huang is lying on the sword of chopping dragon and asking heaven, sleeping soundly. If you can't help shaking your head, you will change your hobby. Yi Chen picks up Xiao Huang and takes the sword back to the tomb of reincarnation. Then he takes a look at the blood dragon and finds that the momentum and body of the blood dragon are just like real dragons. Although it lost the energy of the dragon washing pool and gradually recovered the shadow, it was more substantial than before. The blood evil spirit on the body is extremely strong, as if it is drilling out from the 9 you see of blood. A look in the eye actually makes people have a sense of fear. Blood dragon, come back. The top of the head of the dragon chants through, the blood dragon empties shadow directly into Yi Chen's body. Everything returned to calm. At the same time, on the Qianjue Square, Mr. Jingshui and several other geniuses fell on a broken arena. Come out, come out. This time how so fast? Not to say that there are 3 days, this is only 1 day. Whatever he is, don't you find that everyone has a strong sense of breakthrough? Really, look at Ji Xiqing. The light of her breakthrough is golden. At least she has broken through several small realms. Who can tell me what kind of cultivation Ji Xiqing is now? The crowd was chattering and excited to the extreme. After all, the real genius comes from the dragon washing pool. All of a sudden, someone with sharp eyes found what? No, why go in so many people, come out on a few. It seems that Yi Chen of the medical god gate is not there. Did he fall into it? And the Taoist genius who didn't come out? What happened inside? The sound was getting louder and louder, and it almost overshadowed everything. Duan Huayan and the medical god gate also noticed that Yi Chen did not come out, and the mountain behind him was constantly collapsing. Because he was worried, Duan Huayan came to Ji Xiqing and said, Miss Ji, do you know if Yi Chen has come out? He is very clear that the relationship between Ji Xiqing and Yi Chen cannot be concealed. Ji Xiqing took a look at Duan Huayan and said seriously, Master Duan, to be honest, I have never seen Yi Chen again since I came into it. Even if there is a change in Zelonki, I haven't seen him come out. But according to my guess, Yi Chen should have left early when I broke through. Xiaobi rushed up and said excitedly, Miss Ji, but we have been paying attention to the outside. We haven't seen him at all. Even if we leave, he can't even call and shout. Will Yi Chen still be there? Ji Xiqing hesitated. She took a look at the sinking mountain, and the dust rose. There was a trace of worry in her eyes. If Yi Chen is really in it, he will surely die. At the present level of disorder, no one can get in. This guy's life is so hard, it shouldn't happen. Duan Huayan looked at Ji Xiqing's expression. With the answer in his heart, Duan Huayan turned to Xiaobi and Lao Shui. No matter whether Yi Chen is alive or not, we must wait for him to come out, even for 10 days or a month. Yes, master. Now. Mr. Jingshui on the challenge arena is very displeased with the noise below. He steps out and shakes his true qi, opens his mouth and spreads the sound wave. Noisy. As soon as this was said, the whole world was quiet. Most of the people present dare not displease Mr. Jingshui. Mr. Jingshui is angry enough to splash blood on mountains and rivers. After a few seconds, Mr. Jingshui kicks a vicious look at Duan Huayan. Yi Chen's existence destroys all his plans. If Yi Chen dies, the anger in his heart will be borne by the medical god gate. Then he continued, since everyone wants to explain, I'll explain it to you. According to the precedent, Zelonki should have lasted for 3 days. These 3 days are enough to let the Tianjiao of Kunlun empty cross several small realms. This is what you are looking forward to participating in the battle of virtual genius in Kunlun. But this time there was an accident. Mr. Jingshui let everyone down. This time, not from the inside out of the favored son of heaven, all fall. Bury the life and wash the dragon pool. This is the answer you want. Hearing Mr. Jingshui's words, everyone took a breath. Those geniuses really fell. It's a pity. If those people know that Zelonki is so dangerous, they can't let their disciples go there. Suddenly, 3 old men came out of the crowd. They are the elder of Daozong, the Dharma protector of Yunhai sect and an elder of Lingak sect. Among them, the 3 dead geniuses were cultivated by them. I thought that entering the top 10 would be safe, but I didn't expect that my apprentice and the hope of the clan would die like this. How should they go back and explain to the Lord? If you are angry, you should hold the axe in your heart. This Shilong pool has been extremely stable for thousands of years. Why does it happen now? This time. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Dharma protector of Yunhai sect also nodded and said, the patriarch has orders. If we don't even know the cause of death, how can we explain to the patriarch? Please tell us the reason. The elder of Daozong stepped out step by step and said the same, Mr. Jingshui, your status is excellent. We shouldn't have offended you. But you brought our disciples in but didn't bring them out. You should also have some responsibility. Looking at the situation of people forcing the palace, Mr. Jingshui's face is very ugly. There are so many clans in Kunlun. Who dares to treat him like this? He just wanted to say something, but Yu Guang noticed Duan Huaiyan again. Suddenly thought of what, the right foot raised, suddenly fell. An air wave which destroyed the withered and decayed instantly rushed away. The faces of those palace-forcing elders changed greatly. Even if they were blocked by genuine qi, they still couldn't help stepping back a few steps, and the blood was surging up. I hate being threatened. If I didn't have a certain responsibility, the three of you would have drifted away like the dust. Of course, with the sign of mirror water, I will tell you the truth. I can also tell you very accurately that the death of those talented disciples was his killing. It's not an accident. The collapse and destruction of the dragon washing pool is also man-made, not an accident. Chapter 855. As soon as the words came out, they exploded in everyone's mind. They had no idea that Zelonki was so rebellious that things inherited from ancient times were destroyed by others. The key is who has this ability. It is so cruel to kill so many disciples. What complaint? What hatred? Lingak sect, Yunhai sect and Daozong are not small sects. The elders and Dharma protectors of the three sects also had a strong sense of anger. 3 steps together to step out of a step, cold voice, please also mirror water Mr. Clearly. Mr. Jingshui did not talk nonsense. He stretched out his hand and suddenly pointed to Duan Huaiyan of the medical god gate. Then the indifferent voice fell like this, Yi Chen, a disciple of the medical god sect, disturbs the rules and acts recklessly. In order to revenge others, destroy the ancient relic Zelonki by force. It is to kill other geniuses by some means. Such behavior. Duan Huaiyan, I ask you, do you want to be responsible for the god of medicine? Yi Chen is dead. Should this responsibility be borne by your medical god gate? Cold words ring through, the whole world suddenly quiet down. Then burst out. The 3 elders who lost their love immediately offered cold sword to the door of medical god. And the surrounding dark crowd is surrounded by. Yi Chen's behavior completely angered the whole clan of Kunlun. Kill the genius, regardless of everything. Disturb the rules, destroy the dragon pool. No matter it's any crime, it's enough to destroy the 9 ethnic groups. Seeing that the killing intention of the 3 people wants to fight Duan Huaiyan, Ji Xiqing's toes are light, and instantly block all the people in the door of medical god. Ji Xiqing, what are you doing? Yi Chen is dead. Do you have to protect the door of medical god? Would you be a little too nosy? Don't think others let you, I Ling Axe clan will let you. The elder of Ling Huzong holds a huge axe in his hand. The opportunity to kill is released. His apprentice, who had been trained for almost 20 years, died like this. How can he not be Red Eyes? Ji Xiqing pointed his sword at the crowd, and his cold voice came, ridiculous. Is what Mr. Jingshui says. Why did Yi Chen want to kill your disciples of Lingfu sect? What's the benefit to him? What's more, I and others are also on it. We have witnessed the whole process. Your disciples just can't bear the strength of the dragon washing pool. Wei Ying also stood up, it is so. If Yi Chen did, how could we get hurt? Don't you all have brains? You. 3 eyes look at Mr. Jingshui. Mr. Jingshui, what is the truth? Mr. Jingshui touched his beard and sneered, Ji Xiqing, even everyone is indulging in cultivation. Those who are in the game can't see through some things, but I can feel it clearly when I stand on the bank. Ji Xiqing, I ask you, is the power of thunder and lightning to kill those people? And Yi Chen also knows thunder skill. What's more, There is no one else in the whole Shillong pool except that boy. You are making a breakthrough. Naturally, you can't do it under my eyes. It's not Yi Chen. Who else will there be? In the end, the boy killed the way he walked. The smell of blood in this man was too strong. He was cold and merciless. It was nothing to him to kill a few talents. Ji Xiqing was speechless. After all, Yi Chen never showed up at the bottom of the Shillong pool, and the power to kill others comes from the Shillong Qi. If you really want to count it up, Yi Chen is most likely. Ji Xiqing just wanted to say something, and the three elders rushed over. Their weapons were vertical and horizontal, and the meaning of the sword seemed to tear everything apart. Any word from others can incite you. I will protect the door of medical god today. How about it? At this time, Duan Huaiyan stood up and said to Ji Xiqing, Miss Ji, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to do anything. I just hope you can help me take care of my disciples. They focus on alchemy and medical skills all their life, and their martial arts strength is no match for others. Huaiyan's 3 big swords are gone. The people of the medical god's gate are open and above board. If it is really done by my apprentice, Duan Huaiyan is willing to undertake it. If it was not done by my apprentice, no one would want to move the door of the god of medicine. Words fall, Duan Huaiyan's whole body released a violent breath, step by step out, momentum constantly climbing. When the momentum reaches the peak, the sword moves, and the sword's meaning seems to turn into a monster. In the twinkling of an eye, he went to the elder of Ling-Ak sect. Ding! The beast is mercilessly torn. The elder of Linghuzong retreated a few steps, and Duan Huaiyan did not move. Visible deterrence. But now Duan Huaiyan has to face 3 people. The elder Daozong and the elder Yunheizong will not give Duan Huaiyan a chance to breathe, coming from 2 directions. Duan Huaiyan can only face the challenge in a mess. In the face of 1 or 2 people, Duan Huaiyan may still be qualified to block, but in the face of the 3 powerful patriarchs, Duan Huaiyan instantly fell into a state of exhaustion. Bang! Duan Huaiyan was beaten back for more than 10 steps, and his robe was broken. He has not yet stabilized his body shape. Ling-Ak sect elder is to fly away, an axe from the sky. Duan Huaiyan resists with his horizontal sword. The power of concussion is furious. He can't help spitting out a mouthful of blood anymore. The elder of Ling-Ak sect sneered, Duan Huaiyan, you're a good teacher. If you don't die, sooner or later, you will go into the devil's way and make Kunlun empty. Since you like your apprentice so much, I will personally send you on the road and let you master and apprentice meet in the underworld. The 3 strong ideas swept away, devouring all vitality. Ji Xiqing and Wei Ying changed their faces and rushed out with their swords. But Ji Xiqing has not gone a few steps, but an old woman is in front of Ji Xiqing. It's Elder Ko. Elder Ko, please get out of the way. Ji Xiqing has some anger on his face. Elder Ko shook his head, Xiqing, you are still young, you have excellent talent, you should not be involved in such things. You and the people of the Door of Medical God are not the same. Since Yi Chen has died in the Shillong pool, it is time to put aside your obsession. Chapter 856. The most important thing in Kunlunsu is talent and men. Although you crush people in Kunlun Shida competition, don't forget that Kunlunsu is not as simple as you think. The real top sects and those hidden talents will not take part in such competitions. Stop it. The contest is over. You should come back with me. The next thing you have to face will be more serious. Ji Si snorted coldly and turned the sword. The true chi of Dantian gathered wildly. He wanted to shake off Elder Ko, but he did not expect that Elder Ko's hand firmly held her sword. Elder Ko shook his head and took out a token from his arms. I taught this sword skill. Do you want to use it against me? But if you don't let me go again. Don't disobey the leader's order. Ji Xiqing looks pale when she sees the token. She is very clear about the strength of Elder Ko. Compared with Elder Ko, she is like an ant and a giant elephant. She can't shake it at all. Even if Elder Ko broke out with all his strength, Mr. Jingshui would not be able to hurt her. As if you agreed. Elder Ku's indifferent voice fell. Then, she even appeared in front of Ji Siqing. A point in Ji Siqing's eyebrows. Ji Siqing was unable to move in an instant. It's this ancient technique again. Ku Chang old General Ji Siqing picked up, then swept a glass of water. Mr. Water, Light Wei, the medical god of things and Siqing has nothing to do with. If you let me know that you secretly attacked Siqing and Ji Jia, I promise that even if you have a big virtual network in Kunlun, I can tear it mercilessly. Threat. Cold threat. Helpless, Mr. Mirror Water can only nod. Don't worry, that face I still want to sell a few points. Ku Elder no longer pay attention to, indifferently swept the door of medical god, directly left. It's not her ruthlessness, but Ji Siqing's blood and talent, related to the whole clan and Kunlun Su. As for Yi Chen, even if she was surprised today, how about it? That person is a fan rude after all, can only become Ji Siqing's passerby. In other words, the clan and power behind Ji Siqing don't look up to Yi Chen. Yi Chen is not qualified. Only then let Ku Elder restrain Ji Siqing. To the extent that Ji Siqing is such a beautiful girl of heaven, her marriage and emotion cannot be determined by her. Even the clan's interference ability is even greater than that of Ji family. This is one of the rules of Kunlun Su. After Ji Siqing and Elder Ku left, no one could help the door of medical god. Even if weighing hands, the strength is very small. Because the door of medical god should face all the sects besides Lingjiazong, Yunhaizong and Daozong. How can a declining medical school withstand the anger and crusade of hundreds of sects? Duan Huaiyan fought to death to protect his disciples from being hurt. This is what a master should do. But because he has to take care of his disciples, there is no time to deal with them. At the moment, he is already scarred. Xiao Bai and Lao Shui are also hurt by Sword Qi and Dao Qi. Mr. Jingshui on the challenge arena is carrying his hands behind him and his eyes are full of fun. This feeling of being in charge of the world is very good. It's easy for him to kill a clan. What's more, it is such a weak and small clan. Bang! The elder of Daozong slapped Duan Huaiyan on the chest, and Duan Huaiyan flew out. The power of one person is too small after all. No matter how high he is. He spat out a mouthful of blood and barely supported it with his sword. Master! Xiaobi and Old Shui rush to the past and protect Duan Huaiyan. Xiaobi wants to take out a pill she refined not long ago, but finds that her own refined pill has no great effect on the current master's state. The elder of Lingfu's sect sneered when he saw that the door of medical god was already a powerful bow. He sneered, "Since you are all here, I will sacrifice my lost apprentice with your blood." With an axe raised, endless qi gathers. Axe means heaven. It's radiant. This axe is like an axe to the sky. Once it falls, no one can bear it. Xiaobi and Old Shui see this scene, turn around, eyes firm, but also open their hands to protect Duan Huaiyan. Although our medical god's door is only a branch of medical Taoism, it has declined to this point. But the disciples of the medical god sect are not cowards. They did not blink their eyes, fearless and awe-inspiring. The elder of Lingak's sect sneered and sneered. His axe was getting closer and closer. He even saw these people turn into a blood mist. Just then. Boom! The collapsed mountain of Zelonki is directly exploded, the sky is full of boulders. It's like a meteorite falling on the earth. Clouds of smoke and dust rolled like waves. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Isn't the dragon washing pool collapsed? What the hell is that sound? Second collapse? They're going to be deafened. Countless eyes subconsciously towards the rolling smoke, but they cannot see anything clearly. The elder of Ling Ak's sect who lost his mind for a moment did not care. He rolled up the momentum and continued to chop. Who the hell moves my door of medicine to try? Suddenly, a startling roar swept through the smoke and dust. The sound was like a mysterious sound from the ninth heaven. Gradually, a dark shadow appeared in everyone's sight. The shadow is too fast. As fast as the naked eye can hardly catch it. In a flash, has come to the door of medical god and other people in front of. Xiao Bai and Lao Shui are excited to the extreme when they hear the familiar voice. This voice is Yi Chen. Yi Chen is not dead. Today, with me here, no one can move you, no one. Yi Chen stood in front of all the people in the door of medical god coldly. He saw the teacher Duan Huayan's body full of scars. I saw more sword marks on Xiao Bai and Lao Shui. He's angry. He wants to kill. I want to kill people. This group of practitioners can only bully the soft and fear the hard. It's really mean of so many families to deal with one medical school. This is the world where the strong are respected. People's lives are just like grassroots. If you are strong, you can kill them. This is a world of the strong and the world of indifference. Regardless of the truth, they will mercilessly wield the sword of killing. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. In this case, Yi Chen carries a killing name today. Yi Chen suddenly raised his head, bloodthirsty eyes shot at the axe of the elder Lingak sect. Extremely cold. You hurt my master. I want you to pay for your life. Yi Chen's right fist is full of crazy thunder and fire. At the same time, the power of the blood dragon coiled on his arm, giving him infinite blessing. The strength of the dragon washing pool has not completely dissipated. Now he is strong enough to burst out. But not enough. Yi Chen is forcing out a drop of blood essence again. The essence blood disperses, turns into a blood fog, the blood fog envelopes the whole body. At the moment, he is the god of death from hell. Die for me. Chapter 857. Roar through everything, see Yi Chen whole burst out, body like rocket general rushed out. After that, the fist with endless force directly hit the axe. Fist to axe. This scene shocked everyone's eyes. People's first reaction is that Yi Chen does not want to die. Even the practitioners dare not play like this. What's more, Ling Axe sect is famous for its strength. Who dares to do so? The elder of Lingak sect has seen Yi Chen clearly, and his anger is more and more roaring. Little beast, you killed my apprentice. In that case, I'll give you one life for another. Touch! Finally, Yi Chen's fist smashed on the axe. A torrent of weather waves spread in all directions. Time seems to be still, space seems to solidify. I don't know how long it took, the peace was broken. Yi Chen didn't turn into a blood mist. How could it be? But at the moment, the elder of Ling Axe sect is staring at the big eyes and shaking the arm distance. He even felt a tsunami of power devouring. This son of a son from the Holy Land? Or a door of medicine? How could it be? Click. A sound, in the eyes of all, the axe actually appeared a crack. Shocking crack. After that, they are directly reduced to pieces. Fall down. Everyone in the square is petrified. Duan Huayan of the medical god gate is also stunned. He knows Yi Chen, and he knows that Yi Chen is Yi Yen Tian. But this power is impossible. Wei Ying's eyes, which are full of cold air, are also shocking. And Mr. Jingshui on the challenge arena is totally confused. He had no idea that Yi Chen had such a terrible power after a day's absence. What a freak this is. There is only one sentence in everyone's mind. In the human body, shoulder to shoulder God. Ling Jizong, I will send you on the road in person. With a roar, Yi Chen's eyes are red, his fist is carrying endless waves, tearing all obstacles, and smashing on the chest of Ling Axe sect elder. Crash! The blood is dying. Instant penetration. At the same time, Yi Chen's power does not have any convergence. With the body of Ling Axe sect elder, it fell from the sky. Bang! Until the fist hit the ground, the sound of the earthquake resounded through the 1,000-Ju square. Crack after crack spread. The cold wind rises, and the meaning of death covers the whole audience. Silence. No one dares to say a word more. The only thing you can do is to stare at the body. Who could have thought that someone would have cracked an elder of Ling Axe sect with one blow? This is a damn punch. Sleeping trough. Yi Chen's body stained with blood, more people feel terrible. Step by step, he walked towards the other two people. Yunhaizong, you were there just now, right? In that case, take your life. Yi Chen instantly moved. His whole body is full of red evil spirit. Eyes burning with anger. He needs to vent his inner strength. These high-ranking beings are to be slaughtered by him himself today. Obviously, the Dharma protector of Yunhai sect didn't expect Yi Chen to come back from the dead. The flame on the key body is too strong. It's not a holy land at all. Even beyond the realm of returning to emptiness. The Taoist elder's eyes narrowed slightly and said, the boy has changed so much that he may have used the secret method to improve his strength. What's more, his breath seems to come from the dragon washing pool. It must be influenced by the dragon washing pool. This power is very short. We don't have to be afraid. The Dharma protector of Yunhaizong nodded. He didn't dare to take it lightly. The sword in his hand vibrated gently and chopped it with one sword. The sword will explode directly. How terrifying is the momentum of Yunhai sect's Dharma protector now? Thousand Ju square, mountains and rivers concussion, the sky black pressure. That momentum forced all the powerful people around him to fight back and step backward. This is true of all the onlookers, not to mention Yi Chen. Endless pressure lock Yi Chen, let Yi Chen is very uncomfortable. But then what? War. Take a deep breath, suppress the shock in the heart, Yi Chen roared. Now he has entered the 9 levels of Holy Land, almost the Holy King's realm, and his real combat power is approaching to return to the virtual realm. What did the elder in the early stage of Shuang state count in his eyes? Yi Chen still did not move the sword, relying on the body. He wants to extract his whole body with strength. And a clear voice appeared in his mind, Tu Moner, my MO family just has a body training method and fist meaning, which is just suitable for the Tu Moner's present state. The pattern of the Tu Moner's rampage now is extremely suitable for stepping into this road. Yi Chen receives naturally. 2 messages come to mind. 10,000 Buddha's Vajra fist. In ancient times, Mo's family had a strong sense of boxing. One blow was like the meaning of 10,000 Buddhas, falling from the sky. Refining to Shang, one blow can crack mountains and rivers. The remnant chapter of Zhaohua Lianti Ju. Mo Man, a practitioner of Mo family in ancient times, found it in a secret place of Kunlun. The secret of this exercise is supreme and obscure. Extremely complicated. Every time you step into the body, you have to experience life and death. Finish the creation. Although it is a remnant, Mo Man of the Mo family also made great achievements. Mo Ninger, why give it to me now? Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Mo Ninger replied, Tu Moner, before that, your body did not have the conditions to cultivate these 2 skills. Even if it was given to you, it would only affect you and easily lead to backfire. But since you entered the dragon washing pool, the biggest change is not a breakthrough in cultivation, but a change in your physical body. It's just that you haven't found it. Yi Chen doesn't pay attention to it anymore. He feels the Vajra fist of 10,000 Buddhas and roughly understands it. No longer hesitating, roared, 10,000 Buddha Vajra fist. In an instant, his fist around a circle of gold. Gold is more and more prosperous. After that, he smashed the sword meaning of Yunhaizong's Dharma protector. Again. Yunhaizong's Dharma protector was afraid. The axe could break it, not to mention his sword. He can only try to avoid it. But how can Yi Chen's current state allow direct collision? Pa! The sword broke again. Yunhaizong's Dharma protector was a little flustered. He quickly took out a jade pendant. He just wanted to force blood essence to induce the power of the jade pendant. The golden light instantly devoured him. He even felt a peaceful and strong contradictory force. He holds his breath and stares at Yi Chen. At this moment, he seemed to face not the fist, but the power of Buddhism. How can a person who kills Taoism have something to do with Buddhism and Taoism? The most taboo in the battle of the strong is to be absent-minded. One second time, Yi Chen's fist fell down, and the golden light smashed on the body of the man. Body tears on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this scene, those who originally surrounded the door of the god of medicine and practitioners were completely frightened. One was by accident. What about the two? Chapter 858. Accidental Fart. The crowd broke away. No one dares to get close to Yi Chen and the door of medical god again. In their eyes, this evil spirit can't move. Otherwise, if this blow hits them, they can't bear it. Even the clan will be destroyed. Most of them were small families. Xiaozongman can't stand such twists and turns. But at the moment Yi Chen slightly gasps, his body's blood is too much. So much to the eye. But it's not his. It's all other people's blood. His face was ferocious. The blood made him sober. Now he is like a killing machine without emotion. Living on blood. Bloodthirsty and cold. A look will make the countless door back. This is one of the cruel rules of Kunlun. The weak always fear the strong and don't care about their identity. His understanding of the way of killing became stronger and stronger, and the blood dragon in his body became stronger and stronger, and even broke out constantly. It's as if you're going to rush out of your body at any time. Yi Chen turned around and his eyes fell on the Taoist elder. Now it's your turn. Do you want me to do it or do you want to cut your head? I don't want your Daozong's blood to taint my casual clothes, because your Daozong's blood is too dirty. The elder of Daozong swallowed and salivated. If it was normal, he would have killed him, but now he dare not. He knows his strength. The two elders were defeated by Yi Chen's fist, let alone him. Now Yi Chen's momentum is too strong. So strong that he can't believe it. He really wants to know what the hell is the secret. It's a change. Like a new life. Is this boy not afraid of the end of the backbite? He was completely flustered at the sound of heavy footsteps approaching in his ear. What did he think of? He looked at Mr. Jingshui in a hurry. At present, in Chenjua Square, only Mr. Jingshui's strength can crush everything. Even if Yi Chen is strong again, he will become a dead dog in Mr. Jingshui's hand. Mr. Jingshui, help me. You said that you can't kill people in the arena. Yi Chen has violated the rules and should be killed. Kill. Yi Chen snorted coldly, no one can save you. Language down, Yi Chen once again hit. This blow, golden light spread, tear everything. Once you hit the body, you will die. Just as the 10,000 Buddha's Vajra fist burst out, an old man with cold eyes stood in front of the Taoist elder. Mr. Jingshui, of course. If he doesn't do it again, it will be a real mess. Yi Chen, you know what's wrong. Mr. Jingshui said coldly, with endless pressure. Go away. Yi Chen is not afraid. Although I know Mr. Jingshui's strength is enough to crush him, how about that? His way is to kill. Any existence that can't kill him will only make him stronger. He is ready to pay the price and hurt the people of this altar. Yi Chen, you destroy Kunlun's battle of genius and the ancient Shilong pool. Kill others for no reason. You know, you can't kill people if you leave the arena. Hearing this, Yi Chen laughed. The rules are in the hands of a few. How ridiculous. I care about you, mirror water or stagnant water. If I didn't come out just now, who will be responsible for the life of all the people in the medical god gate? Are they in the arena? If that's your rule, I'll tell you. Yi Chen is going to break the rules of this bullshit. 10,000 Buddha's Vajra fist explodes away. The light of Buddha is everywhere. Well, I can't help myself. Mr. Jingshui grinned coldly, 5 fingers in front of a grasp, want to buckle Yi Chen's hand. But soon found a strong air wave collision. Yi Chen's strength is more terrible than he imagined. He stepped back a step, but still caught Yi Chen. His voice sounded, do you feel the difference between you and me now? It's a natural moat. I have practiced in Kunlun for a long time. How can you, a stinky boy with more than 20 years of bone, resist it? You can't touch a hair of mine. At the moment, Yi Chen only feels that all the strength has disappeared. He wanted to break free and found it impossible. Damn it! Mr. Chow's mouth is still in the mirror. Don't struggle, put your spirit out, I will let you die more happily. Mr. Jingshui knows that everything is under his control. He is now in a state where he can crush everything and make rules. As for Yi Chen, he was really shocked. The more he was, the more he could not stay. Must die. Otherwise, 10 years later, it will definitely threaten his existence. At this time, he suddenly found that Yi Chen's mouth showed a crazy smile. It's a little bit creepy. The next second, click. One sound. Yi Chen ignores the controlled hand. Just twist it. Then the other hand, the god thunder is full of, one palm thunders to clap. Paw! A very clear voice sounded. You said I couldn't touch you. I will not only touch you, but also slap you. Mr. Jingshui's face was photographed by the palm of the air wave in endless force. The red mark is very clear. At the same time, a mouth of blood spit out. No one thought that Yi Chen would break his arm and slap him. This is a water mirror, sir. In the world, no one dares to fan the mirror water. Only Yi Chen at the moment. Mr. Jingshui never thought of it. He stares at Yi Chen's crazy smile. He was so angry. For Yi Chen, how about breaking his arm? He is a doctor who can't help others, but he can be cured in minutes. This is his advantage. Looking for death. Mr. Jingshui was completely angry and offered an array plate in his hand, and the strong man's blow fell on the array plate. The array plate carries the power of Thunderbolt and smashes fiercely on Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen flew out on the spot. It's hard for a strong man to stop him when he is angry. Yi Chen has done his best. At the same time, Mr. Jingshui didn't stop at all, and offered a green sword. This is the second time he has used his sword in so many years. How angry I am. Yi Chen, I want you to die. No one can save you. The sword is like a green dragon. Heaven and earth shake, all things crawl. Most of the practitioners in the field spit out a mouthful of blood. Can't bear it. Visible power. The cold death spread. As if to devour Yi Chen. Yi Chen looks at Xiao Huang in the distance. He communicates with ideas. But found that Xiao Huang is still asleep. No response at all. Grass. The key moment falls off the chain. Yi Chen gnaws his teeth, no longer hesitates to communicate directly with the reincarnation cemetery. At the critical moment, a huge Dan Ding falls in front of Yi Chen. The ancient runes of Dan Ding broke out. Green dragon sword meaning, directly swallow. Then, a cold voice slowly fell down. Sorry, you can't touch him. I'll just say it once. All the people around me can't react. Mr. Jingshui's Chapter 859. How could you be here? Yi Chen looks at the Luoyao in front of her body, or opens her mouth. Luoyao turned around, blinked at Yi Chen and whispered, Mr. Yi, have you forgotten our agreement? You promised me to go to Danchu Tower with me when the Battle of Kunlun Virtual Genius is over. Yi Chen suddenly realized. After all, Luoyao helped him a lot in the killing place, so he agreed to come down. But I didn't expect this girl to take it seriously. Mr. Yi can't play tricks. Luoyao tried. Yi Chen shakes his head, since I promised, Yi Chen will not play tricks on me. But this matter is the grudge between Mr. Jingshui and me. If you involve the Luo family, will you? Before the words were finished, Luoyao's red lips outlined a curve of evil spirits. Mr. Yi, Mr. Jingshui is connected with the heaven in Kunlun, but he is not qualified to infiltrate our Luo family and Danchu Tower. Since I have a promise with Mr. Yi, no one can take your life. Thank you. Yi Chen said thanks. Luoyao shook her head and said with a confident expression, Mr. Yi, I'm sure that even if I don't come, it's not so easy for Mr. Jingshui to move you, right? Well, Mr. Yi, first of all, you should take good care of your wound, and then you can leave the rest to me. Yi Chen nods and no longer talks. Mr. Jingshui's strike, if not for his strong body, ordinary people might have turned into blood fog. Even if it is a return to the virtual realm, do not want to resist. But there was not much real qi in him. Besides, he was injured. It was very hard to kill the old man Jingshui completely. Let's take a look at the strength of Luoyao. Luoyao turns her head and smiles away. She stares at the angry Mr. Jingshui in the distance. I didn't expect that Mr. Jingshui, who is famous for his reputation in Kunlun, actually made such a move to a younger generation. He really lost the face of many powerful people. The words dropped gently, and the crowd was in a commotion. What happened today? Yichen, that madman contradicts mirror water. Mr. Also calculate, incredibly still have a woman also dare to do so. Shame. I'm afraid Mr. Jingshui doesn't know how to write dead characters. Mr. Jingshui's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that the ancient tripod was familiar to him, but he could not say it again. He said to Luoyao, "Who are you? Know where this is?" "This is Qinjua Square, the place of Kunlun virtual genius battle. And the young man behind you breaks the rules and kills the innocent. This kind of person, I deal with him only for the sake of heaven. I advise you to get out of the way. Your accomplishments may not be able to withstand my attack." With the green sword in Mr. Jingshui's hand, Ling Lai's intention to kill breaks out. If this matter is not handled correctly, where will his reputation go? Luoyao steps out, a trace of purple air around her body. What if I have to protect him? Let's see you on the road together. Mr. Jingshui turns into a shadow in an instant. Yichen, that slap incomparably clear, the cheek-burning pain seems to be humiliation. Anyway, Yichen must die. Since the little girl in front of me also don't know the height of heaven and earth, then he solved it together. The wind roars and the dust spreads. Mr. Jingshui's killing intention is like a giant beast, which devours Luoyao mercilessly. But Luoyao stood still, staring at each other with interest, as if he didn't care about anything. Just as Mr. Jingshui's green sword broke through the air and the strong force came, the old man around Luoyao moved. 5 fingers on the ancient tripod. The rickety body holds the tripod with one hand. At the same time, the ancient tripod is extremely flexible in his hands. In the end, he smashed it out. Ding! The sound of a fierce spark, a wave after another rippling open. There are several practitioners who are close to us, and they fly out without warning. Gu Ding and Qing Jian are still in a stalemate. There was no winner. Mr. Jingshui's cold smile seemed stiff. He set off a storm in his heart, staring at the old man who didn't know the depth of his cultivation. Who is this old man? Why is it so powerful? Look, this cultivation is definitely not under him. And obviously, the old man is protecting the girl's existence. Stop it. My young lady is not happy. The consequences will be very serious. The old man opened his mouth, his voice was very light, as if he were talking about a very common thing. Who the hell are you? Mr. Jingshui increased his strength and said angrily. I'm just a idle cloud and a wild crane. I came out this time just to protect the young lady from any harm. After so many years of disappearance, she finally went home and could not bear hardships anymore. The old man continued. Nonsense, since you don't say your identity. Today I will break your ancient tripod. Mr. Jingshui stepped on the tripod with a light toe, then his wrist trembled, and a bloody cold light suddenly shot out. Too fast. The sharp whistling sound broke the solidification of everything, as if tearing the 1,000 Jews square. The old man shook his head and pinched the formula with his fingers. Then, he pointed to the ancient tripod. In an instant, the mouth of the ancient tripod spurted out a sword meaning. The sword is dense and dense, like falling stars, with the potential of extinction, facing the cold light of Mr. Jingshui. The sword's meaning soars to the sky, and the way of heaven shakes. Seeing this, Mr. Jingshui's pupils suddenly contracted. This power, this ancient tripod, what did he think of? Danshu Tower. Is this old man from Danshu Tower? Bang! Between the electric light flint, 2 forces collide. Heaven and earth have no light, sun and moon are colorless. The air waves were like a nuclear bomb, and there was a huge pit on the ground where they were. The surrounding arena is even more dispersed, There are even torn swords intended to go to the periphery. Those onlookers hastened to retreat. They thought that Mr. Jingshui would crush him. But now it seems that the old man who suddenly appeared should not be underestimated. Boom! Where we pass by, plants and plants do not grow. What a mess! Even the array of Chenjua Square appeared cracks and began to collapse. How to stop the attack of two strong men? I made it very clear. Why didn't you listen? Your identity is not ordinary, but my miss is the same. I hope so. The old man said. His tone is not a consultation at all, but an order. After that, Mr. Jingshui and the old man separated instantly. The ancient tripod was firmly put on the ground by the old man, and he returned to Luoyao again. But Luoyao turned her head and said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, now you know the strength behind me. It's too late to join me. In Luoyao's eyes, Yi Chen's martial arts talent and chance are good, but compared with her alchemy, there is too much difference. Yi Chen should be immersed in alchemy. Chapter 860. Yi Chen took a deep look at the old man and could not be calm for a long time in his heart. I thought Danshu Tower and Luo family had no great reputation. Now it seems that the family behind Luoyao is not simple. Otherwise, how could there be such a strong guard? Mr. Jingshui took back the green sword and said, Are you from Danshu Tower? But the old man didn't answer. He didn't care about anything. The only thing he had to do was not let Miss do anything. Otherwise, the master will be angry, and he will not want to live. But at the moment, the people around are completely how to open the pot. Only because they heard 3 words in their ears. Danshu Tower. They never dreamed that the person who saved Yi Chen came from Danshu Tower. Danshu Tower is an extremely mysterious force in Kunlun, and also the supreme palace of Kunlun Shudan Road. There are not only top Dan masters there, but also top-level strong ones. In order to go to Danshu Tower to ask for a pill, countless strong men even willing to give up their dignity. Over time, the strong of Kunlun soon naturally feared and revered Danshu Tower. It's better to offend the top sect than to offend the master of Danshu Tower. Most importantly, Danshu Town, where Danshu Tower is located, has a strict invitation mechanism. If there is no power to take you, there is no chance to step in. If you step in by force, you will die. Because of its strictness, the Danshu Tower is too mysterious compared with many places in Kunlun, just like a hermit's land. Now that the people here finally come out, can the onlookers not be excited? They even understand why the old man used the ancient tripod as a weapon. As long as the strong Danshu Tower will be like this. Looking at Mr. Jingshui's fear, Luoyao said with a cold smile, Jingshui, didn't you just want to kill me? Why didn't you do it? I'll stand here and never fight back. Mr. Jingshui hesitated for a few seconds. Although he was very unhappy in his heart, he still bowed his hand and compromised, this lady, Yi Chen of the medical god gate, and I have some personal enemies. Please don't stop me. As for the matter just now, I'd like to apologize to Miss. Miss can make any request to me, and I will spare no effort to meet it. Mr. Jingshui has compromised. He has no choice. Because of the mysterious old man's existence, he can't get any closer. Even if he wanted to shake the old man, he would have to pay a great price. It will never be so unless you have to. At present, the only way is to let the girl give up guarding Yi Chen. He even thought in his heart that Yi Chen was just a waste. At most, he had some adventures and opportunities. Why did so many beautiful women with different identities like him? Before Ji Siqing, after this girl. These 2 women, regardless of their strength or identity, are enough to let Yi Chen look up to awe. What do you think, miss? I would like to offer an ancient Dan Ding as an apology. Mr. Jingshui offered a red cauldron. There are lines of dragon and phoenix on the tripod, which are full of ancient rhyme. If alchemy, the effect must be excellent. That's what they like. The people of Danshu Tower naturally recognize the value of this tripod. This is what he got years ago in a dangerous and secret place, and he has been collecting it carefully. Not even willing to show it to others. But now, it is the pain to give up. Just ask Yi Chen to die. To vent the hatred of the heart. As soon as the ancient Dan Ding appeared, the sense of desolation spread out, and there was an air wave all around. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the proud girl, waiting for a reply. An ancient Dan Ding is worth a cheap life. For the people of Danshu Tower, it should be more precious. Let all people did not expect is, suddenly, the girl is facing the eyes of countless people, step out. The whole body of the veil floating, dancing in the wind, like a girl falling from the sky. Beautiful sighed. However, the girl's eyes burst out with extreme pressure and sound waves. Ridiculous. This rubbish Dan Ding still dare to take out disgrace. You can't send a beggar. As soon as the words were said, the crowd took a breath. Garbage Dan Ding. Send the beggar? This ancient thing is rubbish in the eyes of young girls. That's crazy. Even Mr. Jingshui was twitching at the corners of his mouth, and his face darkened. He could not accept this reality. Just as he was about to speak, the girl took a few steps again. Each step with a cold word, ring through the 1,000 square. Sorry. Do I need your apology, Mirror Water? Since you want to know my identity, I will tell you. I'm from Danshatalo. If you think your strength or your connections in Kunlun can shake the Luo family, just do it. Looking at Mr. Jingshui's shocked face, Luo Yao continued to say. Besides, Yi Chen is a member of our Luo family. If you dare to move him, you will be against Danshu Tower, and against those strong people of top sects. What kind of bullshit Kunlun battle of virtual genius you're holding? It's ridiculous. Many of the top talents I know haven't come. Do you really think you're connected? In the eyes of those who are really strong, you are just a mole ant. What kind of a thing? Step by step. Luo Yao took 7 steps. But Mr. Jingshui's face is pale now. He should have killed in such a rage. But the girl's identity made him completely impossible to be angry. Danshu Tower has only one Luo family. There is an ancient Dan master in the Luo family, who still exists in the world. Every year the plum blossom is in full bloom, and the leaders of Kunlun Su's Real top sect will visit in person. Only this level of relationship, no one dares to move. How does Yi Chen of the key medical god door relate to this huge thing? The crowd was completely silent. That innumerable way vision again looks to Yi Chen, this moment, only leaves envy and jealousy. Ji Siqing guarded Yi Chen for 5 years. Now being taken away by Elder Ke makes them feel happy. But at this moment, another Miss Luo came. They really wanted to spit out old blood. Yi Chen doesn't know how to make alchemy. How can the Luo family like it? At the moment, Yi Chen's expression is strange. He looks at the back of Luo Yao. I really can't imagine why the eldest lady of such a top family would stay in the killing place for so long. Still concentrate on alchemy? As for it, is there any secret in it? In the silence, Mr. Jingshui suddenly arched his hand and said, It's Miss Luo's family. I visited your father several decades ago. Unfortunately, your father was refining pills and didn't see him. If you offend me today, Jingshui must go to Danshu Tower to make amends. Luo Yao snorted coldly. Just as she was about to say something, the old man beside her said, Miss, it's almost all right. Don't forget the relationship between you and the master now. If this person pokes things into Luo's house, it will be troublesome for you. And the dog will jump off the wall when he is in a hurry. The identity of the Mirror Water is not so simple. If he really exerts his full strength, you and I will not necessarily leave. Chapter 861. Luo Yao originally wanted to continue to tease, but after listening to the old man, she still swallowed the lies in her mouth. Later, she said to Mr. Jingshui, Now my Luo family is going to take Yi Chen away. Do you have any opinion? Mr. Jingshui's eyes flashed a little sinister. He can't let Yi Chen go, but now Danshu Taluo's home is out, and he can't control some things. He could use some means to capture the old man and the girl, but in this way, he completely offended the Luo family. When the family of Dandao was angry, the consequences were extremely serious. He took a deep look at Yi Chen and Xiao Huang, who was sleeping in the distance. There was a burning pain in the cheek. Shame on you. He clenched his fist and said, since the Luo family wants to protect this boy, I won't fight. But if one day this little animal is dead, it can't be counted on my mirror waterhead. He is naturally willing to let Yi Chen go, but the Luo family can't protect Yi Chen all his life. As long as you give him a chance, he will kill him mercilessly. And the door of medical god. What Luo's family wants to protect is Yi Chen. The disappearance of the door of medical god has nothing to do with him. He will let Yi Chen feel what is pain and nightmare. Luo Yao snorted coldly and ignored Mr. Jingshui. Instead, she looked at Yi Chen and asked, Mr. Yi, the matter here is over. Would you like to go to Danshu Tower with me? The old man around Luo Yao also said to Yi Chen, boy, we are helping you. You have no choice. According to the style of that guy, you must kill all the people. You can't go to the original place anymore. During this period, you and the Doctor's Gate should go to Danshu Tower. There is no doubt that it is the safest place to stay. When the wind is over, or Mr. Jingshui forgets it, then it's not too late to come out low-key, or with your current strength, in Kunlun Su certainly can't last a week. It's cruel, but it's true. Yi Chen nodded and just wanted to talk, but Lin Qingxuan's voice rang out. Disciple, I suggest you go to the Danshu Tower. Dan Dao and Medical Dao are the same. Even in ancient times, to be exact, Dan Dao was just a branch of Medical Dao. It's very suitable for me to teach you the way of Supreme Medical God. There's no harm in going there. Of course, I also want to meet an old friend. After so many years, I don't know if the old friend is still alive. There's nothing wrong with the old man's suggestion. I'll just listen to it once. Most importantly, I have a hunch that there is an opportunity to open the tombstone. Mo Ninger and I don't have much energy. Now we have to activate the remaining tombstones as soon as possible. With Lin Qingxuan's suggestion, Yi Chen couldn't refuse any more. He looked at Luo Yao and said, it's okay for me to go, but I need to take some people with me. I can't help myself when I die. Luo Yao showed a smile, the smile is very sweet. Mr. Yi, don't worry about this. Although the examination and approval of Danshu Tower is strict, I can still bring some people in. It's not so easy for you to move the mirror water inside. You can come out after the storm. Yi Chen looks at the Master Duan Huayan and Xiaobi and asks, Shifu, Xiaobi, Lao Xue, would you like to go to Danshu Tower? Duan Huayan lost his mind for a moment and finally nodded. But Xiaobi was a little excited. She pinched herself hard. She was sure it wasn't a dream. She said in a trembling voice, can I really go to Danshu Tower? From the moment Xiaobi entered the door of the god of medicine, she had a great love for Dan Dao, and she had been immersed in it for more than 10 years. In her heart, Danshu Tower is the existence that she can only look up to all her life. But now, she has a chance to enter it. Can she not be excited? Seeing Xiaobi's excitement, Luo Yao came forward, took Xiaobi's hand and whispered in a low voice, you are Xiaobi's sister. What I say is natural. What's more, you seem to like Dan Dao very much. Xiao Baimeng nodded, I want to be a top Dan teacher. This is my dream. With a trace of tenderness in her eyes, Luo Yao took out an ancient book, since Sister Xiaobi likes it, it should be a gift for meeting. When I'm inside, I'll have a little bit more competition with Sister Xiaobi. Xiaobi was at a loss, and her breath was even more rapid. For her, all these things far away were realized. Although I don't know what the ancient books in front of me are, the miss of the Luo family of Dan Dao family took it out. How could it be bad? Miss Luo, I'm sorry for it. Luo Yao took a look at Yi Chen and joked to Xiaobi, Mr. Yi is my friend, but also the person that my Luo family cares about very much. You are Yi Chen's schoolmate and younger sister. Naturally, I will please you. Take it. Luo Xiaobi takes a look at Yi Chen and nods at the latter, and happily accepts it. Yi Chen, it's almost time for us to go. Luo Yao rode. What does Yi Chen think of? He looks at Wei Ying not far away. He finds that Ji Siqing is not with Wei Ying. According to Ji Siqing's character, how can he leave? Wei Ying seemed to see through what Yi Chen was thinking and sighed. Ji Siqing was taken away by the patriarch of Zhongmen and forcibly taken away. The master behind her does not seem to want some things to shake Ji Siqing's cultivation heart. Yi Chen Wenzheng, this just thought before Ji Siqing wants to help oneself, also by a woman called Ko Elder to stop. It seems that the clan behind Ji Siqing still looks down on himself. It's normal to think about it. Ji Siqing is the most gifted disciple of their clan for thousands of years, which is extremely precious. The starting point and end point of her path are much higher than those of ordinary practitioners. What's more, the clan behind Ji Siqing has a long history. Such a huge thing, whether it is the door of medical god or himself, is not enough to see. But this is only today. What about a year later? Who can predict his future? At the moment, Yi Chen burst out with strong self-confidence, her eyes twinkled, and then she looked at Wei Ying. Then you go with me. Wei Ying, however, waved her hand and refused. Mr. Yi, I still have Ju Hanzong behind me. Some things still need me to deal with, so I can't leave for the moment. I'll come to you naturally when all the affairs of Juhan's sect are finished. Yi Chen did not persuade what, Wei Ying has evil blood cold body, at least cannot have an accident. In addition, Shilong Pool extracts soul and body. It's impossible for Wei Ying to control Wei Ying completely. Naturally, he doesn't need to worry. Come on, get in the car. The old man beside Luo Yao opened his mouth. The next second, he pinched the formula with his fingers, and the purple air was swirling around him. When the purple qi dissipated, there appeared a spirit beast carriage. Duan Huayan and Luo Yao get on the bus, but Yi Chen doesn't. Yi Chen. Luo Yao is on the bus. Yi Chen did not pay attention to, but toward the Taoist elder, eyes cold. Chapter 862. Yi Chen stopped and said faintly, I said that all three of you will die. Since those two are on the road, you should also go. The enmity between you and me is far from over. The patriarch was completely frightened and subconsciously hid behind Mr. Jingshui. Mr. Jingshui did not expect Yi Chen to be so arrogant. He said angrily, Yi Chen, don't think you can do whatever you want with Danchu Taoyuo's house behind you. Today, as long as I'm here, I won't let you kill anyone else. Yi Chen held a silver needle in his hand and suddenly raised his head. Is it? I don't believe Yi Chen. The man I am going to kill will die today. That silver needle shoots out, a mysterious breath overflows. Surrounded by the breath of Supreme Medical God. It's Lin Qingshuan's silver needle. But this time Yi Chen controlled the vision. The silver needle did not turn into a 100 zhang spear, just a cold light. Mirror water. Mr. sees Yi Chen actually plans to use a needle, in the heart disdain especially Sheng. Silver needle, you want to kill people under my eyes? It's beyond our means. With a wave of his sleeve robe, a golden light wall suddenly formed. Strong enough to resist everything. But soon, there was something wrong with his expression. Because the wall of golden light breaks. It's unbeaten. How could it be? He hastily sacrificed the green sword, but it was too late. Silver needle with a strong breath, did not enter the heart of the Taoist elder's eyebrows. The eyebrow center is like a plum blossom in full bloom, gorgeous and cold. And the smile of the elder who won the lottery was fixed. He never dreamed that he would die on a silver needle. The silver needle disappeared. His body fell to the ground, and a violent breath burst out of his body. Daozong elder turned into a blood mist on the spot. The blood even splashed on Mr. Jingshui's whole body. It's shocking. This scene happened to be seen by the old man beside Luo Yao. His eyes shrunk and he said in a soft voice, Eh? Luo Yao heard the voice and said curiously, What's the matter? The old man rubbed his eyes and shook his head, It's nothing. Maybe I'm seeing flowers. At the moment, Mr. Jingshui in the distance clenched his fist and was extremely angry. He just promised to protect this man, but he was killed by Yi Chen immediately. It was like another slap in his face. Then look at Yi Chen, that pan chill cold eyes, as if in ridicule him. Yi Chen. Luo family to protect you for a while, cannot protect you for a lifetime. From today on, you are the enemy of our mirror water, but also the enemy of 100 schools. You'd better hide in Donshu Tower all your life. If one day you come out, most of the clans of Kunlungsu will hunt you down, and then you will die. I swear. A startling roar rang through, filled with endless anger and anger. Yi Chen's cold eyes did not have the slightest fear. Word by word, don't worry, I will come out soon. When I come out, I will find you in person, and then cut off your head. Mr. Jingshui laughed when he heard this. Everyone here laughed. A boy who has entered the Holy Land wants to kill Mr. Jingshui. He's crazy. Do you really think there's a family of elites standing behind you, invincible in the world? Yi Chen, since you are so arrogant and want to kill me, I will help you. I will give you 2 years. Today, 2 years later, you and I will step into Qianjue Square and take the cold sword of Qianjue Zunv as an oath to fight in this battle. How dare you? Mr. Jingshui is worried that Yi Chen will not come out of Donshu Tower for a long time. He has no choice but to give Yi Chen 2 years' time to motivate him. Luo Yao on the car came down. Yi Chen, don't promise him. Then he sneered at Mr. Jingshui and said, Jingshui, you are a good abacus. You, a man who has practiced for thousands of years, declared war openly with a younger generation for 2 years. Even 100 years would be unfair. Before she finished speaking, a magnetic and confident voice rang out beside Luo Yao. I promised, but I want to change a condition. Luo Yao was stunned and stared at Yi Chen. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? Get in the car. Yi Chen ignored Luo Yao, but locked his eyes on Mr. Jingshui and said, 2 years is too long. After 2 months, you and I will fight for life and death here. 1,000 people can only walk out of the square alive. How dare you? Boom. Tens of thousands of people in Qianjue Square seemed to burst their heads. Yi Chen's short words are like thunder bombing in the ear. 2 months. The waste entering the Holy Land should challenge Mr. Jingshui, who has become famous for thousands of years in Kunlun. How easy is it to shake a tree? Even if you want to die, it's not so. At this moment, even Mr. Jingshui can't react. He thought Yi Chen would refuse, but he did not expect Yi Chen to accelerate his death time. So what's the reason he didn't do it? Since you are dead, I promise you. If you don't show up in 2 months, I'll take the people to Donshu Tower myself. Oh. Yi Chen spits out a word and turns to get on the car. Let's go. Luo Yao rushed to catch up with him and said it with all his heart, but Yi Chen had no intention of changing his mind. She knows Yi Chen has a card and talent, but this talent should be used on the Dan Road, not arrogance. 2 months, and challenge Mr. Jingshui. She's mentally retarded. The old man around Luo Yao said, Miss, you can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep. Mr. Yi is also an adult. Let him bear some decisions. Luo Yao takes a deep look at Yi Chen, sighs and stops talking. Yi Chen also closed his eyes. Naturally, he was sure that he did not use the reincarnation cemetery this time because Lin Qingxian and Mo Ninger did not have much energy. Once the rest of the tombstones were triggered, he would be qualified to challenge Mr. Jingshui. He can't evade this barrier. He must be killed in any danger. Kill without hesitation. What's more, he has Xiao Huang. Yi Chen glanced at Xiao Huang beside him. I'm so angry at the sight that this guy is still asleep. The dragon in the pool of cokes and wash the water again. This sleepiness is worse than it was before evolution. It's not reliable. I don't know how long it took, but the carriage finally stopped. Yi Chen wakes up from practice, opens his eyes and finds a strong aura. Mr. Yi, here we are. Luo Yao got out of the car and said. Yi Chen and the medical god Gate and others got off the car, and found themselves stepping into a fairyland-like land. There are many buildings and tall buildings. It's full of aura. Especially Adanta in the central place. Dan Tower directly into the sky, far away, even higher than the Oriental Pearl of Shanghai's magic. Chapter 863. There are more than 10 dragons carved around the pagoda, which are very lifelike. The dragon head is ferocious, as if overlooking all mortal ants. A glance from afar, an invisible pressure is wrapped in Yi Chen, extremely cold. As if once there is any disrespectful action, there is no doubt that he will die. Even the blood dragon inside the body also felt something, angry roar. It seems that this Danshu tower is like an artifact, and I don't know what the top is. Yi Chen looks around again, closes his eyes and feels slightly. He finds that the ancient array covers everything. Although Yi Chen has a lot of attainments in array and aura, he can't see through such array. It's almost perfect, even invisible to the eye. Let alone open this array, almost delusion. The blood light of the array spreads, and the red rune is like a wandering dragon. There is a hidden way to kill. Once anyone breaks in by force, he will be killed by the array mercilessly. Even if the virtual kingdom, the source of the road strong. Luo Yao takes a look at Yi Chen, and finds that Yi Chen finally has a look of horror, covering his mouth and laughing. She coughed gently, raised her turbulent chest and patted it. The chest trembled, and the spring was infinite. Mr. Yi, this is my territory at least. If you have any need, please tell me that Luo Yao still has some say in Danshu town. When I come to Luojia, there are all kinds of dan ding and medicinal materials. It's also convenient for you to refine some ancient pills. Now, I'll take you to meet my father. With your talent, enough to make my father shocked. However, my father has a bad temper and looks at me in the eyes. Yi Chen nods and doesn't say much. He wanted to try to communicate with the reincarnation cemetery, but Lin Qingxian inside has no more activity, as if he has forgotten him. What he is most concerned about now is how to activate the remaining tombstones. After all, the power of ancient powers was too strong. Although there are many people living in Dandao, there are also many strong martial arts people here, and their strength is much higher than those outside. You must be careful. Mr. Yi, are you listening to me? Luo Yao angrily said. She found that this guy has been absent-minded. Yi Chen reacts to come over, smile, of course heard, go. Half an hour later, Danshu Taro's house. It has a long history and covers a vast area. The gate is made of ancient xian wood, which is fragrant. There is a stone tablet on the top. There are 2 characters on the stone tablet, Luojia. Only these 2 words, Yi Chen is feeling an invisible killing. It seems to warn anyone who enters the Luo family. The gate is guarded by 4 strong men, and the realm is covered. However, from the perspective of breath, it is at least above the realm of returning to emptiness, even the realm of virtual king. Absolutely strong. They look at Yi Chen and the people of the door of medical god with their bad eyes. They really can't understand why Miss brought these people in. In addition to the strength of an old man to see, the rest of the gap is too big. Miss, these are... Luo Yao snorted coldly, these are my important guests. Remember, you can't neglect them. The 4 gatekeepers were puzzled, but they still nodded. They are only servants. They can't offend the guests brought by Miss. At the moment, the atmosphere in Luo's hall is rather strange. Luo Wuya, Luo Yao's father, sat on the top of the table. Beside him stood a woman. She is Luo Wuyuan's second wife, Miao Xianjun. On the right side of Luo Wuyuan is a dignified middle-aged man. Beside the middle-aged man stands an evil and charming youth. The middle-aged man and the evil spirit youth come from the family of Dandao Chui. The middle-aged man is the head of Chui family, Chui Yuan. The evil spirit youth is Chui Yuan's only son, Chui Ruichen. Danshu Tower is one of the rare elites in 100 years. It's also the only candidate who has the chance to attack Gayadanta in Danshu array. Chuis and Luos are also in-laws. After all, they made a marriage in the previous generation. Should have been laughing, but now Luo Wuyuan can't laugh at all. Luo Yao disappeared for many years, I don't know where to go. Luo family uses all means, all cannot find. Almost led Luo Wuyuan angry. But I didn't expect that Luo Yao came back a few days ago, but she didn't stay at home for a few days and disappeared again. Even took an elder of Luo family. This is going to make Luo Wuyuan angry. Now that Chui's family has come to see Luoyao, how should he account for it? He can only say that Luoyao is not well, so he refused for the time being. Uncle, since Luoyao is not feeling well, my father and I will not disturb me. I am refining the ancient black jade magic body pill these days. If the refining is successful, all the diseases and pains can be easily removed. I will send one to Luoyao myself. Goodbye, uncle. Chui Ruicheng Archhand Road. Luo Wuyuan nodded, embarrassed. Ruicheng, I'm really sorry. When Luoyao recovers, I'll bring her to make amends. He wanted the Chui family to leave quickly. But before the words were finished, a clear voice sounded outside the door. Dad, I'm back. This time I paid a great price to bring Yichen back. The elixir of Yichen. When the gate opened, Luoyao's voice stopped abruptly. Looking at the Chui family, two people in front of her, her joyful face is extremely ugly. But what looks worse is Luo Wuyuan. It's completely dark. He just said that Luoyao was not feeling well. As a result, the girl ran to hit her face. Isn't this a fucking father? He was so angry that a mouthful of old blood gushed out. Chui Yuan calmed down, took a look at Luo Wuyuan and said in a cold voice, Brother Luo, it seems that your daughter is not in any big trouble. What's more, it seems to be very vigorous. Luo Wuyuan just wanted to explain something. Chui Yuan didn't give him a chance. He directly took Chui Ruicheng's hand. Ruicheng, let's go. Compared with Dan Dao, there is no doubt that Dan Dao is more important for women. Ruicheng, from today on, we can understand the way of elixir. After a few days, we will attack Danshu Tower again. We should let some people know who is the real climbing. Chui's father and son left directly, but also passed by Yichen. Chui Ruicheng takes a deep look at Yichen, with a trace of killing in his eyes. Yichen touched his nose. He should have no contradiction with Danshu Tower. So there are people who kill him the first time. No longer hesitating, stepped directly into the hall of Luo family. Seeing the Chui family's father and son leave, Luoyao smiles and leads Yichen forward. Dad, he is Mr. Yi whom I mentioned to you before, as well as the leader Duan of the medical gods sect. In ancient times, the medical gods sect was a top-level medical school, and even a branch of Master Lin Qingxian. Dan Dao is also very good. That once we have Mr. Yi and the medical gods door to join us, we will definitely help you. Mr. Ye's talent in Dan is absolutely against the heaven. At least. Before Luoyao finished speaking, a voice of exclamation came, shut up. My Luo family is not a refugee camp, not to mention all kinds of cats and dogs can enter. These people can go wherever they come. I'm not welcome to the Luo family. Obviously, Luo Wuyuan's anger these days all boils down to Yichen's body. Chapter 864. Luo Yao's face was pale. She never expected that her father would be so angry. She can only explain, Dad, you believe me once, this Mr. Yi is definitely the one who has the hope of hitting the highest record of Danshu Tower. Luo Wuyuan's eyes fall on Yichen's body. A single glance reveals Yichen's accomplishments. Enter the 9th floor of Holy Land. Evil spirit entangled. Which is the way to walk, just like Killing Way. He snorted, Luoyao, is this guy your talent? Do you really think that I don't know how to do Dan? You just want to cheat me by looking for a trash. How could a genius of Dan Dao have such a killing intention? How can such a person calm down to make alchemy? You don't look at the gap between him and Chui Ruicheng. Chui Ruicheng is expected to impact the existence of Danshu Tower. As for him, it's ridiculous. Hearing this, Yichen and Duan Huayan and other people's faces are completely cold. Yichen's eyes are full of cold meaning. If it wasn't for Luoyao's sake, he would have left. Luoyao was very worried. She stepped forward to her father, took her father's hand and explained, Dad, Lin Qingxian, you know that Yi Xian and the medical gods gate all come from Qingshuanfeng. At the beginning, Lin Qingxian crushed countless powerful martial arts masters, especially the medical god gate. Pa! Luo Wuyuan directly slapped on Luoyao's body. As for this, I don't think you know it. Thousands of years ago, maybe the door of medical god had some qualifications, but now it is. The door of medical god has fallen into the altar for a long time, and even the ordinary sect door can't match it. When these people step into the Luo family, they are insulting me. On the one hand, it is because of the anger in his heart that he needs to vent. On the other hand, he really can't see Yi Chen and the door of medical god. Dan Dao needs a lot of talent. How can a mortal root refine alchemy? It's a joke. Yi Chen's expression was completely cold. He stepped out and directly faced Luo Wuyuan. Luo Wuyuan. Have you ever said that? No matter how unbearable I am, you are not qualified to speak. The name of the boundless leaf. It seems disrespectful. But this is his principle. What others do to him, he does to others. At this moment, he was released. He came here for the sake of Luoyao. But Luoyao's father insulted the medical god again and again, and he could not bear it. Luo Wuyuan obviously didn't expect that someone would dare to contradict himself. He stood up and went away with an invisible pressure. Boy, I don't know what kind of enchanting soup you've given my daughter, and whether you understand alchemy or not. I just want to warn you. Luoyao has an engagement. As the top family of Danshu Tower, our Luo family will only pursue the right family. To a person of your humble status, you have no chance to enter the Luo family. That's the door. Get out of here. I don't want it to be a servant. Endless pressure release. This pressure is enough to make a strong man kneel down. Not to mention entering the Holy Land. Feel the pressure, like a huge mountain. Yi Chen does not move like a mountain, forced resistance. But even though he resisted, the corner of his mouth spilled a bright red blood. At this time, Xiao Huang opened her eyes in her arms, and the pressure suddenly dissipated. At the same time, the red pupil blooms with strange light. Luo Wuyuan's face changed and he stepped back. His heart set off a tempestuous wave, staring at the yellow in Yi Chen's arms. What fierce beast is this? How can you defuse my pressure? At this time, Yi Chen opened his mouth. A few words suddenly fell down. First, Luo Wuyuan, don't use your lofty attitude to examine anyone. No matter how strong your Luo family is in Kunlun, how about it? In my Yi Chen's eyes, it will eventually disperse like dust. Second, the door of the god of medicine is the ancestral gate of Yi Chen. You can't insult it. If you have another time, you will be responsible for the consequences. Third, Luo Yao and I are just friends. I never thought of stepping into this Luo family. It was, is, and will be. Next time, even if you ask me to come, I won't step further. Let's go. Yi Chen directly turns around and leaves with the medical god. Luo Yao covered her face and glared fiercely at her father, Luo Wuyuan, and ran after her. Yi Chen is brought by her, and she is naturally responsible. What's more, in the area of Danshu Tower, Yi Chen and they have never been here. They are not familiar with the place of life. Without her, what should these people do? Just when Luo Yao was ready to chase out, Luo Wuyuan ordered, "Don't let Miss step away from Luo's house." Words fall, two old people block in front of Luo Yao. "Don't make it difficult for us, Miss," an old man euphemistically said. Luo Yao snorted coldly, just wanted to move his sword, and an invisible pressure came over him. At the same time, an old man points to the fragrant shoulder of Luo Yao. She couldn't move for a moment. Yi Chen stopped, looked at the same Luo Yao, and said, "Luo Yao, you don't have to worry about us. Thank you for your invitation. Today, let's go. I'll see you again." He will not deal with other people's family affairs. Soon, Yi Chen and Duan Huayan and others came to the outside. Several people look around, incomparably at a loss. Danshu town is very big, but there is no place for them. No one has been here. Of course, Yi Chen doesn't blame Luo Yao. She can't control it. At least Luo Yao did her best. Xiaobi, with a sad face and a long sigh, said to Duan Huayan, "Master, what shall we do next?" back to Qingxian Peak? Duan Huaiyan looked at Yi Chen. Disciple, what do you think? Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Am, quite helpless. At this time, an old voice came from the Samsara cemetery. It's Lin Qingxian. Disciple, since you are near Danshu Tower, you can help me meet an old friend. I just don't know if that person is still alive. If you are alive, you may be able to teach me the way of healing God with me, which can also help you. Master, where is this man? I'll go now. Yi Chen excited way. At least he can have a foothold here. Then, Lin Qingxuan's faint voice fell. Can you see the tower in the distance? This man is in the Danshu Tower. Yi Chen was stunned. He never thought that the guy was in Danshu Tower. But Danshu Tower is a forbidden area in this area. How difficult it is to go up there. Master, how many years has it been? Are you sure he hasn't changed places? Yi Chen still asked. At this moment, Lin Qingxian was somewhat uncertain. Although I am in the Samsara cemetery, I can feel some breath of that person, but the breath is too weak. I don't know if it is me. The name of this person is Lin Yuan. In ancient times, I once told him how much Dan he was. If he didn't follow the merciless way, he would naturally recognize me. This name should be very few people know. You say these two words, if he remembers, will naturally come to see you. You might as well go and try it. If he is really missing, I will think that Lin Qingxian has never met this person in my life. What's more, you can find that the tomb of Samsara is shaking. I'm afraid that the power that can trigger the tomb of Samsara is also in the Danshu Tower. As for the energy, I'm not sure. Lin Qingxuan's words startled humanity. Chapter 865. Yi Chen looks at Danshu Tower. His eyes are extremely dignified. He could feel the constant threat of Danshu Tower, and anyone who came near would die. But this time, even for the sake of reincarnation, he has to go once. Duan Huaiyan saw Yi Chen's hesitation and said, Disciple, it's very difficult for Danshu Town to enter once. All respect from the heart, otherwise it will be very difficult for us to come in next time. Yi Chen slowed down his mind and said seriously, Master, I want to go to Danshu Tower and find someone. When Duan Huaiyan heard this, his expression was very strange. He knows Yi Chen better than anyone else. Yi Chen was brought into Danshu Tower from China. According to Yi Chen's identity and status, it is obviously impossible to know the existence of Danshu Tower. He wanted to ask something, but he didn't say it in the end. Disciple, in this case, let's go to the outside of Danshu Tower and have a look. Good. The party headed for Danshu Tower. Along the way, passers-by's eyes were not good. Obviously, there were some accidents. How could such a group of people come into such an important place? In Danshu Town, either the master of Dan or the strong one of martial arts. The top Dan masters will flow with the breath of Dan Dao, which is extremely easy to distinguish. And none of them. However, most people only stay on Yi Chen and others for a few seconds without thinking about it. In their eyes, a few mole ants may have been brought to visit by some great energy. At the same time, Kunlun Su is a magnificent building. Mr. Jingshui stands on the roof of a 4-story building. Tap your toes and land on the top of the house. There are 6 people behind him. Their expressions are strange. They dare not breathe. Mr. Jingshui, with his back to 6 people, looks hidden. All of a sudden, he said, You should know what I came to you for. There are some things that I think have already been reported in the newspapers. As soon as this word comes out, 6 people's facial expressions change greatly. Mr. Lian Chen, one of the elders, was willing to take out the master's clothes. How dare this man slap his master? He deserves to die. Even if you escape to Danshu Tower. Lu Yun is obviously angry, and his eyes are full of incomparable determination. Another middle-aged man also stood up and half knelt down. Master, senior brother Liu Yun's identity is special, so it's definitely limited to enter Danshu Tower. Let's let my disciples go. I have some contacts with Chui's family of Danshu Tower. Chui's family has been providing pills for our clan. If we use the influence of Chui's family, we can win Yi Chen. The other 4 also expressed their views. But Mr. Jingshui turned around, shook his head and said, "I'm not looking for you to kill Yi Chen. He is going to die after all. We have agreed on the battle of life and death in 2 months' time. You are not required to do so." Lu Yun sneered and said, "Master, this little beast doesn't know how to live or die. He wants to shake the master in 2 months. It's harder than going to heaven. By the way, since it is not to kill Yi Chen, why did the master come to us?" With a wave of Mr. Jingshui's sleeve, a file bag appeared in front of everyone. It is written in simplified Chinese characters with the seal of a certain department in China. "Master, is this?" Some people wonder. Mr. Jingshui explained, "This is some information that I sent to Huaxia to get. This time, the Zadabi of Kunlun is not totally without harvest. Yi Chen of the medical god gate was just a waste. He has only been in martial arts for 5 or 6 years. He is even more common. According to the principle, it is difficult for him to break through the Xinyu state. But now, this boy has not only broken through the Xinyu state, but also there is absolutely a problem in shaking the strong people who return to the virtual state. I have fought with him. Although he has entered the Holy Land, the means are uneven and should not be underestimated. And the most important thing is that there is a spirit beast against the heaven around this boy. I have checked ancient books, but there is no trace of this spirit beast, as if it has never appeared on the earth. I asked you to come today, just want you to put down everything and investigate Yi Chen. From Huaxia to Kunlun Su. From the 18th generation of ancestors to investigate. There is a big secret in this boy. If this secret is under my control, then from now on, Kunlun Su will take me as king." At this moment, Mr. Jingshui's eyes are only greedy and crazy. 6 people looked at each other, naturally agreed to come down. "Master, give us a few days' time, we must integrate the news, hand over." Mr. Jingshui nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "In this case, let's go. If there is no good news to bring back, you don't have to come back." Hearing this, 6 people's faces produced a trace of fear, repeatedly assured. After the 6 disappeared, Mr. Jingshui was the only one left between heaven and earth. He looked towards the Danshu Tower, and his eyes twinkled with an imperceptible killing intention. "Yi Chen, the door of medical god. Those who offend me will die miserably, and this time it will be extremely miserable." The picture turns, and Yi Chen takes the medical god gate, and finally all come to the Danshu Tower. Not close, but a strong pressure is shrouded, making it difficult to breathe. "Master, I feel bad." Xiaobi looks pale and says with difficulty. Even Lao Shui didn't dare to get closer. Yi Chen naturally understood and said to Duan Huayan, "Master, you wait here. I will come when I go." Duan Huayan nodded and glanced at the guards at the gate of Danshu Pagoda, but he still reminded him, "Apprentice, you are not familiar with the place of life here. Try not to have conflicts." "I understand." Yi Chen no longer hesitates, and goes to the entrance of Danshu Tower. Before going a few steps, another voice sounded from the Samsara cemetery, "Disciple, if you ask other people this name, I suggest you change your face a little bit. After all, it involves ancient things. If someone with a heart finds out, it will be dangerous for you." Yi Chen nodded. Naturally he would not be so silly, he changed his appearance into Yi Shutian directly. This place is different from the outside, and few people know Yi Shaotian. No doubt the best face. Danshu Tower has only one entrance, but only 2 people guard the entrance. There are 2 cane chairs on the left and right. 2 old men who don't know the depth of their accomplishments are sitting on the cane chair, with their legs up and their fans swinging. It's very leisurely. Of course, Yi Chen did not dare to despise him. He could feel that although the 2 elders closed their eyes, their spiritual knowledge had already spread. All of Zhou Wei's life has nothing to hide. Several middle-aged men who entered with a token were extremely respectful to the 2 old men. A few of Dan's teachers were very careful. But the 2 old men were impatient with everyone. "Don't get up. Don't talk." Chapter 866. Facing the enthusiasm of the people, they just wave their hands and drive people impatiently. It's like chasing flies. They have been guarding this place for many years, so they naturally have this qualification. Those strong and dancer face two people like this, no complaints, but a smile on their faces, but budding nod. Irong Cheng Yi killed the sky. Yi Chen came to the two elders, arched his hands, just wanted to speak, a indifferent voice came directly. Is there a token? I have not. I just want to ask. Yi Chen's words have not finished, one of the gatekeeper's fingers a flick, a wave of mad surge. This air wave is like a sharp arrow, extremely cold. It's even killing. No doubt about it. Well, since there is no such thing, go away. Without a token, you can't get close to Danshu Tower for 20 meters. It's a rule unchanged for thousands of years. If you violate it, kill it. Yi Chen looked at the strong chi, his face changed slightly, and he ran the skill quickly. One punch. 10,000 Buddha's Vajra fist. Buddha's light is full, and the golden meaning is full of the whole fist. The golden rune moves in the hand. He even has the advantages of this boxing. If he is proficient in physical training, it will shake mountains and rivers. Even split the ground 100 meters. Bang! The two forces suddenly collide, and Yi Chen's blood suddenly surges up, and the whole person retreats for a full 3 steps to barely stabilize his body. And the old man who started it was obviously surprised. After all, he had already seen Yi Chen's cultivation, even the ridge of the Holy King's realm had not crossed, and there was no difference between him and mole ants. But this mole ant actually withstood this blow? Why is this power a little bit? What does Jigang Buddhism mean? Seeing this, the old man was surprised. Then he looked at Yi Chen with interest and said, "Who taught you this boxing technique? What is the door behind you? Say it." The old man knew that Yi Chen's boxing was not mastered by many schools in Kunlun. Even some of the charm of ancient martial arts. Yi Chen's eyes were firm and resolute. Naturally, it was impossible to tell Mo Ninger. He replied, "The martial arts are the secrets of martial arts. Do you have to tell them? I'm afraid that's not right." The old man didn't expect Yi Chen to dare to contradict himself. For so many years, which one was not careful to serve them? A kid who has entered the peak of the Holy Land. Do you really think it's the heaven here? Ambitious people. Ridiculous. He stood up and just wanted to point out, but another old man with long hair stood up and grabbed his hand. Lao Yang, it's too hard to fight with a younger generation. Don't you find that he doesn't have a bit of Dan spirit? And his strength is just entering the Holy Land. Obviously, it can't be the people near Danshu Tower. It's estimated that it was brought in by others. If you do something to such a small generation, it will make our Danshu Tower's reputation stink. The old man was kind, and then said to Yi Chen, "Boy, you can go back where you come from. The regulations of Danshu Tower can't be broken. You can't get through this door without a token and without any introduction. Also, Lao Yang's temper is very hot. If you don't go, I can't help you." The words of the old man with long hair fell down and released his hand. Lao Yang snorted coldly, "Boy, don't go away. You're lucky this time. If old Fong hadn't saved your life, you might have been a cold corpse." Obviously, the kind-hearted old man with long hair is old Fong. They thought Yi Chen would leave obediently, but they didn't expect the latter to take a step instead. Lao Yang was completely angry, "Boy, don't you ignore my words. If you don't go, no one can save you." Even old Fong shook his head and did not intend to persuade him. Opportunity he only gives once, if do not cherish, can't help him. But Yi Chen looked at Fong and said, "Master Fong, I'm not here to enter Danta, but to find someone." Looking for someone? Hearing these 2 words, the 2 old gatekeepers were confused. It's the first time they've been here for so many years. Lao Yang sneered, "Boy, are you going to waste our time? It's not here to find someone. Roll on." Fong waved his hand and stopped Lao Yang's intention. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still asked, "Little brother, for the sake of your unfamiliar place of life, say it. If we know it, we will tell you." Yi Chen is happy in his heart. He has a good feeling for this old Fong. He even says, Master Fong, his name is Ling Yuan. He says he lives in this Danshu tower. I don't know if there is one in it. Hearing this, the two old gatekeepers turned extremely strange. The name of Ling Yuan is unheard of. As for living in the Danshu tower, let alone. Only one person in the whole Danshu tower is eligible to live on the first floor. But this one is not called Ling Yuan at all. Nonsense. Lao Yang waved his hand and became more and more impatient and said, don't mention Danshu tower. There is no such name in the whole 10 miles, let alone in it. Okay, that's all. You can go now. Don't challenge my bottom line. Old Fong also looked at Yi Chen and nodded. Lao Yang is right. There is no such person here. You should find the wrong one. Please go back. Yi Chen sighs. The clue is completely interrupted. If there is no such person here, it is Lin Qingxuan's mistake. It may even have disappeared into the world. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Yi Chen went directly to the direction of all the people in the door of Medical God. Now I can only walk step by step. Since I can't hold my thigh, I'd better find a place as my foothold. After Yi Chen and Duan Huayan and others left, Lao Yang said to each other, Lao Fong, why did you come out of the west today and defend that boy everywhere? Do you have a crush on that boy and want to recruit him? I can remind you, that boy is a fan root. In Kunlun Su, he is just like a waste. Whoever takes this apprentice is doomed for 8 generations. Looking at Yi Chen's disappearing figure, old Fong murmured, that boy's fist just now is a kind of Buddhist boxing. You can see that. I've been a Buddhist for many years. Although I've been a Buddhist for many years, I still have some feelings. That's what helped the boy. In other words, I haven't seen such a Buddhist disciple for a long time, and I don't know where this guy comes from. Lao Yang then suddenly, yes, but judging from the strength of the boy, it is estimated that his position in Buddhism is not high. Don't worry about it. From now on, it is estimated that he will be a passerby for us. There are many dangers around Danshu Tower. If the boy wanders around again, he may be killed one day. He is not stable recently. Before they finished speaking, suddenly, there was a change in Danshu Tower behind them. The whole world seemed to shake. There are many visions. A strong smell of medicine overflowed. With a touch of golden light. Chapter 867. Lao Yang and Fong Lao changed their faces and looked at each other. Chi Chi exclaimed, Lingya Danzan has refined an ancient pill. Look at this breath, the grade is extremely high. I'm afraid this is the 5th time this month for Lingyi Danzuan. Come on, let's go to celebrate with Dan Zun. Maybe Lingyi Danzuan can give us some waste pills. 2 people directly into it, at the same time forced out 2 drops of blood essence, Danshu Tower door completely sealed. Everything is silent. A few seconds later, Lao Yang and Fong Lao came to the first floor of a stone chamber inlaid with gold lines, and the stone door opened. Inside the stone chamber, there was some darkness. And an old man with a fairyland is in front of a Dan Ding, controlling the fire. It's the spirit Dan Zun in their mouth. The flame was gradually extinguished, and Linjiden Zun opened his eyes, his thin fingers gently grasped, and 6 pills were suspended in the palm of his hand. Only one of the 6 was shining brightly. Obviously, all 5 of them are waste pills. 2 old gatekeepers came in with a smile, My lord, we are here again. I wish Dan Zun another Dan. The expression of 2 people should be more flattering and flattering, which is in sharp contrast to the appearance when they are outside. Only because they have been the doorman of Lingyi Danzuan for so many years. What is a doorman? It's the presence of keeping the door. In ancient times, they were people with extremely low status. If you don't always have the spirit of a Dan Zun to eat, coupled with practice, how can you have the present cultivation? Lingyi Dan Zun glanced at 2 people and said, You are on time. We have been with adults for so many years, but we still have this understanding. Lao Yang was embarrassed to smile and even scratched his head. In front of Lingyi Danzuan, he is like a child. Lingyi Danzuan gently swung his right hand, and the 5 waste pills were suspended in the palm of his hand. Then, he flew out. These 5 waste pills, you can divide them. However, the refined pills are special and have strong efficacy. Pay attention to protect your body when you take them. Lao Yang and Fong Lao see the pills flying, shortness of breath, body breath surging, directly open grab. They both got 2, and even planned to fight for the other. Ling Yi Dan Zun shook his head helplessly, and said, "Don't fight. If you want to fight, you can go out to fight. I'll continue to shut up." Lao Yang and Fong did not dare to say anything more, so they quickly closed their hands and planned to retreat. But before taking a few steps, Ling Yi Dan Zun thought of something. "By the way, what important things have happened recently? Did anyone break the tower record?" The two stopped, and Lao Yang explained, "Mr. Qi, there's nothing too big recently. As for the tower breaking, the boy of Chui's family broke several floors a few days ago, but it's still far from breaking the record. In recent years, apart from the boy of Chui's family, there is no Dan Dao talent coming out." Hearing this, Ling Yidanzan sighed and murmured, "The decline of the world is not the time of ancient times. It is more and more difficult to break the record in the future. Alas, everything is destiny. We can only live by this Danshu tower." Since the disappearance of the great master Qing Xian, the martial arts have been dominating the country, and the same pulse of medical ethics has made Dan Dao earn some face. Ling Yi Danzuan turned around and looked out the window at the sky. He sighed, "Lord Qing Xian, if you hadn't ordered Ling Yuan in those years, or Su Danshu Tower, I couldn't keep it." After feeling, Lin Jidan Zun turned to the 2 humanitarians, "Step down, next, I'll shut up for a year, no one can disturb." Lao Yang directly turned to leave, but a few seconds later, he found something wrong. He turned his head and looked at Mr. Fong. "Lao Fong, what's wrong?" "I'm leaving." But at the moment, old Fong is just like petrifaction. Can't move. His expression is extremely frightening. Weird. It's like seeing something impossible. Because he heard a few words. "Ling Yuan. Isn't this the man the young man was looking for just now? How can the key be said from the mouth of Ling Yi Danzuan? He's short of breath. Even some can't breathe." Ling Yi Danzuan naturally found Fong's eccentricity and said in a cold voice, "I asked you to step down. Can't you hear me?" His voice was cold. He doesn't like this kind of doorman, so ungrateful. Lao Yang felt that Ling Yi Danzun's face was not right, so he quickly pulled Fong Lao out. But Mr. Fong, like a sculpture, refused to leave. Ling Yi Danzun waved his sleeve and angrily said, "You really think you have been with me for so many years? I dare not expel you out. Let's go, Lao Fong. You don't want to die." Lao Yang urged softly. But old Fong still did not move like a mountain. He wanted to talk, but found that his brain was blank. Looking for death. Ling Yi Danzuan 5 fingers empty grip, hands sacrifice a silver needle directly shoot out. How about killing such an indefatigable servant? When the silver needle was about to touch Fong Lao, the latter's eyes widened and finally said, "Ling Yuan. Your name is Ling Yuan." Silver needle stops instantly. Suspended in front of Fong Lao Mian 1 centimeter. The expression of Ling Yi Dan Zun is very strange. He didn't expect that old Fong should call this name. That's his nickname. And only one person knows. That's Lin Qingxian. Because this name is Lin Qingxian for him. After Lin Qingxian disappeared, he changed his name to Ling Yi. This is also to pay tribute to Lin Qingxian. Lin Jidan revered God, and the other side said, "Do you know what sin it is to call my name?" Plop. Old Fong knelt down on the ground directly, and his expression was excited. He said, "Your honor is wronged. How dare you call adults names?" But just now, there was a young man outside looking for a man named Ling Yuan, and he said, "Ling Yuan is in Danshu Tower." Boom! Ling Yidanzan's brain seems to be bombed by shells. His eyes are wide, as if to burst the eyeball. The body is more violent, shaking up. He was sure that no one could know his name except Lin Qingxian. No way. In an instant, the figure twinkles. Lingy Danzuan directly came to Fong Lao and lifted him up. The breath on the body is extremely violent, even the sight of Lao Yang is also spit out a mouthful of blood. Visible power. What are you talking about? Someone was looking for Ling Yuan just now. Where is this man? Come on. Tell me. Can he not be excited? Qing Xian disappeared suddenly in ancient times. Everyone thought that Lin Qing Xian had fallen. But he always firmly believed that Lord Qing Xian must still be alive. He spent hundreds of years looking for it. No fruit. In the end, I can only hold the Danshu pagoda and live a gloomy life. But at the moment, he is to hear the news of Lin Qing Xian again. Can he not be excited? Chapter 868. Old Fong and Lao Yang looked different. They had no idea that the young man could make the great energy of Danshu Tower have such an attitude by saying a few words casually. They are cold behind their backs. In the heart is an uproar. Sayed Lingy Danzuan almost roared and didn't pay attention to the image at all. Fong and Yang quickly extended their fingers to the outside. 10 minutes ago, he just left and disappeared. Pa! Fong Lao was pitilessly thrown out, and then Lingy Danzun rushed out. Look flustered and nervous. At the same time, outside the Danshu Tower, Luo Wuyuan comes to the door of Danshu Tower with the grim-faced Luo Yao. Luo Wuyuan looked at her daughter and said seriously, "As my daughter, if you want to control your marriage only through this Danshu Tower. If your achievements on Danshu Tower exceed those of Cui family, I will unilaterally break the contract. That's my limit." Luo Yao glared at Luo Wuyuan. "Dad, one thing comes back to one code. What I'm angry about is that you drove away Mr. Yi, my friend. He is a stranger here, but I promised to take care of them. If you drive them out, what will they think of me?" Luo Wuyuan heard his daughter mention the fan root boy again, his face pulled down. "You are all grown up, can't your eyes wipe the bright spot? The kid's killing breath is very strong. He doesn't look like an alchemist. Even if he really knows alchemy and doesn't focus on Dan, what can he achieve in the future? I'm from the past, I can see at a glance whether a person has talent. As for the boy named Yi Chen, I firmly disagree with you. Not even to be friends. This boy is not worthy of my Luo family. Never." With that, Luo Wuyuan said in a soft voice. "Okay, you can go in with me and try to break through several floors. However, we should pay attention to one place on the first floor. It is the place where Linjiden reverence is closed, which is the general existence of the whole Danshu Tower forbidden area." Luo Yao snorted coldly and gambled, "Dad, if you don't get Yichen back, I'll go to harass what's called Lingy Danzuan. Then I'll see what you do." Luo Wuyuan saw that her daughter was so bold. She waved her hand and just wanted to slap her hand down. A strong wind came suddenly. Luo Wuyuan's face changed greatly, and he found that Danshu Tower didn't have those two adults to guard today. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of it. Too fast. The powerful air wave sweeps, is to drive the sky-black cloud pressure city. What a strong man this is. Luo Wuyuan expression panic. At the same time, the raging air waves through the body of two people. He and Luo Yao retreated more than 10 steps and spat out blood. Luo Wuyuan heart angry, just want to say what, but found that the figure stopped. When he saw the owner of the figure, his heart suddenly stopped, more like a hammer hit hard on the chest. He shook his lips. Plop. Quickly pull daughter kneeling together, spirit Lingy Danzuan. He never thought that the mysterious spirit of a Danzun would come out. There are only a few people in Kunlun who have seen this power with their own eyes. He suddenly thought of his daughter's words. His face turned pale and he quickly kowtowed, "My lord, my daughter's words just now were offensive. It's really not intentional. Please calm down." Lingy Danzun glanced at Luo Wuyuan and said in a cold voice, "Can you see a young man leave here?" No. Language down, the spirit of a Danzun body will tip light, the whole person toward the distance quickly swept away. Only 2 of them were left. "Dad, is this the legend of Kunlungsu?" He won't kill me. Luo Yao was a little flustered. After all, the strength of the old man was too shocking. Luo Wuyuan frowned. As the owner of the Luo family, he calmed down for a few minutes and said, Lingyadanzan should not have heard of it, otherwise we would have died long ago. Moreover, he seemed to be asking me about a young man. From his expression, he was very excited. I really can't think of anyone near Danshu Tower who can make Lingyi Danzuan so disrespectful. Is the pattern of Danshu Tower going to change? If we can make friends with this young man in advance, we will become the first Dandao family in Danshu Town. Unfortunately, I don't know who that young man is. At the same time, Yi Chen and the medical god Gate found a hotel and settled down temporarily. Naturally, he did not know that the so-called Ling Yuan was looking for himself. If he did, he would stay outside Danshu Tower. The words of the two old men are very clear. The name of Danshu Tower is not Ling Yuan. Judging from the old man's expression, it doesn't look like cheating. I'm afraid that with the loss of time, the Ling Yuan in Lin Qingxuan's mouth has already fallen. As for the breath inside, it should be a coffin. Xiaobi has already started to refine pills in the house. Entering the Danshu Tower area, she has learned a lot about Dan Dao. This is an opportunity. Naturally, she has to work hard. Lao Chui began to practice, and his master Duan Huayan personally guided him. For so many years, Duan Huayan has not taught his apprentice martial arts. He has some debts in his heart. Naturally, he should take this opportunity to compensate. As for Yi Chen, he was not worried at all. He knows that Yi Chen's martial arts and combat skills are far more advanced than he can teach. At the moment, Yi Chen is standing in front of the French window of the room, staring at Danshu Tower blankly. Since there is no clue to Ling Yuan, we can only find some energy that can arouse the remaining great energy of Reincarnation Cemetery. Unfortunately, without a token, he could not pass the gatekeeper's pass, let alone enter the Danshu Tower. In Yi Chen's agony, there is a rustling sound behind him. Yi Chen turns his head and finds that Xiao Huang has already woken up and stretched. You are so good at sleeping, I wonder if you have narcolepsy. It's a pity that I only know how to cure people's diseases. I really can't help you, an ancient monster like you. Yi Chen sighed. After all, when I go to sleep, I can only use my body for a long time. After all, I don't need to use my strength for a long time. Sleep can also be beauty. Yi Chen almost spits out old blood. All of a sudden, Xiao Huang's different pupils twinkled with light, and it was more directly standing on Yi Chen's shoulder. I found a good thing, you come with me. The next second, Xiao Huang, covered with lightning, directly rushed out, did not give Yi Chen room to discuss. Yi Chen's face changed slightly, and he went out in a hurry. 5 minutes later, Xiao Huang finally stopped in front of a stall. Extremely serious. Chapter 869. The stall is very large, with more than a dozen dan ding. The size and material of the tripod are different. These tripods are engraved with various runes, which are of good grade. If you put it outside, you'll be robbed. But here, it's a bit cold. After all, the most important thing here is Dan Ding. The owner of the stall is a middle-aged man in his 50s. He has a beer belly, thin hair and a smile on his mouth. He looks very smart. Yi Chen picked up Xiao Huang and said in a low voice, "What are you doing so fast?" The stall owner was also happy and said, "Little brother, your pet is very handsome, especially the eyes." What kind of pet I haven't seen in Kunlun? Xiao Huang just wanted to speak, he was covered by Yi Chen. He knows that if Xiao Huang talks now, the whole Kunlun Su will be crazy. Talking spirit beast, and so young, is a person can see that Xiao Huang has ancient blood. Yi Chen smiles and explains awkwardly, "My wife, this is brought by my Chinese friend. It is said that it was born by the cross between orange cat and foreign breed." Hearing this, Xiao Huang trembled with anger, and glanced at Yi Chen, apparently believing that Yi Chen had tarnished its ancient blood. Especially the word mating makes it extremely uncomfortable. It wants to struggle, but is held by Yi Chen. The stall owner didn't see the difference between them. He nodded suddenly. "Huaxia, I know, is a good place. I went out once in more than 10 years. There is a place called the capital city, where there are many beautiful women, but the aura is too thin for cultivation. Most women don't have the temperament of Kunlun," he said, with a dreamy smile on his lips. "By the way, little brother, since you've come to my stall, it's also a fate. If you buy things here today, I'll give you a 10% discount." The stall owner was obviously a little shrewd and began to do business. Yichen Gang wants to refuse, but Xiao Huang sends a voice to his mind, "Don't cover my mouth, I won't speak in front of outsiders. Also, can you see the broken tripod that the guy is sitting on? Be sure to take it down. As for the reason, I'll explain it to you later." Yichen glanced at that thing and felt ordinary. I really don't know why Xiao Huang is so committed. Although he was puzzled, he pretended to look around, then pointed to the broken tripod on the owner and said, "Boss, the things under you look like some rims. Some of them are similar to those made by my grandfather. Unfortunately, after my grandfather died, it was also broken. Can you sell it to me as a souvenir?" The stall owner obviously didn't expect that someone would take a fancy to his worthless things. He quickly stood up with his eyes slightly narrowed, "Little brother, my things are not worth money, are you sure you don't look at the others?" Yichen shook his head, "Just that, I don't know how to make pills. It's useless to buy a tripod. It's better to buy one to collect and play." The stall owner is also shrewd, "Little brother, okay, but although this thing is not valuable, it is also very important to me. If you really want to take it, at least one top-grade basalt will do." Yichen frowned, and the value of top-grade basaltic stone was very high. The owner of the stall opened his mouth. He was just about to make a counter-offer when Xiao Huang's voice rang out, "Don't bargain. On this price, I feel that there's a bad breath coming. Take it first and then." Yichen doesn't talk nonsense and directly takes out a top-grade basalt stone. The master's eyes brightened, rubbed his hands and took the stone, and said, "That little brother, this thing is yours. I like to deal with people like you." The stall owner's 5 fingers clasped the Dan Ding, just wanted to give it to Yichen, but a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Sorry, I'll take this one." A white hand directly patted on the top of the Dan Ding, gently pressed, it fell steadily on the ground. Yichen turns his head and finds that the man who is talking is Cui Ruicheng, who was seen in Luo's house today. The point is, isn't this guy shut down by his father? How can he be here? Cui Ruicheng took a look at Yichen and snorted coldly. He said to the stall owner, "How much is the price of this boy?" "I'll give it 10 times. The stall owner naturally recognized Cui Ruicheng. His face changed slightly. He said respectfully, "It's Cui Xiao. If Cui Xiao wants this, I'll give it to Cui Xiao." With that, the stall owner just wanted to hold on to the Dan Ding, and Yichen held out his hand. The power of the blood dragon suddenly broke out and directly took the Dan Ding over. "Take my money, it should belong to me. There is no reason to give it to others." The stall owner smiles and reaches out his hand. He wants to teach Yichen the Xianqi in his hand, but he is photographed directly by Yichen. The stall owner's hands suddenly lost their direction, and the whole person stumbled backward. Yichen directly throws the damaged Dan Ding into the Samsara cemetery. "Throw away." From the moment the stall owner received his money, it was his Yichen's things, no one is qualified to accept. Even in Danshu. "Stop!" Cui Ruicheng's cold voice rang through. At the same time, a figure is in front of Yichen. Cui Ruicheng has been immersed in alchemy for more than 10 years. He is not too deep in martial arts and is barely at the peak of returning to emptiness. If he spent a little time on martial arts, the virtual kingdom would not be too difficult. Face Yichen, naturally not afraid. Today, it's not a shame to see him in Luoyao's house. Luoyao refused to see herself, but she was with this man. For him, it can't be tolerated. Even in his eyes, Luoyao is already his woman, who dares to spy on him. You have to pay the price of bleeding. He is in Danshu town. He has enough right to speak. Yichen looked at Cui Ruicheng in front of him, and his eyes were cold. "It seems that you did it on purpose. I don't think I've offended you." Chui Ruiqing snorted coldly, "It doesn't matter if you offend me. What's important is that your eyes make me look uncomfortable. In this case, I'll dig it out." In a flash, Chui Rui moved, 2 points out, a purple light around. At the moment of stabbing into Yi Chen's eyes, Yi Chen shook his head. "Do you really think your realm is your dependence? Ridiculous." Yi Chen's 5 fingers stretch out like a 5-handled steel knife, cutting through the air. Firmly buckled on Chui Ruiqing's wrist. Chui Ruiqing was surprised to find that all his strength had disappeared. "How could it be?" he exclaimed. He didn't know how Yi Chen had come this way. Yi Chen a lunge, body forward. Shoulder like a mountain of general pressure and go. Iron Mountain. When the shoulder touches Chui Ruiqing's body, Chui Ruiqing only feels crushed by a violent machine. Click, click, click. There are many broken bones in his chest. Even a mouthful of blood. The whole person flies upside down. Bang! The height of 1.8 meters smashed on the many dan ding of the stall. Several red tripods burst into pieces. Chapter 870. Chui Ruiqing groans in pain. He was spitting blood out of his mouth. Never been in such a mess. His heart is covered with blood. He wanted to get up, only to find a force of authority over him. He is not qualified at all. The smart stall owner's face is even more pale. He didn't even dare to move. He wanted to help Chui Ruiqing, but when he saw Yi Chen, he was completely frightened. No one would have thought that the genius of the Chui family could not hold up a move in front of a boy entering the Holy Land. He didn't expect the boy to be so cruel. It's just a monster. The key is that the boy is crazy. Even the child of the Chui family of Dandao family dares to move. This is the heart of Chui Yuan. If you offend the Chui family, the boy will be blocked by the whole Danshu town. Who can bear Chui Yuan's anger? You know who I am, little beast. You dare to touch me, I will kill you. Chui Ruiqing roared, but soon, Yi Chen's cold to bone marrow eyes fell on his body. Yi Chen said word by word, "If you want to trouble me, I'll be with you at any time. But you first think about the price. Next time, it's not as simple as breaking a few bones, but it's killing you." Finish saying, Yi Chen leaves directly. He knew it would not end well, but he was not wrong. Even if he did it again, he would. If the Chui family really wants to trouble himself, he is not afraid. Some things can't escape. If it is doomed to be a disaster in his life, resist it. Chui Ruiqing was scared to speak when he saw the cold eyes. Although he is arrogant and has enough qualifications here, there is a big gap in front of Yi Chen. How many talented people can't fight against the corpse of Dan Chen? After Yi Chen left, the stall owner responded and quickly helped Chui Ruiqing up. "Chui Xiao, do you have anything to do?" Chui Ruiqing pushes the stall owner aside and swallows a pill to heal for a moment. When the injury was completely stable, he went to the Chui family step by step. "Good. Good. Good. If you dare to challenge my Chui family, I will let you feel what is the real nightmare." Yi Chen did not return to the original hotel. He could feel several pairs of eyes staring at himself behind him. If we go to make peace with Master and others now, it will undoubtedly harm them. He opened another room to live in. When the door was closed, he took out the broken tripod and looked at Xiao Huang with interest. "It's this thing that caused me a big trouble. Should you explain something?" Xiao Huang jumps gently to the top of the broken tripod, and the power of thunder breaks out. The endless thunder instantly wrapped the whole tripod like a big net. Suddenly, under the naked eye, Yi Chen found that the surface of the dan ding began to fall off. After that, it became incomparably brand new under the god thunder. An ancient breath is surging out. The whole house was even covered with a smell of medicine. Yi Chen felt relaxed and happy, and even his understanding of Dan was deepened a little bit. He breathes fast and stares at Dan Ding. He is sure that this thing is not ordinary. How did Xiao Huang find out? Aware of Yi Chen's doubts, Xiao Huang explained, "My blood comes from ancient times. I have a keen intuition about some things in ancient times. I can't tell the specific use of my red pupil, but I just noticed something. It's just like it seems to have the power of prophecy. Yi Chen Zheng, expression some strange. He knew that the little yellow and blue pupil represented the power of God Thunder, but he never knew the function of the little yellow-red pupil. Now it seems that the red pupil's ability far surpasses the God Thunder. Xiao Huang jumped down from the tripod and looked at a mural on the outside of the tripod. If you look here again, don't you think the murals on the surface of the Dan Ding are very familiar? Yi Chen's mouth Suna congeals, dead falls in Dan Ding's side. When he saw the picture, he grew up his mouth, an incredible picture. Because there was a young man sitting cross-legged on the tripod, refining pills. He is surrounded by a blood dragon. The eyebrow center is overflowing a raging flame. Blood dragon. The eternal fire in the center of eyebrows. Isn't this just yourself? The key point is how can there be its own picture on the tripod? What a coincidence. Xiao Huang took a serious look at Yi Chen and explained, some things are not as simple as you think. If I have not guessed wrong, there is more than one such picture. This kind of feeling is like someone is reminding you something in the dark. This is a big picture. From the moment you open the reincarnation graveyard, you are a chess piece of the overall situation. You are the most uncontrollable factor. Some people want you to win and others want you to lose. Yi Chen frowns tightly, just want to ask what, but Xiao Huang looks at a direction and says faintly, put the Dan Ding away first and study later. Now, some troubles are expected to come to you. And it's no small trouble. I went to sleep first. I was a little sleepy. Yi Chen naturally knows what Xiao Huang's so-called trouble is. It must be Chui's family. The key is that Xiao Huang is too ungrateful. Shouldn't she face it with herself? It's the trigger for the whole thing. When Yi Chen was thinking, a burst of noise came. The door of the room is broken. 6 old men standing outside the door. The killing plane spread. They stare at Yi Chen, and the cold sword in his hand is more direct. The blade points to Yi Chen and blocks all the escape routes of Yi Chen. A few seconds later, a young man appeared in Yi Chen's sight. It was Cui Ruicheng. Cui Ruicheng saw Yi Chen again, and his eyes burst into flames of hatred. He did not dare to continue to approach, hiding behind several old people, and said to Yi Chen word by word, you are still in the mood to stay in Danshu town. You know the status of my Cui family here. If you kneel down and apologize now, I will consider giving you a complete body. Yi Chen did not move, sitting on a chair, hands playing with a silver needle, no panic. But a light way, it seems that you didn't listen to what I said just now, right? Cui Ruicheng obviously didn't expect that this time, the boy still did not have any fear. Is it a fool? He also stopped talking nonsense and said to several old people around him, take this boy. I want to live. Those old people have not moved, but Yi Chen is the first to stand up, step by step toward the public. Let your father Cui Yuan come. Maybe we can meet you for the last time. A indifferent word slowly fell. Chapter 871. Cui Ruicheng and the 6 old men did not expect Yi Chen to be so arrogant when he died. My father is not what ordinary people want to see. The key is that this kid is not qualified at all. He snorted, little beast, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Don't you think that in front of these strong men, there is still the possibility of fighting back? It's ridiculous that I still want to see my father. Do it. Discard his hands and feet. If you resist, kill him directly. Cui Ruicheng has absolute confidence, these 6 old people are all above the virtual king realm. If so many people can't deal with a boy who enters the Holy Land, it's really going to make people laugh. As for the reason why he was injured when he returned to the peak of Sioux State, it was very simple that he was still in Dandao and didn't dabble in martial arts. Even the realm depends on pills. In terms of combat skills, he is not Yi Chen's opponent. And these 6 were born to fight and crush everything. 6 old people naturally dare not despise, a few people instantly surrounded Yi Chen. The long sword is like autumn water, and the chill is blowing. The atmosphere of the hotel room suddenly solidified. There is a terrible killing machine in the air, just like a pair of invisible hands grasping at Yi Chen. He couldn't even breathe. The four walls cracked because of the pressure, but fortunately the hotel guests and all staff have been evacuated. Outside the hotel stood a dark crowd. Everyone knew that the Chui family of Danshu town was going to kill a man here. They all came to see the excitement. They did not have any regrets, but sneered. Because people in Danshu town know that some people are doomed to be untouched and provoked all their lives. Chui family is one of them. Kill! The 6 old men all drank furiously. Their momentum rose and they took their swords to Yi Chen. Kill the rise, visible terror. A strong sense of war is rushing towards Yi Chen like a strong wind. It seems that Yi Chen can be devoured at any time. Yi Chen eyes micro-mi, he does not want to cause trouble, but this matter is doomed to die. The Chui family is a big local family, which is a bottomless pit. In any case, he must eradicate this threat today. He flashed a light in his mind, the corner of his mouth outlined a smile, and then stepped out, the golden light of 5 fingers flowed, and the light of Buddha spread. The power of body refining and the power of blood dragon erupt together. Hit one of them directly. As for the king, he can only face the realm of emptiness. Yi Chen hits one of the old men's swords. The momentum of the whole body suddenly burst out, a blood-red light rushed out of the body. In a flash, the whole hotel room was full of wind and waves. The old man was smashed back on the spot, his body couldn't help falling back, and his face was full of fright. He really did not expect that the boy could burst out such a powerful force in front of him. At the same time, the remaining 5 swords are interlaced, just like a huge net blocking everything of Yi Chen. It seems to be an array composed of sword meaning. It's enough to kill ordinary people. But meet him Yi Chen, that is a joke. Yi Chen looked at the scene in front of him and shook his head. You don't know the array at all. Do you want to trap me? Ridiculous. Language down, Yi Chen stretched out a finger, suddenly point out. The power of the thunder twined on the fingers in an instant. The endless thunder and lightning shot out from the finger heart and fell on the sword net instantly. Boom! God thunder spread, sword sense broken. The hotel room was in a flash of wind and clouds, and the furniture was smashed. Those elders never thought Yi Chen could break their array so easily. Helpless, they can only retreat, a serious face. Looking at that motionless youth, there was a trace of excitement. At the moment, Yi Chen is under the gale, and his casual clothes are popping, which is impressive. Very oppressive. Since you want to play the array, I'll open your eyes. Ancient Air Thunder Array. Yi Chen roared, momentum towering, fingers forced out a drop of blood essence, quickly pinched Ju. They even took out 16 spirit stones from the Samsara cemetery. The spirit stone shoots at 16 different directions of the hotel room, burning instantaneously. A faint light column breaks through the hotel and goes straight to the sky. Above the light column, the lightning is surrounded, just like one after another of thunder ropes, twining to form a huge thunder array. Chui Ruicheng and 6 old people were wrapped in it. Chui Ruicheng's face changed a lot. He didn't think that Yi Chen could gather the array with great ease, he was a little flustered. You must find a way to break this array. Or, kill that kid right now. You don't need any hands left. I want you to dig out his heart, and then smash one bone at a time, and become a waste man from now on. Chui Ruicheng's voice almost roared. The 6 old men's eyes were slightly narrowed and their eyes were cold. They knew that the boy was not so easy to deal with. Plus this so-called Ancient Air Thunder Array, absolutely dangerous. The Ancient Air Thunder burst out suddenly, and a roaring sound came from it. Like a beast. Gather essence and blood, break the array, and kill this little beast. Good. Good. 6 drops of blood essence were shot out together, and their faces were full of madness. At the same time, the spirit sword in their 6 hands also flew out. Blood essence touching spirit sword. In an instant, the 6 swords seemed to turn into the Milky Way and rush down. Let people worship. Not only that, in the near Yi Chen time, actually generated the flame. The flames grew bigger and bigger, and even turned into a sea of fire to surround Yi Chen. "How dare you play with fire and sword in front of me? Are you sure?" Yi Chen step out, breath suddenly release. There is a flame in the center of the eyebrow, and the invisible pressure is released. The flames are spreading. The sea of fire seems to have seen something terrible and fled away one after another. They didn't expect things to go this way. Suddenly, a breath of ancient times enveloped the whole hotel room. Under the violent collision, the overflowing sword spirit will turn into hell on earth in an instant. The spirit sword that originally came to Yi Chen fell to the ground on the spot. Lost all aura. Turn into scrap iron. Get the hell out of here. Yi Chen a roar, trigger a technique. The only function of this technique is to make the spirit sword surrender. The momentum of the technique erupted. The countless swords that fell on the ground suddenly took off and even turned over. At this moment, for those spirit swords, Yi Chen is respected. Go! Another voice fell, and the spirit sword went to Cui Ruicheng and the 6 old men. The long river is broken. The wind roars. Everything is sweeping. The 6 old men and Cui Ruicheng were completely confused, just like crazy. Who would have thought that the boy was still in control of their swords? How could that be possible? Chapter 872. The spirit sword is made of war stone. You can only follow their orders in your life. But what is the explanation for all this at the moment? Seeing this scene, Cui Ruicheng's face became more and more pale. Thunder and lightning, flame and array chi had mastered the power of 3 moves with different attributes. It's impossible to put it in Kunlungsu. The key is that the boy is just a cultivation of entering the Holy Land. A group of waste, we Cui family raise you, this strength? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't take this boy, I'll let my father take you on the road. Panic spread, Cui Rui in front of several old people pushed out. He had no choice. He did not inform his father of this matter, nor did he take the elite of Cui's family. In his opinion, several old people in the early days of the Shuan kingdom were enough to cope with the current situation. But I never thought that it was useless at the beginning of the virtual kingdom. The key, this boy means endless. What's the origin of this guy? The 6 elders know that things can't end well, and they don't plan to use the sword. After all, this boy can control weapons. The shadow of boxing swept away. Yi Chen hums coldly, the fire that does not extinguish envelopes the whole body, a drop of blood essence points in the eyebrow heart, his momentum actually began to climb. But it's not the realm of cultivation. It's body building. His body is even more crackling sound. These 6 strong men can help him to extract the essence of the body. If you want to master the formula you are practicing, you can only accumulate it with 1 fist in your body. Bang! Yi Chen's fist fire and golden light diffuse, crazy blowout. Resist 6 with 1 man. Because Zhao Hualiantiju is a remnant of ancient times, Yi Chen is only the most important one. Obviously unable to cope with these 6 strong. He was full of blood and fists, but he didn't fall. At the moment, he is a madman, blood and violent feeling rushed out of the whole body. The more injured, the better his physical condition. How could this boy use us to train his body? One of the old men found something and exclaimed. After all, it is extremely rare in Kunlun. What's more, Yi Chen is already a cultivator, and the elixir field has become. It's very difficult to practice again. But Yi Chen at the moment is exactly so. Don't let this boy succeed. Once he breaks through with our body training, the consequences will be unimaginable. 6 Qijiaqiang people all step back, but they have long been closed by Yi Chen's array. Can't go back. The thunder and lightning meaning of the array boundary is not what they can bear. They just have to be brave enough to carry it. But how to resist it? Every time Yi Chen blows out his fist, a body refining light appears on the surface of his body. Obviously, it's going to break through in body refining. At this moment, Yi Chen is like a volcano. Volcanic eruption, the world without light, all things fall. With the thunder, it's unstoppable. Bang! 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 For 10 minutes, the 6 old people couldn't bear it anymore. They were exhausted and had no strength to fight back. "My lord, please let us go, we." Some people want to beg for mercy, but Yi Chen is the node of body refining breakthrough at this moment. How is it possible to stay? The most important thing is that he found that his way of killing was extremely suitable for the book, the determination of the body and the nature. Yi Chen blows his fist on the old man who is talking and penetrates in an instant. The old man in the early stage of Empty King's state turns into a blood mist. The other 5 elders did not react from the shock, but found that the devil appeared again. Boom! The red light is blooming, the whole hotel is crumbling, and it is about to collapse. 4 of the 5 elders turned into a sea of blood on the spot. It's shocking. At the moment, only an old man and Cui Ruiqing were shivering in the corner. Their eyes are full of blood. Cui Ruiqing has been immersed in alchemy. He has never seen such a murderer. He wanted to leave. When he crossed the border, he was entangled by the thunder. The pain was extreme. The body was bounced back, but also fell to the ground. The next second a dark shadow appeared in front of him. Cui Ruiqing's body is stiff and chilly. He talks slowly and sees a pair of eyes like death. There is not a trace of waves and vitality. Gollum. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva deeply, just wanted to say something. Yi Chen's 5 fingers stretched out and clasped Cui Ruiqing's neck. A sense of suffocation came. "I gave you a chance before, do you remember?" Yi Chen's indifferent voice rings out. Cui Ruiqing tries to pat Yi Chen, but he finds that Yi Chen's hand is like a dead steel bar, unable to move. At the same time, a tremendous energy poured into his body, which shocked his internal organs. He did not have any extravagant expectations, to blame himself again and again look down on this boy. This gap in strength makes people almost despair. He even felt that Yi Chen's so-called entering the Holy Land was just an illusion. "Put after me, I can give it to you," Cui Ruiqing said with difficulty. Yi Chen shook his head. "I want your life, are you willing to give it?" Cui Ruiqing was stunned and his face was extremely ugly. When he thought he was dead, Yi Chen Meng threw Cui Ruiqing out. His body heavily hit the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood. At the end of the night, a crowd of people came to watch the scene. There was a cloud of smoke. Cui Ruiqing got up and took a look at the boundary of the array. He knew he couldn't leave. His life is in the hands of that young man. His eyes are like a hungry wolf. He wants Yi Chen to pay a painful price. "Wait a little longer, my father will know about it." Once his father took those elders of Cui's family to the hotel, he had the right to live. At this time, Yi Chen turned around, put out the smoke in his hand, and said to another living old man, "Do you want to live?" The old man trembled and nodded fiercely. He knelt down in front of Yi Chen. "I wish yes." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and his arm waved. The array boundary and the divine thunder disappeared. The old man is completely confused. He has seen Yi Chen's decisive killing, but how can such a person let him go easily? It's so unreasonable. "My lord, what do you want me to do?" I will never inform the owner. I will keep it a secret," he said. Yi Chen laughed and turned around and continued to look out of the window. A leisurely voice came, "On the contrary, I want you to bring Cui Yuan." "What?" Hearing this, not only Cui Rui became confused, but also the old man. What is this kid doing? Even Cui Yuan came here. When Cui Yuan comes, how can he still have the right to live? It's like pushing yourself into the fire. Chapter 873. My lord, you are not joking, sir, but... Yi Chen had no patience. He said directly, leave my sight in a minute. Besides, tell Cui Yuan that if I don't see him within half an hour, I will personally deliver his son's head to the door. Go away. The next moment, a huge wave swept through, the roar exploded, and the old man was lost. Only Yi Chen and Cui Ruiqing are left in the room. Very quiet. Cui Ruiqing wants to talk, but when he sees Yi Chen's eyes, he dare not say another word. This look, he is really afraid. He can only quietly shrink in the corner. How could he have been insulted in Danshu for so many years? He is the top Dan Zun in the future, most likely to break the Danshu Tower record. But now it's such a land. He was threatened by an alien Holy Land boy. If it is spread out, it is definitely a big school flower of Danshu town. It would be the biggest insult in his life. Even affect his heart of Dan Dao. While waiting, Yichen closed his eyes and felt the change of the body. He found that his pores drilled into something, into the blood. Then, his body was like a metamorphosis. It's like being reborn. As for the specific reason, he did not know. It is true that Zhaohua Liantiju is a remnant, but it is not ordinary. Mo Ninger is from ancient times, so it is impossible to give him something bad. Look old, can only wait until everything is over, ask Mo Ninger. Danshu Town, Chui's ancestral hall. At the moment, Chui Yuan is offering incense. He is extremely religious. This is what he has to do every day. The Chui family has a history of 800 years in Danshu Town, but it seems to have declined in his generation. Once brilliant, once became the first family of Danshu Town. The Naoyuo family was second only. Unfortunately, some things can't be controlled. Of course, the Chui family is still the first family in Danshu Town, but the situation is precarious. Fortunately, his son Chui Ruiqing has some talent above Dan Dao, which is his only hope. When Chui Ruiqing breaks the record of Danshu Tower, that is when his Chui family encroaches on Danshu Town. When the time comes, what will the Luo family count? That so-called Luoyao can only become their father and son's plaything. At this time, the gate of the ancestral hall was pushed open directly. Sir, something is wrong. Chui Yuan Mao's son a squint, empty a slap. This slap mercilessly hit an old man's body. The old man flew out on the spot. Be bold. This is the ancestral hall of the Chui family. What qualifications do you have to come in? The old man's face was flustered and he knelt down outside the ancestral hall. Master, the matter is too serious. I'm just like this. Please calm down. Chui Yuan snorted coldly, waved his sleeve and walked outside. He closed the gate of the ancestral hall. He looked down at the old man and said, "Say it. What's up? Is there something wrong with Danshu Tower?" The old man shook his head fiercely and looked at Chui Yuan with fear. He still said, "Master, the young master is in danger. He was hijacked." The hijacker said that if he could not see the master within half an hour, he came to the door with the head of the young master himself. What? Chui Yuan's face changed greatly and he lifted up the old man. If you lie to me, you know the price. The roaring sound rings in the old man's ear. The old man shook his head fiercely. Master, how dare I cheat you? Time is running out. Let's go, or we'll be late. Chui Yuan didn't dare to bet on his son's life. He seized the old man and plundered him to the outside. Very fast. Wherever you go, anyone who stands in the way is suddenly overturned, and there is no one to stop. Luo Wuyuan and Luo Yao are coming back from Danshu Tower in a carriage, ready to go home. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over the carriage. Luo Wuyuan's face changed slightly, thinking it was a killer. He drew out his sword and just wanted to start. But when he saw the figure in the center of the gale, his body was completely stiff. It's Chui Yuan. He knew Chui Yuan for many years. He knew Chui Yuan better than anyone else. Nothing can make him so flustered. If there is, it will be a great thing. Dad, what's the matter? Luo Yao poked out her head, quite curious. Luo Wuyuan, with her eyes slightly narrowed, jumped directly out of the carriage and went to the direction where Chui Yuan disappeared. Luo Yao, follow me. Come on, no matter what it is, he Luo family must know. It's about the situation in Danshu Town. And now, in the hotel. Yi Chen has already felt a breath sweeping. The aura of heaven and earth around him fluctuated. He stood up, put out the smoke, and walked towards Chui Ruiqing step by step. He took out a pill in his hand. This is a batch of pills refined with the help of the immortal lord. The pill in his hand is called Bumya Pit Dan, which is a highly toxic medicine developed by the immortal lord in the long years. In ancient times, the immortal lord bound some powerful people with this pill. After the immortal lord disappears, no one can refine the antidote except him. No one. Even in Danshu town, where Dan Dao is rampant, it is no exception. Open your mouth. Yi Chen Light Way. Chui Ruicheng is aware of the problem when he looks at the elixir in Yi Chen's hand. He is extremely sensitive to pills because of his talent for elixir. At one glance, he saw the oddness of the pills in Yi Chen's hands. Colorless and tasteless, he even found that the surface of the pill actually spilled black gas. This kind of pill is unheard of. It's definitely a problem. He closed his mouth, Yi Chen snorted coldly, and clapped on Chui Ruicheng's chin. The next second, the pill will be accurate into his mouth. Chui Ruicheng wants to spit out the pills, but he finds that the pills melt in the mouth. He feels like a black gas has penetrated into his body and controls everything. What are you feeding me? Chui Ruicheng said in a loud voice. Yi Chen laughs and doesn't speak. He grabs Chui Ruicheng and goes towards the roof of the hotel. And at this moment, the violent air wave suddenly falls. The onlookers under the hotel were scattered in an instant, and a startling roar was even more resounding. Boy! Give me my son! Chui Yuan's blood-red eyes are staring at Yi Chen. A cold knife is drawn out directly. Just ready to go towards Yi Chen, he finds that Yi Chen does not know when a sword appears in his hand. The sword is firmly placed in Chui Ruicheng's neck. Everything is in Yi Chen's plan. He looked down at Chui Yuan and said, "If you don't believe it, we can bet on it. Is it your sword or mine?" Language down, Chui Ruicheng's neck has appeared a bloodstain, blood exudation. Chapter 874. Chui Yuan's face changed greatly and he didn't dare to step closer. His face was ferocious and he said angrily, "Who is behind you, little beast? Why move my son Chui Yuan? What do you want to say together? My Chui family is absolutely satisfied with you." As soon as the words fell, two figures suddenly appeared. It is Luo Yuan and Luo Yao. When they saw Yi Chen and Chui Ruicheng on the roof, their faces were frightened, as if to see a ghost. Luo Yao had some surprise. After all, she found Yi Chen. But when she saw what was going on, her face was completely pale. What is Yi Chen doing? Yuan Rui doesn't dare to threaten Chui's life. Chui Yuan is regarded as the hero of the last party here. Even if he is threatened at the moment, does he really think he can leave here alive? Luo Wuyuan on one side snorted to Luo Yao coldly, "Luo Yao, do you still think that it is not a correct choice for me to drive Yi Chen away that day? How long has this boy been in? He has done such a ridiculous thing. I know Chui Yuan, Yi Chen will die today. A boy who doesn't know how to judge the situation and how to be patient can't make a difference, and he is not qualified to enter the Luo family." Luo Yao was pale. What did she think of? She rushed to Chui Yuan and said, "Uncle Chui, there must be some misunderstanding in the roof." I immediately asked him to let him go, and I also asked Uncle Chui not to investigate. He's young, maybe just a whim. Chui Yuan then noticed that Luo Yao was shaken back a few steps with a wave of his sleeve. I wonder why the boy is so familiar. You brought it in. You want me to let him go? Dream. This son must die. Besides, after this son dies in pain, I will pursue you Luo family again. When Luo Wuyuan heard this, he was naturally uncomfortable. Protecting himself in front of Luo Yao, he said in a cold voice, "Chui Yuan, please find out one thing. Yi Chen was expelled from the Luo family that day. Of course, this son was brought in by my daughter, but after the boy left the Luo family, he had no relationship with my Luo family. If you dare to anger my daughter, first ask me whether Luo Wuyuan will say yes or not." Chui Yuan Mao's son a cold, also ignore, he looked around, Chui family strong has surrounded. Yi Chen has no way to escape. Chui Yuan stepped out and looked at Yi Chen, "I'll ask again for the last time. How do you want to let Ruicheng go?" Yi Chen glanced at Luo Yao, slightly surprised, but soon returned to normal, light way. Your son, you don't teach yourself, offend me, that can only be taught by me. I can let him go. I have only one condition, give me a token to enter Danshu Tower. For Cui Tien, the only chance for Cui Tien to enter his home is not a real threat. Behind him stands Lin Qingxian, who has absolute confidence in stepping into Danshu Tower. What's more, Danshu Tower has the energy to trigger the great power of Samsara Cemetery. With such energy, if he gets new energy to help him, he still needs to be afraid of the Cui family. If you want to put it out, one finger is enough. What's more, he still has a backhand. Cui Ruiqing took the pill. If he wants Cui Ruiqing to die, God will come and he can't stop it. Hearing Yi Chen's request, not only Cui Yuanmeng, but also Luo Wuyuan. What does a person who doesn't know about Dan Dao want to enter the token of Danshu Tower? What's the use of entering Danshu Tower? Those who don't know the way of alchemy will die if they are not careful. Soon, Cui Yuan thought of the reason why Yi Chen acted like this. It is estimated that the boy knows that he can't get out of Danshu Town, so he will use Danshu Tower to continue his life. Once you enter Danshu Tower, even his Cui family can't do it rashly. His eyes slightly narrowed, but there was no intention of refusing. He readily agreed, okay, my Cui family is good, and there is a Danshu order. I will use this Dan Su order for my son's life. The words fall, his palm directly suspended a token. On the back of the token is a Dan Ding, which is extremely simple, crystal clear, and is by no means an ordinary thing. He gently throws, the jade pendant is to fly to Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen 5 fingers hold, feel a trace of special feeling, just in Danshu Tower 1-2. There's no mistake. Yi Chen, should you release my son now? Cui Yuandao. Yi Chen's eyes slightly narrowed, just want to push Cui Ruiqing down, but Luo Yao said in a voice, Mr. Yi, be careful. The next second, a sound of breaking the sky hit, only to see a fiery red arrow swept. Ju Yun arrow. Yi Chen's face changes greatly. This is the famous arrow of Kunlun. If an arrow comes out, the dead will step on the yellow river. The arrow must also be from the top of the virtual king realm to pull the bowstring. Extremely dangerous. He just heard from the master, but he never thought that he would see him here. Cui Yuan, an old fox, had been negotiating with himself on the surface, but he had already left behind. When you give yourself a jade pendant, you have the chance to shoot him. Yi Chen body slightly move, do your best. But that Jueyun sword is too fast. As fast as the naked eye can't catch it. Poof! Jueyun arrow or through his shoulder, with a trace of blood gushing out. It didn't hurt the point. Yi Chen quickly shot out the silver needle to stabilize the blood, but when he saw the wound on his shoulder, his eyes were gloomy. Poison on the arrow. He even felt a trace of exhaustion. If it is an ordinary person, he may have fallen down long ago, but his blood is special and has little influence. Now, we must enter Danshu Tower quickly. He killed himself and looked at Cui Ruiqing, who was injured in front of him again. Since Cui Yuan is like this, no wonder he is. A bloody sword in his hand. Before it was cut down, Cui Yuan's voice came from below. It's cold. Chuckle. Yi Chen, how about we exchange hostages now? Yi Chen's sword is suspended in an instant, and her eyes shoot down. However, she finds that Luo Yao has been blocked by Cui Yuan's knife. Once you do it, Luo Yao will surely die. Luo Tianya on one side obviously did not expect Cui Yuan to move his daughter. His face was full of anger. Cui Yuan. What the hell are you doing? If you dare to move my daughter, I want you to pay up and down the Cui family. Words resound, extremely cold. Cui Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said to Luo Tianya, Brother Luo, I'm sorry. I have no choice. I didn't expect Ju Yunjian to lose the boy's life. Ruiqing will surely die. I have to save him. Later, Cui Yuan looked at Yi Chen and said in a cold voice, Yi Chen, I know the relationship between you and the girl of the Luo family. It's very cost-effective to exchange my son's life for her life, but are you sure you can bear it? Yi Chen stares at Luo Yao. His seamless plan only did not consider that Luo Yao would appear here. In Chenjua Square, Luo Yao saved him and the doctor's gate. Take him into Danshu Tower. No matter what, he can't be irresponsible. Chapter 875. The key is that he started. Luo Yao saw Yi Chen's hesitation. She knew better than anyone that if Yi Chen exchanged her and Cui Ruiqing, it was impossible for Yi Chen to leave here. Several of Cui's top strong men are nearby. She even busy Wei, Yi Chen, don't care about me, you take Cui Ruiqing to leave, she dare not move me. Don't go to Danshu Tower, just leave Danshu Town. The words fall, Cui Yuan Mao's son a cold, the knife in the hand is slightly hard, in an instant the long knife is not into the neck of Luo Yao a trace. Blood flowed on the white neck in an instant. It's shocking. Cui Yuan said in a cold voice, Yi Chen, I'm afraid you don't know what my Cui family started with. It's not the Dan Dao, but killing people and stealing goods. You really think I can't do anything? Yi Chen did not have a trace of hesitation, directly said, let Luo Yao go, I will release your son. Cui Yuan shook his head, I don't believe you. Yi Chen snorted coldly and kicked Cui Ruiqing's chest directly. His body went straight down. Yi Chen is naturally not afraid. Cui Rui's achievements are not of great value to him. Cui Yuan saw this, no longer hesitated, fiercely will Luo Yao toward Luo Wuyuan still go out. At the same time, stepped lightly, across the air to catch Cui Ruiqing. When he saw his son's injury, his intention of killing suddenly broke out, Cui Jiasi will listen to orders, at all costs, kill this son. Never let this son enter the Danshu Tower. Language down, the four horrible figures instantly toward Yi Chen. Even led to the vision of heaven and earth. These four people are definitely more than the virtual kingdom. It may even be the source of Tao. Absolutely not. Yi Chen can resist now. Yi Chen naturally won't meet with this group of people, and quickly moves towards the Danshu Tower in the center. This is his only chance. His whole body instantly evil spirit sweeps, innumerable genuine chi condenses on the tiptoe. Gusts of wind. And the four figures behind him are not willing to give up. Crisis broke out. Luo Yao, who is still in a state of shock, responds, regardless of the injury on her neck, and quickly asks Luo Wuyuan, Dad, please help Yi Chen. He didn't have to care about me just now, but you saw it too. His strength is not the opponent of Cui's four generals at all. If he is pursued, he will surely die. Luo Wuyuan hesitated for a few seconds. Although shaking, he still shook his head, I won't help him. It's because of this boy that he almost killed you. It's a good thing for the Cui family or for the Luo family. You want to stop the blood. Luo Wuya takes out a medicine bottle and hands it to Luo Yao. However, Luo Yao falls out directly. At the same time, Luo Yao is heading for Danshu Tower. Dad, since you are such a heartless person, I'm Luo Yao gang. Luo Wuyuan looks at Luo Yao's stubborn appearance, shakes his head, or catch up. Luo Yao, you don't understand the rules of Kunlun. This kind of ant can't change the situation in his whole life. In the face of such a huge thing, death should be his destination. At the same time, Yi Chen can clearly feel that the four top players behind him are getting closer and closer. The existence of Daoyuan state is really not qualified to challenge. Seeing the spread of the crisis, he can only turn around and take out the dragon to ask the sky sword and cut it crazy. People here don't know the existence of Yishir Tian. How about exposing strength? Ding! The sound of gold and iron is resounding. Of course, the sword is very strong, but it can't resist such a strong one. Yi Chen's arm is paralyzed, and his body flies upside down and smashes on the ground. He clapped his right hand and stood firm. At the same time, psychic awareness spreads out. It's still kilometers away from Danshu Tower. One of the four generals of the Cui family said, it's shameless to threaten the Cui family with such strength. Today I will use your blood to let you know what authority is. Cui Jiasi will have their pride. Facing Yi Chen, they even feel that they don't need four people. One of them, one hand, is enough. Yichen clenched the dragon and asked the sky sword. He knew that this time there was more or less misfortune. 100 secrets are a few. I didn't expect Luo Yao to appear. But he didn't regret it. Who is good to him, he can cut the world for him. Chui's 4 generals roared out, and the fierce air wave was like a giant dragon devouring it. The roar broke open. Yichen runs the power of the blood dragon and this command rune, and cuts directly to the dragon of Qi wave. The bloody sword meaning overflows from the sky sword. Sword and air wave collision, even the direct collapse, is ruthlessly devoured. Puff! Yichen's blood is surging up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The body is flying backwards. Just as he was about to land, he turned and stabilized himself. Just one move. Yichen felt the terrifying source of Tao. Like a nightmare. It's tough to face one. Not to mention the 4. The gap is too obvious. Little beast, you are so far from us. What's more, if you're poisoned, how can you beat it? You shouldn't be the master. For so many years, we have never seen the master so angry. So you're going to die in agony today. Their eyes were very indifferent. In their view, it was over long ago. Some practitioners and Dan masters gathered around and pointed out. Naturally, they knew the 4th general of the Chui family. Although it is not appropriate for the 4 strong men to deal with the back of a holy land, they still choose to look on coldly. They don't want to get into trouble. Besides, Danshu town is dead every day, which is the result of the elimination of the advantages and disadvantages of nature. And that kid, just this realm, is probably the wisest choice to die. Yichen gasps violently and takes a pill. He tries to communicate with the reincarnation cemetery. But he didn't expect that Lin Qingxian only threw out a sentence, "Disciple, some things need to be borne by yourself. It's very important for you to stand after breaking. What's more, Mo Ninger and I will dissipate once we make a move. Do you really want to?" Yichen shakes his head and no longer communicates. His eyes are determined. He really didn't believe it. Facing these 4 people, he had no way. Today, I have to make these 4 people seriously injured. Ants, now do you understand the gap between us? Chui Jiasi will laugh. They are not in a hurry to pursue Yichen. In their opinion, tormenting a person is more painful than killing a person. Their eyes are full of disdain and contempt. This kind of person has no threat at all, even if he uses his cards, the result is still the same. You little beast, do what you can do. We'll give you a chance. Of course, if you don't have the means, call grandfather, and we'll consider giving you a happy way to die. They want Yichen to collapse in despair again. Enjoy the fear of death in the midst of collapse. They want to trample on Yichen's dignity. Damn it! In the face of Chui Jiasi's humiliating words, Yichen fiercely scolded. Chapter 876. He breathed a few breaths and managed to stabilize his injury. These 4 people want to torture themselves. I thought it was so easy to torture him. Since you want to see my cards, I will let you see enough. Yichen shook his wrist and offered a silver needle. Seeing the silver needle appear, Chui Jiasi's expression is a little strange. The boy is crazy. The sword in his hand can't shake them, but a broken silver needle thinks he is qualified? It's ridiculous. When they sneer, Yichen runs 9 days Xianyang Ju, and the whole body's true qi is all condensed on the silver needle. He could feel that the poison in Juyun arrow was slowly penetrating into his blood. He can't resist for long. The only thing he can do is to let these people fight back with one blow. Suddenly, he had a crazy idea in his heart. Lin Qingshuan's silver needle is not enough to deal with these 4 people. What if we add thunder and fire? Absolutely qualified. But in this way, the power he bears will be extremely terrible. Regardless of everything, the flame in Yichen's eyebrows directly condenses on the silver needle. At the same time, endless thunder also converged on the silver needle. The sound of Zizi came from the void around. It's like breaking down. Chui Jiasi found something wrong at the first time. They look at Yi Chen again, the face changes greatly. There is a big problem with the silver needle in the boy's hand. Come on, stop it. He must not be inspired. Cui Jiaxi will step out, carrying the storm swept away. The whole body is shining with dazzling light. Like a god. And now Yi Chen is more terrible. The sky above, countless lightning down, purple, red lightning around the body. Yi Chen's eyes are full of thunder and lightning. The distance between Cui Jiachen's eyes is only 4 meters. The next second, is able to twist off Yi Chen's head. Even 4 storms formed all over them. Anyone close to the storm will surely die. The 4 generals of Cui family, like an insurmountable mountain, block Yi Chen's body and let people breathe are extravagant. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's eyes widened and he roared, Qingxian's silver needle, cut the gods and demons. At the command, the sky and the earth are dim, the sun and the moon are not bright. Innumerable auras converged towards the silver needle. The silver needle suddenly expanded. It contains tremendous energy. Extremely overbearing. The sound of dragons singing is deafening. Silver needle 100 zhang, the eternal fire burst out. The power of God thunder connects heaven and earth, as if turned into a giant beast, and will devour Cui Jiaxi. Not only that, but also the silver needle like a god came to the earth, carrying thousands of troops and horses, towards the insurmountable mountain. At this moment, time and space seem to collapse, time seems to solidify. At this moment, Yi Chen's aura of elixir field disappears completely. Even the body almost cracked. This is his strongest blow. Fortunately, his body is several times stronger than the ordinary strong. The bright light and fierce sword spirit make the world quiet completely. Boom! Everything seemed to explode. Bursts of roar came, and the world was shaking. The whole ground was shaking violently, and the ground was like a spider's web. Cui Jiaxi will be in that frightened eyes, completely bombed out. One of the front 2 people is heavy hit on the ground. The body is full of blood, and it is impossible to fight again. And the other 2 people are also uncomfortable, of course not so embarrassed, but their 2 right hands have exploded. Seriously injured 2 people, broken 2 arms, this is the price. Just entering the Holy Land can suppress the 4 generals of the Cui family. I'm afraid the whole Kunlun is alone. But Yi Chen is not very well. He has no strength to support him anymore. He cuts the dragon and asks the sky sword to be inserted on the ground and gasps violently. He felt exhausted and had no ability to fight again. It's the limit. Soon, Cui Yuan with the injured Cui Ruicheng slowly fell down. When he saw the picture in front of him, Cui Yuan's expression was extremely frightening. The 4th general of Cui family was defeated? And was it so completely defeated? How could it be? This is a strong source of Tao. The little animal was injured and his body should be limited. How could this force break out? What's going on? Is it going to happen? The 2 people who broke their arms naturally found Yi Chen's state, shook their heads, and said in a trembling voice, Master, all this is caused by that boy. No way. Cui Yuan denied. Master, this boy, there's a silver needle. It's terrible. Speaking of this, they are also behind the cool, this is the feeling dominated by fear. Cui Yuan could have sensed something wrong with Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen again, he was already a strong crossbow bow. He sneered, it seems that the boy used the secret arts. Even if he used the secret arts, he hurt himself, but he made a wedding dress for the Cui family. Haha. Step by step, he went to Yi Chen. Full of confidence, in charge of everything. Seeing that he was about to get close to Yi Chen, he just wanted to hold it with 5 fingers and suck the boy over. However, he found a cat-like animal standing in front of Yi Chen's body. Or different pupils. This different pupil looks at him, unexpectedly let him have a kind of feeling that is being watched by the strong. He shook his head and thought it was ridiculous. He slapped him out and said, little beast, get out of the way. Don't do me a bad job. But soon, his smile was stiff. Because he actually saw that furry animal, He even stretched out a palm and patted it towards him. What the hell is this? Surprise has not stopped. He thought the beast would turn into a mist of blood, but he didn't. On the contrary, he found that all his strength had disappeared. How could it be? He stepped back a few steps, his whole body was cold. However, he was also a man who had experienced big waves. He soon regained his mind and took out a sword to cut it directly. I don't care what you are. If you stand in front of me, I will kill you. Sword fury, cut through the air. Just as she was about to fall on that little yellow, she closed her eyes. Then the eyes suddenly open. The red pupil blooms the dazzling red light. Old runes are spinning inside. At the same time, a cold voice fell from the sky. Go away. Cui Yuan was scared to death by a single word. This the damn cat is talking. Before he could react, he found a terrible force coming through. Poof! He spat out blood. In great fright, his body flew out without warning. Cui Yuan wanted to keep his body stable, but under this power, he found it impossible. As if, under this power, he is the smallest existence. What the hell is that? Cats? Monster? Cui Yuan was completely disorganized. His body is full of upside down dozens of meters. Just stop. Even more, it hit the ground and splashed with dust. It's hard. Cui Yuan reluctantly got up. His eyes just wanted to look at the place where Yi Chen and the cat were. But he found that the cat's body was getting bigger and bigger. Lying trough. Chapter 877. Cui Yuan has seen the world. Kunlun Su, countless spirit beast and demon beast, have been reduced to his mount. He even went out to hunt monsters with several big families in Danshu town every year. He knows Kunlun Su's animals better than anyone else. But at the moment, his brain is blank. He couldn't guess what the guy guarding Yi Chen was. The key is that the guy is still talking. Let him go. Fear comes from the unknown. His only guess now is whether the monster came from ancient times. Psychic beast? Ancient fierce beast? But even if it is, how can it grow like this? The other two Cui family elders who had broken their arms quickly came over and said, Sir, are you okay? Do you need to take you away? Cui Yuan waved his hand and glared at Yi Chen and Xiao Huang. Fear disappears between the eyes, greed occupies. In any case, the monster is qualified to fight against itself, which proves its value. If his Cui family gets this monster, maybe he can take charge of the whole Kunlun void. Thinking of this, he immediately swallowed the next pill, and his wound recovered a little bit. Difficult to stand up, to the side of the Cui family 4 will command, hunting nets can be on your body? Cui Jiasi nodded and sacrificed a big net in his hand. There is the smell of array on the beast hunting net, and even a trace of blood stains. Every year, the Cui family went hunting animals, with the help of which they won high-level monsters or fierce beasts. Today is no exception. Afterwards, Cui Yuan sneered and took out a bow and arrow. The bow and arrow are made of jade, surrounded by evil spirit. There is no real bowstring on it, but there is a red chi yen connecting 2 points. This bow is just the Jueyan bow and arrow ready to shoot Yi Chen. When the two men saw Cui Yuan take out the object, they immediately understood it. Master, are you going to hunt that beast with the Jueyan bow, and then we will take it with the hunting net? Cui Yuan shook his head. Kill that animal? This will only cause damage to my Cui family. I'm going to take the beast. Go, you two, to the beast, and when I shoot my arrow, I will immediately snare it with a net. I want to live. Go. Hearing Cui Yuan's explanation, the two people's expressions were wrong. They saw the power of the animal just now. Even the master couldn't resist it. They even let them approach. It's not like looking for death. Master, we are all injured. We will not wait for the remaining strong men of the Cui family to come. One of them said with difficulty. Cui Yuan slapped his hands and said, Nonsense, the animal's state seems to be very unstable now. It's the best chance. If it's too late, it will change. What else can the two people say? All the strong men in the Chui family have taken a special pill. If they disobey the master's meaning, they will die. Each of them grabs one side of the hunting net and goes towards Xiao Huang and Yi Chen. Cui Yuan's eyes were blazing, and his aura was sweeping. A Juyin arrow was placed on the bow, and the red gas bowstring was pulled. All the aura of his elixir field was absorbed, and even a pale color appeared on his face. At the moment, Yi Chen opens his eyes with difficulty. His first reaction was pain. That hit was almost the limit. But fortunately, he found himself with a strong sense of breakthrough. I am afraid that after today, he will step into the kingdom of the king. It's just that he's not qualified to move. I can't even lift my hand. He gasped violently, and then he noticed Xiao Huang beside him. Xiao Huang's body is surrounded by red light, and her body becomes larger with the diffusion of red light. Now it's 1 meter high, and it's not stopped. Is Xiao Huang in the second evolution? Yi Chen thought of this and quickly denied it. After all, Lin Qingxian said that it would be more and more difficult to break through after all. Zelonki is due to chance, but in Danshu town, nothing happened. What evolution is it? All of a sudden, a sound of breaking through the sky rang through. Yi Chen Yu light a sweep, suddenly found a cold light swept. Very fast. Juyin arrow. He even saw Cui Yuan standing in the distance holding Juyin Bao with a cold smile on his mouth. At the same time, 2 of Cui's 4 generals are holding the big net to Xiao Huang. Not good. Juyin arrow and big net are aimed at Xiao Huang. The Cui family is going to take Xiao Huang. Yi Chen reacted and roared with all his strength, Xiao Huang. Let's go, but at the moment, Xiao Huang has no reaction at all. Its body is still expanding, and its red light is more and more dazzling. Juyin arrow's speed is too fast, and it will fall on Xiao Huang in the blink of an eye, and the 2 people who are approaching with the huge net have already practiced the Ju with one hand, and their blood essence is forced out. The huge net was thrown out to cover the sky and cover the sun. Yi Chen will never let Xiao Huang get hurt. He clenched his teeth and tried to hold back the pain of his body. His fingers moved. The sky sword is flying in Yi Chen's hand. He holds the sword tightly and just wants to do it. Xiao Huang came a startling animal roar. Suddenly, the whole earth trembled. The boundless air wave overflowed in all directions. Xiao Huang's huge body suddenly turned, and her red pupils suddenly gazed at Zhu Yunjian. This look, extremely calm. It can even be said to be indifferent. The next second, Zhu Yun arrow stopped. The power contained in the arrow disappeared. Even, gradually began to bend. Finally, patak. A sound, Zhu Yun arrow fell on the ground. Cui Yuan in the distance naturally saw this scene, and his body became stiff. With his strength and genuine qi, Zhu Yun arrow was blocked by the beast's eyes. It's shocking. Suddenly, he looked at the 4 generals of the Cui family and said excitedly, "Come back quickly. Come on." But it's too late. Xiao Huang raised her head, bent her 4 feet, and her whole body was in the air. The red light of the whole body was more and more penetrating. When the net fell, sharp claws appeared in his palm. The claws tore open the net directly. Even the array inside collapsed completely. They are no match for Xiao Huang now. Xiao Huang heard a roar, as if stepping into the air, and quickly toward the 2 people who control the huge net. Cui's 4 generals of the 2 people naturally felt the crisis, the first time to run, but found that it was too late. A majestic and fierce beast appeared directly in front of them, with a big mouth, and the fierce spirit broke out completely and directly bit them. How terrible is Xiao Huang's state at the moment? The fangs are so cold that they can't be stopped. The 2 people wanted to struggle with their own means, but found it was useless. They turned into a blood mist on the spot. Bang! Xiao Huang falls steadily on the ground, his fangs are stained with blood, and his different pupils suddenly shoot at Cui Yuan. All of a sudden, the body moved and swept away in the direction of Cui Yuan. Chapter 878. Every step Xiao Huang takes, a deep footprint appears on the ground. There is a crack around the footprints. Seeing such a picture, Yichen can't be calm for a long time. He never thought that Xiao Huang should have such a domineering side. If so, he can crush everything with the help of Xiao Huang. At the moment, Xiao Huang is only a few dozen meters away from Cui Yuan. His different pupils are extremely cold. Extremely bloodthirsty. The fierce feeling of the ancient fierce beast in his body was completely aroused. It costs a lot, but you shouldn't touch him. He's very important to me. Extremely important. The voice of indifference sounded. It's light. There's no temperature. Suddenly, Xiao Huang moved. His hind legs are bent and the ground is sunken. Then, suddenly burst out, the body full of more than 10 meters high, and then the huge palm print, as if tearing all the air in front of him, snapped hard at Cui Yuan. This palm carries Xiao Huang's endless anger. This palm seems to break the space. Cui Yuan had no idea that Xiao Huang would come after him. He was completely flustered. Facing this powerful beast with unknown origin, he subconsciously wanted to escape. What else could he do but run away? Hard resistance. What kind of resistance does he take? It's not the same level at all. But Cui Yuan has not yet taken a few steps, but found his body as if locked by a pair of eyes. An invisible pressure came over. His feet seemed to be heavily leaded and could not move. His face was as white as the eye. He never dreamed that he would have such a miserable day in Danshu town. Is his ultimate destiny to die in the hands of such an animal? That's too subdued. He can no longer care about everything. Senhen's weapons draw out, gather all the strength of the Dantian, one hit to chop out. Dang! With the sound of clear and crisp sound, he found that his weapon was directly broken. His legs began to sink. What kind of power is this? Click, click, click. He could even hear the bones in his body break again. A mouthful of blood. What the hell are you? He spit out a few words, and then he thought of something. He took out a jade pendant from his waist and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the jade pendant. The jade pendant glitters and forms an old shadow in an instant. This is the power of the ancestors of the Cui family. Cui Yuan is also the biggest card. The old empty shadow stares at Xiao Huang and snorts coldly, "My descendant of Cui family, you dare to start and die as an animal." Point out the virtual shadow, a virtual tripod formed, but also towards Xiao Huang's smash. It is hard to beat Xiao Huang back several steps. Xiao Huang stares at the virtual shadow, and her red pupil suddenly emits a ray of light. The shadow of Cui's ancestors seems to have seen something terrible. It just wanted to talk, but it was penetrated by the red light and completely dissipated. However, Xiao Huang is not good, her eyes are ferocious. It just wanted to go to Cui Yuan, but found that on the sky, a few immortals, wearing Taoist robes of the elderly are rapidly plundering. These people are extremely dangerous. At least far more than Cui Yuan. Xiao Huang snorted coldly, "Cui family, wait a few days, I personally end the master kill door." With that, in the pupil of its red rune, the ancient words rotate. When Cui Yuan looked at each other, he found that his brain was blank, and then his body fell directly to the ground. Fall into a coma. And Xiao Huang turns and rushes toward Yichen. Come to Yichen's side, bite Yichen's casual clothes directly, throw it lightly, and then carry the injured Yichen to his back. When Yichen just wanted to talk, Xiao Huang said, "I can't stay in this state for long. Let's wait until I enter Danshu Tower." Words fall, fast and furious, speed of life and death. A cloud of smoke and dust moved. It's like a sandstorm coming. In 10 seconds, Xiao Huang and Yichen came to the entrance of Danshu Tower. The body of Mang Chen, and then the red leaves will stop. Finally, it was restored. Quick, enter Danshu Tower. The people behind are extremely dangerous. I can't do it. Danshu Tower is the safest. Come on. Yichen knows the seriousness of the matter, and holding up Xiao Huang, he is going to the Danshu Tower. But soon, he found that the door of Danshu Tower was sealed. Not only that, but also the two old gatekeepers were gone. What's going on here? At the same time, a few old men of fairyland and moral character slowly fell down. They were wearing a Taoist robe with the pattern of Danshu Tower on the back of the robe. Taoist robes flutter in the wind, and the breath on them is ethereal and mysterious. They have been guarding this place for thousands of years, and their mission is to protect it. After all, Danshu Tower is an ancient thing. It has been watched by countless forces. If no one guarded it, it would have been plundered by the greedy people in the dark. Just now, they felt a special fluctuation here. The fluctuation is particularly violent, indicating that there are forces that do not belong here. When they came here and saw these corpses, several guards of Danshu Tower turned pale. If I remember correctly, this person should be the current head of the Chui family. Besides, the other four who have fallen should be the four generals of the Chui family. How can they be so miserable? Is it true that there are strong people outside? They looked at Danshu Tower, vaguely worried. For thousands of years, no one dares to move Danshu Tower, but it does not represent peace. Now Chui's family is in trouble, it is very likely to release a signal. One of the defenders of Danshu Pagoda came to Chui Yuan. He felt the presence of breath with his finger on the tip of his nose. Then, he pointed his finger on the center of his eyebrow. A holy light wrapped Chui Yuan's whole body. Suddenly, Chui Yuan opened his eyes and gasped for breath. When he saw the old man in front of him, he quickly arched his hands. Nanxian Immortal, how did you come here? Chui Yuan paid a visit to Nanxian Immortal. Nanxian Immortal did not have any fluctuation. He waved his sleeve and said directly, etiquette is unnecessary. I just want to know what happened here. Chui Yuan quickly explained, Nanxian Immortal, my child Chui Ruiqing was kidnapped by an external cultivator, and was seriously injured. Chui Jiasi and I will force that man here. Nanxian Immortal interrupted, is there only one other person? But I am afraid that he who can hurt you like this is also a strong source of Tao. Chui Yuanmeng shook his head, it's not the boy who hurt us, but... All of a sudden, Chui Yuan's face twisted, and he even put his hands around his head, which was extremely uncomfortable. He found that he couldn't remember what had just happened. It's like a memory completely disappeared. But what? Nanxian Real Man frowned. Chui Yuan tried hard to recall, but found it impossible. He could only say, Immortal Nanxian, I don't know why, I suddenly forgot what happened just now. Chapter 879. I always feel that something terrible happened before I killed that boy. But I can't say exactly what it is. Every time I try to think about it, the sea of knowledge seems to explode. Chui Yuan said with difficulty. Hearing this, Nanxian Immortal suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and pointed his finger on Chui Yuan's heavenly cover. He just wanted to penetrate Chui Yuan's mind with strength, but he found a red light coming. Nanxian Immortal quickly let go of his hand. He stepped back 3 steps before he stopped. His face was very gloomy. He said, it seems that someone has erased your memory. He is not an ordinary practitioner. And the residual power in your mind is a little weird. It seems unlike people. The specific situation can only be analyzed when the memory is erased. He glanced around again and found that there were several onlookers turned into corpses. No one knows what's going on here right now. The clue was completely cut off. Can this part of Nanxuan's memory be restored? Chui Yuan Dao. Nanxian Immortal shakes his head, can't, the opponent's method is higher than me, in other words, erase your memory, extremely dangerous. Chui Yuan Yizheng hesitated for a few seconds or said, what should I do? Nanxian Real Man frowned and said, the only clue is the man who hijacked your child. Do you know where he is? As soon as Chui Yuan's eyes brightened, he looked at the Danshu Tower, and then said, my lord, the boy asked me to leave a token of Danshu Tower. He must want to escape to Danshu Tower, so I can't bear it. I'm sure he's in Danhu now. Nanxian Immortal's eyes followed Chui Yuan's hand, and finally fell on the Danshu Tower in the distance. He sneered at Sun Han and said, isn't that boy going to Danshu Tower for death at this time? Lingi Danzuan just left the pass not long ago. For some reason, the whole Danshu town was swept by craziness, even the periphery of Danshu town. I didn't know what he was looking for. Danzun is not in Danshu Tower now, so it's not so easy for Danshu Tower to enter. Cui Yuan, since this matter has something to do with your Cui family, come with me. The next second, Nanxian real man caught Cui Yuan, and several other old people plundered toward Danshu Tower. At the moment, Yi Chen is in Danshu Tower outside the crazy knock on the door, but there is no movement. The ripples of the array can't be solved at all. Damn it! Where have the two old gatekeepers gone? Yi Chen pulls out the dragon and asks the sky sword. He just wants to try to split the array. However, Xiao Huang in his arms said with difficulty, the array of Danshu Tower can't be split by your strength, even in my heyday. It's a real thing from ancient times, and it's extremely complete. What should I do? Wait. Xiao Huang said weakly. As Yi Chen paced back and forth, the two old men came slowly. It's Lao Yang and Fong Lao. Two people a daytime are outside looking for someone, when Yi Chen did not recognize the first time. After all, Yi Chen met the two people with Yi Shitian's face. Boy, what are you doing at the door? Yi Chen saw the two people, exhaled a breath, and quickly handed over the Cui family's token. Two elders, I want to enter the Danshu Tower, this is the token. However, Lao Yang waved his hand and patted Yi Chen's token on the ground. Dan Zun is out today. There is no special situation. Danshu Tower will not open. Go back. What's more, maybe it won't open these days. Don't be paranoid. This token of Cui's family is just an ordinary access token. Don't think you have any authority. Yi Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that the opening of Danshu Tower was so casual. The key is that Danshu Tower must nod his head. Yi Chen looked at Fong Lao, who had a good temper. He arched his hand and said, Old Fong, when will Dan Zun come back? Fong shook his head and said, What can we do about Lingi Danzuan? All of a sudden, he found something interesting to look at Yi Chen. Little brother, how do I feel you are a little familiar? Yi Chen just wants to speak, a few mad tyrants of the breath swept. It was Cui Yuan and Nanxian Jinren. Cui Yuan naturally saw Yi Chen, who was discussing with the two old gatekeepers. He quickly pointed to Yi Chen and said excitedly, Immortal Nanxian is the boy. He tortures the dog, but he doesn't know how to hurt me or kill several people in Danshu town. I seriously doubt that this son came here for the Danshu Tower. Hearing this, Yi Chen looks pale, or late. He wanted to communicate with the reincarnation cemetery, but found that Lin Qingxian was still silent. Lin Qingxian said that when he faced everything, how should he face it? When Lao Yang heard this, his eyes were cold. He was born and raised in Danshu town, but in front of him, this young man actually slaughtered others. The crime is unforgivable. Even the token in his hand to enter this place may be stained with blood. The immortal Nanxian in the distance looks at Yi Chen with interest. He really can't imagine how a man who enters the peak of the Holy Land can kill so many powerful people. He took a step and said to Lao Yang and Fong Lao, the people around you, we need to take the investigation. Lao Yang directly sacrifices a long sword. The spirit of the sword overflows and is directly placed on Yi Chen's neck. Immortal Nanxian, this man has committed such a heinous crime. Naturally, we will not cover it up. Fortunately, Linjidan Zun has left, or we will let this boy in. Boy, you should not have done it in Danshu town. Danshu Tower can't accommodate you, a bloody thug. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the long sword on his neck. He was thinking about the way to deal with it. Seeing such a scene, Cui Yuan quickly bowed his hand to Lao Yang and said, My lord, thank you very much. There are two top strong guards around Lingi Danzuan, and Danshu Tower has never had an accident. Old Yang nodded with satisfaction and said to Yi Chen, Boy, what else do you want to say? I advise you to cooperate with me, or you can't come out of here alive. Chen, he plans to go down. Cui Yuan was ecstatic to the extreme. If Linjidan Zun doesn't get out of the pass, it's hard to catch this boy. It seems that God is on his side. Hold on. All of a sudden, Fong, who had not spoken, began to speak. His tone unexpectedly some trembles, the eyes dead stare at Yi Chen. Lao Yang's expression is strange. Lao Fong, what kind of nerves do you have? Fong didn't pay attention to him, but faced Yi Chen and said excitedly, little brother, can I ask you a question? Yi Chen feels something wrong and nods. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Fong stepped out, approached Yi Chen's ear, and gently said, did you look for someone here not long ago? Chapter 880. He clearly recognized Yi Chen. As like as two peas, the feeling of Yi Chen is exactly the same as that one. This is why he has been observing Yi Chen. As for why he whispered in Yi Chen's ear, it was only because Ling Yidanzun had an account before he left. No one should know the secret of that youth and Ling Yuan. Violators, kill. After explaining this matter, Ling Yidanzun is searching outside Danshu town. How important Dan is to the young man. The only thing he can do is to deal with everything before Lin Jidanzun comes back. Although Yi Chen doubts why the other party will ask this, he still nods. Can you tell me the name? Just lip talk, Fong decided cautiously. Yi Chen's lips moved. It's the shape of Ling Yuan. Get Yi Chen's answer. Old Fong's face changed completely, is more anxious. Even the back is wet. If he doesn't observe, Lao Yang has done an unforgivable thing. If Ling Yidanzun gets angry, he and Lao Yang will surely die. He has to stop it. Don't think about it anymore. Fong Laoi grabs the sword in Lao Yang's hand. Even regardless of the sharpness of the sword, blood flowed from the palm of the hand. Contaminated the whole sword. Then, pata. With a sound, Fong Lao made a slight effort and directly broke the sword out of Lao Yang's hand and threw it mercilessly on the ground. Such a scene instantly burst the eyes of all people, let all people muddle. What kind of business is the old one? Even Yi Chen didn't respond for half a day. To say that the most confused nature is Lao Yang. Lao Yang's face was startled, and he said in a loud voice, Lao Fong, what are you doing? Are you going to help this evil mob? Before he had finished speaking, Fong's true spirit condensed and slapped him on his wrinkled cheek. Asshole! Don't be rude to adults. Lao Yang's whole person is like petrifaction, can't think of Fong Lao unexpectedly to oneself. I call this boy an adult. Who the hell can explain this? Lao Yang was so angry that he just wanted to say something. Old Fong had already turned around and offered a big black wolf knife in his hand. The blade of Dageo is straight, and the guide is Xian Jinren and Chui Yuan. I'm sorry, you can't take this man today, anyway. Chui Yuan's expression is extremely ugly, and the eyes of Nanxian real person are even more tiny. He can't see through the situation in front of him. He didn't mix much with the two old gatekeepers. Dan is the only one who knows. Their duty is to guard Danshu Tower. And their duty is to guard Danshu Town. At the moment, Fong's behavior seems to be challenging the authority of his Nanxian real person. Nanxian real person's eyes are interesting, staring at Fong Lao, curious, can you give me a reason? Naturally, old Fong couldn't tell the relationship between Yi Chen and Ling Yidanzun. He snorted coldly and said, sorry, you are not qualified to know the reason. You don't need to know why. At this time, Luo Yao and Luo Yuan came late. When they saw the picture of their swords in full swing, Luo Yao's heart went to his throat again. She saw Yi Chen, just want to speak, a pair of hands is to cover her mouth. It's Luo Yuan. Stinky girl, are you going to kill the Luo family? Those two are the people around Ling Yidanzun, and the others are guardians. Is there a place for you to speak? Luo Wuyuan was almost scared to death by his daughter. He didn't want his daughter to get involved in anything else. He only hoped that the young man would die early. Only his death could end everything. At the moment, the Nanxian real man heard Fong's reply, and his face was a little dark. Without hesitation, he offered a long sword in his hand. The sword pointed directly at Mr. Fong. The things you and I are responsible for are different. If you really want to talk about rights, I am far higher than you in Danshu Town. However, your identity is just a watchdog. What are you without spirit and Dan Zun? I don't want to do anything to you. If you don't hand over the people, you can't blame me for being rude. The voice of no doubt resounds. Fong did not give in at all. His eyes were very firm. Must guard this person before the spirit one Dan Zun returns, regardless of all costs. Nanxian Immortal, I don't care what contradiction you have with him, but please find out where you are standing now. This is Danshu Tower. If you dare to take another step, don't blame me for being merciless. My sword has not been sacrificed with blood for a long time. Today, it will be your blood sacrifice. Just then, a thin hand held the big knife in Fong's hand. It's welded. It's Lao Yang. Lao Yang is really confused. Looking at old Fong, he was surprised and said, Lao Fong, what's the matter with you today? Our duty is only to protect Danshu Tower and Lingi Danzuan. But what are you doing to protect a murderer beyond your authority? I wonder if you have Alzheimer's disease. Nanxian Immortal smile, Fong Lao, it seems that your companion understands things better than you do. Are you sure you want to be so stubborn? Old Yang almost spit out his identity after him. Lao Yang is stunned and looks at Yichen again. He feels familiar. Then I might as well tell you that he is the young man that Lingi Danzun is looking for at all costs. Now you know what you're doing. If anything happens to him, can you afford it? Lao Yang's face is white in an instant. The next second, however, he wants to kneel in front of Yichen in front of everyone. How can he be confused? If this youth really because he made any mistakes, Dan Zun will certainly pick off his skin when he comes back. All of a sudden, an invisible air wave lifted him up. Fong's voice again entered his sea of knowledge, don't be too aggressive. Don't forget the explanation of Lingi Danzuan. This secret can't be detected by outsiders. I'll wait for the return of Lingi Danzuan. Lao Yang calmed down and apologized softly to Yichen. Then, the sword in his hand broke out. White eyebrow a pick, the whole body of the true chi package, momentum continues to climb. He stared at Nanxian Immortal and said in a cold voice, Nanxian Immortal, if you step forward, I will be the first to kill you. Quiet. The whole world fell into silence. No one would have thought that Lao Yang's attitude had changed 180 degrees. 1 second, help Nanxian real person, the next second, even standing in the united front with old Fong. Key 2 Danshu Tower gatekeepers even together to protect a seriously injured youth. It's amazing. Luo Wuyuan saw this scene and released his hand. His breath seemed to be stagnant. His eyes widened like sculpture. Doubts, strangeness, fright, countless emotions filled his mind. Chapter 881. Luoyao's lips are slightly open, and her eyes are full of shock. Didn't Mr. Yi never set foot here? Why do two dignified people want to protect him? Compassion? Or do you like Mr. Ye's talent of Dandao? When people were shocked, Fong and Lao Yang looked at each other and forced out a drop of blood essence. The sealed Danshu Tower gate was completely opened. Two people looked to Yichen, but quite respectfully said, please. Seeing this scene, Nanxian Real Man stepped forward and was extremely angry. He roared, you two watchdog. Lingi Danzun is not there. How dare you overstep your authority? If I poke this matter up to Lingi Danzuan, do you know the cost? Lao Yang's eyes shrunk, killing the sky, holding the sword in his hand, he went directly to the Nanxian real man. What I said is not clear enough. If you take a step, you have to pay for it. The fierce killing intention makes Lao Yang's sword extremely ferocious, each sword is to hit the key point directly. Nanxian Immortal realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly resisted it. At the same time, he let the masters behind him do it together. Naturally, Lao Yang was defeated. Fong looked at the puzzled Yichen and said directly, my lord, you can go inside at ease. Lingi Danzuan will arrive soon. Before that, no one dares to move you. Yichen instantly understood what. It seems that the Lingi Danzuan of these two people is the Lingyuan that Lin Qingxian asked him to find. Obviously, these two people already know the meaning behind the word Lingyuan. He no longer hesitated, nodded and stepped into it. His body was not like the darkness inside. The door was closed completely and the seal was opened again. Then, with a big knife in his hand, he turned fiercely and joined the battle. No one has thought that after thousands of years, there will be a battle between the gatekeeper of Danshu Tower and Nanxian Real Man. Yi Chen came to the inside, found a piece of black, hands cannot see 5 fingers. How can we go if we can't see the way? He just wanted to condense the immortal fire, only to find that the whole world suddenly brightened up. It's full of Danxiang. It's vast. It seems that Danshu Tower is not big outside, but there is a deep feeling inside. It's a magic weapon. The central place has a Dan Ding. Dan Ding is a little strange. It's only half of it. It's like a part of it was cut off mercilessly with a sword. When Yi Chen doubts, Xiao Huang's body is trembling. Yi Chen's face changes greatly, and quickly puts Xiao Huang in a soft place, and then his fingertips condense the true qi, wrapping Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang felt better. She opened her eyes. Xiao Huang, how do you feel? How can this happen? Xiao Huang got up with difficulty, but found it impossible. She simply fell on the ground and explained, just now I used a part of the power that doesn't belong to me. That's what it is. Don't worry, though. Yi Chen shook his head and said seriously, how can I not worry? Since you know the reason, there should be a solution, right? Tell me quickly. Dan looked at Huang Zun half hesitantly. With a long sigh, he said, there is a way to solve my injury in Danshu Tower. You can see half of the Dan Ding in the central place. This layer of power is sealed on this object. If you move the tripod, the energy will be opened, and I will have a chance to recover. It's just that the Dan Ding is not so simple. Yi Chen stands up, regardless of Xiao Huang's explanation, a few steps is to arrive before the Dan Ding. He looked at the lines on the tripod and knew it was extraordinary. He subconsciously reached out his hand, buckled on the top of the Dan Ding, just wanted to move, Dan Ding on the spread of a terrible momentum. The next second, his body actually flew out. Ben was injured. This time, it was even more embarrassing. He swallowed several pills, adjusted his breath, and operated the 9-day Shenyang Ju. He finally felt better. He came to Dan Ding again, this time, he did not touch, but pulled out the dragon to ask the sky sword. The power of thunder is coiled around the sword. With a sword. Dang! In the Dan Ding, there was a sound from far away. The sound waves rippled, Yi Chen's head almost burst. A mouth of red blood spilled from the corner of the mouth. After 2 failures, Yi Chen is not in a hurry to start again. He stares at Dan Ding and observes around him. Since we are in Danshu Tower, we should never use force to solve the problem. The best way is to do it. But without any hint, how should he make alchemy? Yi Chen takes a look at Xiao Huang and finds that Xiao Huang's pain has not stopped, that he gritted his teeth, and the fire in his brow condensed and wrapped the whole Dan Ding. At the same time, Yi Chen feels that in the sea of knowledge, an obscure text appears. He realized that he was required to refine a spiritual elixir. What is Linkong pill? It is to use the aura of the surrounding heaven and earth to refine pills. Yi Chen almost wanted to curse people. What kind of test is this? What a mess. However, Yi Chen also knows that there are many people passing through this level, which is also the most basic one, which is obviously used to screen the Real Dan Masters. He no longer hesitated, and sat cross-legged, while controlling the Dan Ding, while condensing the spirit of heaven and earth around him in the Dantang. There are storms around. The first time, failure. The third time, or failure. When Yi Chen was refining for the 12th time, there was a light sound from the tripod. A white pill suddenly formed. Take a closer look, the surface of the pill is more like jade, which is obviously the spiritual elixir. Who in the end gave me the old man's problem, which made me refine it 12 times? Yi Chen murmured. However, Yi Chen did not know that many people had successfully refined Linkong pill at this level, but the best result was that it took 50 times to make it. And Yi Chen only needs 12 times. At the same time, outside Danshu Tower, the battle storm raged. Lao Yang and Fong Lao have never had such a war for thousands of years. They are so straightforward and extreme. Although there are many wounds on my body, I haven't frowned once. He forced Nanxian to retreat. This is not a good stop for anyone. In the fierce war, a voice suddenly came from the Dan Ding. Then, a red light even flickered on the dragon pattern outside the first layer. It was so dazzling that the crowd suddenly stopped. Innumerable double eyes think of staring at the first layer of red mansions. Because this Peugeot represents that someone has broken through the first test. It's nothing to break through this floor. But in such a short time, it's impossible. Old Fong took back his broadsword, took a look at Lao Yang and asked, "How long has he been in?" Lao Yang's lips trembled a little, and he was uncertain. "It's like less than 10 minutes. Chapter 882. Suddenly, the crowd took a breath. Everyone here knows what it means to break through this floor in 10 minutes. The talent of evil spirit. Luo Wuyuan looks ferocious. He grabs Luoyao's wrist and asks, "Does this guy really know how to make alchemy?" Although Luoyao knew that Yi Chen's talent was against the heaven, she did not expect to be able to do so quickly even when she was injured. Yes. At this time, Cui Yuan pointed to the Danshu Tower and said in a loud voice, "This boy must not be the first time to enter Danshu Tower. He must have studied the spirit air pill." Yes. It must be so. Of course, he didn't believe Yi Chen was so fast. His son, as a genius of Dandao, took half an hour to cross the first floor, almost the best result in recent years. What did Yi Chen count? At this point, the expression of the people is more comfortable. Even Nanxian Immortal nodded and thought this was the best explanation. He has just noticed that Yi Chen's spiritual root is not a rare spiritual root, let alone the word spiritual root. Because this kid is just a fan gen. Only those Chinese talents are possible. A fan root waste, less than 10 minutes across the first floor. This may be the funniest joke in Danshu Town. Hearing Cui Yuan's words, Old Fong snorted, "Danshu Tower has won a Dan Ding genius. You should feel honored, instead of passing the gentleman's belly with the heart of a villain. I can tell you clearly that this is the first time he has stepped into Danshu Tower." Nanxian Real Man laughed, "You have been protecting that boy from the beginning. Can you believe your words? By the way, maybe you must have told the boy how to break the customs barrier. In this way, everything can be explained." Hearing such unjust words, Mr. Fong turned his sword and chopped it directly. Looking for death. And inside Danshu Tower, Yi Chen adjusted his breath and moved the half of the tripod away. In an instant, there was an ancient rune on the ground. Endless aura fills the whole Danshu Tower. Wrapped the whole body. Yi Chen can't help moaning. That's great. He even found that he had a strong sense of breakthrough. The sound of crackling is coming from the body. He looked at Xiao Huang in a hurry. When he saw Xiao Huang's posture, he almost spit out. At the moment, Xiao Huang's fluffy body actually sits cross-legged like a human being, as if in the operation of martial arts. Innumerable auras of heaven and earth are madly pouring into Xiao Huang's body. Its whole body is covered with red light. Brilliant. As if aware of Yi Chen's gaze, Xiao Huang opened his mouth and said, "If you want to break through, don't worry about me. This layer can have time limit." Yi Chen suddenly, not nonsense, closed his eyes, began to break through. The blood dragon rushed out of Yi Chen's body and circled on the top of Yi Chen's head. The sound of the dragon's chant resounded. However, Yi Chen's elixir field is like a flood discharge, madly rushing toward the obstruction of the Holy Kingdom. Because Yi Chen suppressed this layer for too long, the obstruction of the Holy King's realm was broken in an instant. Dantian is also a sudden expansion. If it was originally a lake, it is now an ocean. Yi Chen is covered with a layer of holy light, just like a new life. But this is far from stopping. Yi Chen rushes towards the second layer of the Holy Kingdom instantly. On the Danshu Tower, there are bursts of thunder. Tens of thousands of thunder robberies hit Danshu Tower. Endless thunder and lightning devoured the whole Danshu Tower. Not only that, but also outside the Danshu Tower was also affected. The thunder and lightning shot down and turned into a pothole in an instant, even forcing people to stop fighting. Nanxian Immortal stares at Danchu Tower, and his expression is extremely complicated. What the hell is that boy? Through the first level, shouldn't it be the change of the realm of Dan Dao? How on the contrary, his martial arts cultivation has broken through. And there's something wrong with the change. He knew Yi Chen's accomplishments, and entered the 9th floor of the Holy Land. Even if you want to break through, it's the Holy Kingdom. However, the thunder robbery is not like the thunder robbery in the Holy Kingdom. It is impossible to return to the virtual state. What is the origin of this boy? Who once said that Danchu Town will usher in a catastrophe? Is this the son of that catastrophe? Nanxian Immortal feels that things are getting more and more difficult. The boy first killed so many people in Danchu Town, and now he enters Danchu Tower. If it continues to drag on, there will definitely be problems for Danchu Town. The next second, he took out a simple token. Force a drop of blood essence on the token. The token vibrated, and an ethereal voice rang out, "What's the matter?" Hearing the sound, Lao Yang and Fang's faces changed. This Nanxian Immortal is crazy. Please move that one. Nanxian Immortal looked at them and said, "My lord, Lingy Danzuan left Danchu Tower for no reason, but the doorkeeper of Danchu Tower let a mob into Danchu Tower with his private right. I'm afraid this thug is not good for Danchu Tower. I tried to take down the thug several times, but it's strange that the two people around Lingy Danzuan obstruct each other. I suspect that the thug is the man of the so-called catastrophe." I see. The misty voice fell and the pressure came. The token faded. Lao Yang and Fang Lao see this scene, their hearts thump. It's even more troublesome. They looked at each other, clenched their weapons, like a green pine, motionless like a mountain, guarding the gate. "Lord Danzuan, why don't you come back?" And now, 30 kilometers outside Danchu Town. An old man was suspended above the Dan Ding, surrounded by purple light. Spirit is released. This person is the spirit of a Dan Zun. Since Yi Chen disappeared, he used all means to search. The first time I came to Danchu Town, he was not sure that the person who was looking for Lin Yuan had anything to do with Lin Qingxian. But find it. At all costs. Suddenly, Lingy Danzuan noticed something, opened his eyes, and the cold light shot at a tower in Danchu Town. Thunderbolt flashes above the tower. Very clear. Well? Did someone break through in Danchu Tower? Didn't those two guys seal Danchu Tower? Lingy Danzun lightly taps his toes on the tripod and thinks for a few seconds. He takes the tripod back into his sleeve and offers a rune. The finger pinches the Jew, the rune burns, suddenly stands a border around. Seal the whole Danchu Town. Anything can't fly without wings. After all this, he disappeared here. No trace. At the moment, Yi Chen of Danchu Tower, the breakthrough has not stopped at all. There was something ferocious about his expression. The aura of the outside world is too full, and violent and blazing. If it had not been for him, his body would have burst. At this time, the black stone in Yi Chen's pocket flew out. Suspended on top of Yi Chen's head, even began to rotate. In an instant, the surrounding violent energy began to be absorbed by the black stone into the Samsara Cemetery. Lin Qingxian of the Samsara Cemetery is also aware of the situation. He stands in front of a tombstone that has not yet been opened, his hands are behind him, and his eyes are tightly fixed on the cracks and lights that suddenly appear on the tombstone. He murmurs, "It's time to meet, old man." Chapter 883. Mo Ninger quietly came to Lin Qingxuan's side. Her eyes turned like stars and said curiously, "Master Lin, is it a great power coming out? I don't know who this great energy is." Lin Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of speaking, he stretched out his hand and touched the tombstone. Suddenly, the tombstone vibrated violently, and a golden light bloomed. It turned into a fist shadow. The shadow of the fist hit Lin Qingxian directly. Lin Qingxian loosened his hand and shook his head. It's still this kind of temper. He stepped back 3 steps, before the golden light dissipated. Then, he said to Mo Ninger, "In that era, Who dare not die and who dare not to lose? Who dares to fight against heaven with his fist? Hearing this, Mo Ninger's eyes widened and finally understood who was in the tombstone. The key is that she didn't expect that the one would come out now. With this great power coming out, will the tomb owner? Before Mo Ninger finished, Lin Qingxian interrupted, I know this guy. This energy alone is not enough to make that guy appear. Next, it depends on the chance of the boy. And Yichen outside of nature do not know the status of the reincarnation cemetery. At the moment he gently exhaled a breath, the breakthrough breath on the body gradually stabilized. Even the poison of Ju Yun arrow in the past has disappeared. Now his realm stays in the third level of the Holy Kingdom. Because there are some differences between the realm he practiced and the realm of Kunlun emptiness, it is equivalent to the external realm of returning to emptiness. Even in the face of some virtual king situation, strong people are not so embarrassed, even qualified to kill. Yichen opened his eyes and found that all the energy around him had disappeared, and there were cracks in the half-dan ding in the central place. All of a sudden, he thought of something and looked at Xiao Huang not far away. At the moment, Xiao Huang is sleeping on her stomach. She seems to notice Yichen's eyes. She opens her bleary eyes and glances at Yichen. She says faintly, the third level of the Holy Kingdom is not bad. As for my condition, you don't need to worry. But next time I won't use this method to help you. It's too expensive. It's a headache. Well, I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't disturb me. With that, Xiao Huang closed her eyes, and the sound of heavy breathing rang out. Yichen shakes his head and holds up Xiao Huang directly and puts him in the tomb of Samsara. There is no living thing in the Samsara cemetery, but Xiao Huang is an exception. After all, its body and blood are closely related to a great power of the Samsara cemetery. It's really time for this little guy to have a good rest. During this period of time, he has helped himself a lot in the time of crisis. His body must have been damaged. Then, Yichen's eyes fell on the second ladder, and without hesitation, he walked away quickly. On the stairs, endless pressure came, but this pressure is nothing to Yichen at the moment. He was soon on the second floor. When he came to the second layer, Yichen felt a cold wind sweeping through, extremely cold. He even shivered. When he looked inside, he found that there was ice and snow all around him. The temperature is extremely low. At the same time, there is an icicle in the center. Sanskrit was engraved on the icicle. Sanskrit was gray. He glanced at it, but he didn't know a word. When Yichen doubts, the snowflakes fall, and the countless snowflakes turn into a virtual shadow. He is an old man in white. The old man in white looked at Yichen with interest and said, "It's the first time for me to see a Dan master with such a heavy evil spirit." He raised his hand and stroked his beard. He continued to say, "Boy, the way you cultivate is to kill the Tao, and you should not step into the Dan Dao. I advise you to leave Danshu Tower, or else the foundation that you have so hard to establish will be destroyed." Yichen naturally cannot leave. Until now he has not felt the reincarnation graveyard has the great power to come out. Only keep stepping in. It is said that Lin Qingxian stepped into the 9th floor of the 10-story Danshu Tower. If Lin Qingxian helped him to break it, it would be extremely easy. Unfortunately, no matter how he communicated with Lin Qingxian, there was no reaction from the other party. I'm afraid Lin Qingxian doesn't want to rely on his strength all the time. "You're not going yet?" Looking at the young man in front of him, he was surprised and said, "It seems that you don't quite understand what I said. Although you don't know how you got into Danshu Tower and how you broke into the first floor, if you want to break into the second floor, you must pass me first. I'm very uncomfortable with your strong murderous spirit. I hope you leave immediately and don't destroy the artistic conception of this layer." His eyes still don't want to look at Yichen's face. This made him slightly angry and said, "This is an ultimatum for you. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude to you." The thread of cold spread. Yichen is still unmoved. Instead, he takes a step and looks at each other. "What you said is ridiculous. Who stipulates that people who take the road of killing can't make alchemy?" He sneered and said, "This layer is the field I am in charge of. You must obey my rules, or you won't want to continue. Language down, wind howling, like an ice dragon toward Yichen devour and go. Yichen eyebrow heart of the fire burst out instantly. In an instant, the ice dragon is turned into powder. Since it's your field, I'll break it. Yichen eyebrow flame burst out. He was immediately surrounded by the flame. The original cold mood actually has the trend of melting. It's beyond our capacity. If you want to break into my field, you can't go out. Virtual shadow fingers pinched Ju. Sanskrit on the icicle began to flow. Suddenly, the icicle split a hole, tens of thousands of ice swords drilled out, and even more densely shot Yichen. Seeing such a sword Yichen was not afraid. He snorted coldly and opened his right hand. Blood dragon comes out. The sound of the dragon falls, shaking the world. The blood dragon rushed out of Yichen's body in an instant, which led to the immortal fire on Yichen's body. The immortal fire enveloped the blood dragon, as if it had come out of the magma and devoured it towards the ice sword. Bang! With a loud noise, the dense sword was engulfed by the sudden blood dragon on the spot. There was a sudden rise in the temperature around. The white clothes empty shadow's face slightly changes, is very ugly. It seems that this boy still has 2 brushes. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers, a cold light came through the air. Ding! The sword was inserted on the icicle. Yichen's first sight is to see that this icicle is the eye of array here. Once the eye of the array is broken, the shadow in white will have no support. Chapter 884. Sure enough, the body of the empty shadow in white is a little dim. This layer tests Dan fire and vision. And in front of this step into the road to kill people, obviously past the pass. Double cultivation of Killing Way and Dan Way. The key is that we can see the second level problem in such a short time. What is the origin of this boy? Suppress the fear of the heart, white empty shadow arm a wave, step on the 3rd level of stairs to reveal. I don't want to admit it, but your talent in Dan Dao is the most adverse one I have seen recently. If I can, I hope you can put down the killing heart and calm down the Dan road. In this way, your future achievements will be limitless. Yichen laughed, pulled out the dragon and asked the sky sword, excuse me, Dan Dao is just my auxiliary way, Killing Way is really suitable for me. When the old man in white heard this, his eyes were shocked. Dan Dao is just an aid? What a joke is this kid? How many people are poor in their life and can't step into the real realm of Dan Dao? What is the origin of this boy? Why do you feel familiar with your eyes? Yichen and the shadow in white pass by, and they go to the 3rd layer. If he guesses correctly, the elder phone who meets in the killing place will just step over the 3rd floor. The 3rd layer is also the real screening of Dan talent. White empty shadow looking at the back of Yichen, suddenly, a pat on the forehead, he thought of what? Fingers pinched Ju, quickly sacrifice a portrait. The portraits are too old, very old, and even incomplete. His hands slowly unfolded the portrait, sending out a trace of antiquity. The picture is completely exposed. This is a back view. A young man's back. The young man is carrying a magic sword, holding a silver needle in his left hand, but a strange black stone in his right hand. Aura surrounds. What is more remarkable is that the youth's feet are actually stepping on a blood dragon. The blood dragon swept the world. Dragon dance for 9 days. You can't be one. White empty shadow and fierce raised his head, dead staring at Yichen's far away back, and the portrait contrast, eyes flash a trace of dignified. It's like that. The only drawback is that there is a big gap between the boy and the youth in the portrait. The one in the portrait is at least in the realm of Daoyuan or Emperor Zun. And this kid is just in the king's land. Is this young man who was able to exhaust his efforts to predict the extermination of the world thousands of years ago, the almost non-existent god killer? It is said that one day in the future, for the sake of a young girl, the god killer will break the rules of the Temple of Kunlun, and the 9 heavenly dragons will land on the earth, and the 10 top sects will be cut off with one sword? If heaven abandons him and kills the heaven, if people are angry with him, the world should be killed? After a few seconds, he took back the portrait and shook his head helplessly. Those powerful prophecies have not been recognized by outsiders. In people's eyes, the situation of Kunlun for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years has not been destroyed. How could it be destroyed by a young man with no background? I'm afraid I'm dazzled. The boy should be just like the figure in the picture. Words fall, the shadow of the white dress actually dissipated, as if never existed. And now, outside Danshu Tower, there was silence. No one went on. They're staring at Danshu Tower. Only because the second layer of Danshu Tower starts to shine. That boy broke through again. Put aside that boys break through time, there are still no 10 minutes. To know the second layer of artistic conception, ordinary people want to easily break open, simply impossible. Which one is not to bear endless pain, just reluctantly break open? Now, there is only Yi Chen in Danshu Tower. But I didn't expect that this boy not only broke through, but also stepped on the third floor. Fong held the gate, looked at the Nanxian real man and sneered, "Nanxian immortal, can you serve now?" From the beginning, I saw the hope of Dandao from this little brother. If someone really broke the record, it was only this person. Nanxian real person's eyes slightly narrowed. What's good to wear? In the first 2 layers, if someone teaches him how to crack it, it's not difficult. If I guess correctly, you two have revealed a lot of things to this boy. Such a means may be useful in the early stage, but the third layer is not so simple. I'm sure the second level is his limit. Before the words were finished, the light of the third layer of Danshu Tower began to twinkle. Obviously, Yi Chen broke the third layer. Key this time, not even a minute. The whole world was so quiet that everyone held their breath. Nanxian real man's face is more and more ugly, hard to see, as if he was mercilessly slapped. Lao Yang saw this scene and said with great interest, "Someone's face is coming too fast. Is the second floor the limit?" But what do I think, as if the fourth floor is not necessarily his limit. I don't think anyone who talks has a brain. You! Nanxian real person faced some anger, want to start, but was stopped by several old people behind him. Wait for the Lord to come, and you can't do it now. Someone behind me reminds me. Nanxian Immortal waved his sleeve and stopped talking. Wait for that adult to come later, see how arrogant you are. Nanxian Immortal, do you want us to have some fun? If that young man from Danweta broke through the fourth floor, how about you kneel down and apologize in person? Of course, if the youth has not broken through the fourth floor, I will kneel down to apologize to you, Nanxian Immortal. Lao Yang was obviously desperate. In his opinion, Yi Chen and Lingy Danzuan have a great connection, so it should not be difficult to break through the front layers of Danshu Tower. There should be no problem with the fourth tier. But the fifth floor is not necessarily. Naturally, Nanxian Immortal can't bet. According to Yi Chen's momentum, the fourth floor is just a matter of time. The key is that the boy is clearly focused on martial arts. Why is Dan Dao so rebellious? He's still a motherfucker. When did Fan Zhen become so evil? Just when he was puzzled, the aura of Danshu Town suddenly changed, and dark clouds came to the city. An invisible pressure made everyone in the scene a little breathless. Nanxian Real Man saw this scene, his face was ecstatic. Here comes the man at last. If you want to say who has the real right to speak in Danshu Town, it is this person besides Lingy Danzuan. Only this person has the right to let the two old gatekeepers get away. He was short of breath and knelt down with several people behind him. Kneeling on both knees, the head is kowtow on the ground, incomparably devout. Luo Yao and Luo Yuan also feel something wrong. Their bodies bow slightly, which represents deep respect. Dad, what's the origin of this vision? Luo Yao curiously said, why do I feel something wrong, even make people feel uncomfortable, just like the arrival of evil spirits? Chapter 885. Words just fell, but did not expect. Luo Wuyuan nervously covered Luo Yao's mouth, whispered, shut up. This person is not something you can censure. The Nanxian Immortal invited him out. I'm afraid Danshu Tower will have an accident today. Even if the boy enters Danshu Tower, there will be no one to protect him. When Luo Yao heard this, she was pale. She even regretted why she had brought Mr. Yi here. If Mr. Yi really had something wrong here, she would have been guilty for a lifetime. Mr. Jingshui outside is dangerous and powerful, but compared with some big people in Danshu town, the gap is too big. Now things develop to such a situation, it is to force Yi Chen to die. Cui Yuan looked at the black cloud, but his face was full of joy. He would like things to get bigger and bigger. If he could kill people with a knife, it would be better. The gatekeepers, Lao Yang and Fong Lao, are extremely familiar. Lao Fong took a look at Lao Yang and ordered, "If I don't die well today, I hope you can take care of my children. They don't have strong Dan Dao talent, but if you educate them well, you can still mix up some people in Danshu town." Lao Yang hesitated for a few seconds. He wanted to say something, but finally he nodded. Boom! Thunder thundered down. Not far from Danshu Tower, the lightning was dazzling and the dust was covered. But when the smoke and lightning dispersed, it was an old man who was not angry. Under the old man is a fierce leopard with golden lines. Fierce leopard's eyes are very aggressive. A single glance of the eyes makes many practitioners retreat. Seeing the old man riding on the fierce leopard, Nanxian kowtowed his head again and said respectfully, "Nanxian has seen Xingtian Dan Zun." Hearing these 4 words, Luoyao finally understood why her father was so serious. Because looking at the whole Danshu town, only 2 people are qualified to be called Danzuan. That is the Lingi Danzuan guarding Danshu Tower. And in charge of the whole Danshu town rules of the Heaven Danzun. 2 great Danzans guard a pure land. No one knows what strength these 2 Danzans are. But one thing is certain, any move and decision of these 2 people can change everything in Danshu town. The real power of the strong. Xingtian Danzuan didn't pay attention to it. He didn't let Nanxian Immortal get up. Instead, he looked at Danshu Tower with interesting eyes. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Lao Yang and Fong Lao. A single look makes their backs all wet. It's really hard to be under the pressure of such a strong man. Xingtian Danzuan said, "I am very curious that Lingi Danzuan has not left Danshu Tower for 100 years. Why did he leave suddenly today? Is there something interesting that I don't know about? There's no end to it." Lao Yang and Fong's feet were shaking. If they were not dead support, they might have knelt down. Old Fong raised his head with difficulty and said to Xingtian Danzuan, "My lord, how can we be qualified to know that Lingi Danzuan works? It's time to deal with things. I don't know what's the matter with your coming here suddenly." Before the words were finished, Xingtian Danzuan touched the mount under him and said mercilessly, "It seems that I look high on you 2 gatekeepers. I heard that you 2 dogs put a thug who dares to commit crimes in Danshu town into Danshu Tower. If Lin Jidan is not here, you are so reckless." Hearing this, their faces changed greatly. Lao Yang just wanted to explain what, but found that the blood gas gushed up, directly spit out a mouthful of blood. What a mess. Old Fong quickly forced out a drop of blood essence, finger pinched Ju, block with secret method. That's how I feel. Xingtian Dan Zun is not in a hurry to start, and his eyes fall on Nanxian Immortal and Cui Yuan. Tell me the specific things. Don't leave a detail behind. Forget it, I'll figure it out myself. Xingtian Danzuan's arm waved gently, and a ray of light fell on their eyebrows. Close your eyes and feel it. It's like reading other people's memories. After a few seconds, Xingtian Danzun opened his eyes and said, "What's the secret of this thug? The erased memory can't be broken with my power. But I didn't come in vain. If I plundered the secrets of the other party, I would be able to improve my strength." Thinking about everything, Lingi Danzun rode a fierce leopard to Danshu Tower. At each step, the whole ground vibrated a little bit. But Old Fong and Lao Yang still stand firm to the extreme. Are you going to stop me? Xingtian Danzun's indifferent voice fell down, the whole Danshu Tower, in addition to the spirit behind you Danzun, I should also be qualified to enter it. Old Fong's eyes were extremely cold, and his killing intention swept over his body. He said word by word, Xingtian Danzuan, please don't make it difficult for me. Lingi Danzuan has orders. After he leaves, no one can enter Danshu Tower. Oh? Xing Tian Dan Zun smiles. How should that mob explain? Is my status in Danshu town better than that of an outsider who kills people without blinking an eye? Go away. All of a sudden, Xing Tian Dan respects Mao Sun. A congealing, between eyes unexpectedly shot of force, directly bombed on Fong Lao's body. Fong only felt a wave of invisible air hitting his body. Fly on the spot. Even more, it hit the seal of Danshu Tower. Poo, a mouthful of blood spurt, weak to the extreme. Lao Fong. Lao Yang quickly stepped forward to help Fong Lao, but was stopped by Fong Lao. Old Fong got up with difficulty, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was staring at Xingtian Danzuan. Lingy Danzuan has orders, no one can step in. You too. Xing Tiandan on the fierce leopard frowned. He found that things were more complicated than he imagined. Why did the old man protect the outsiders at all costs? Is there something shady in it? No longer thinking about it, he rode the fierce leopard close to Danshu Tower. Fong was still motionless, and his hands were open, and he was the guardian of death. Xingtian Danzuan sighed. I've seen anyone looking for death, but I haven't seen one like you. I'm afraid you've become a traitor of Danshu town. In this case, I'll erase you on behalf of Lingy Danzuan. Xingtian Danzun opened his right hand and held it slightly. There was a faint red on between his 5 fingers. Red mansions are more and more dazzling. The next second, the red light directly smashed out, turned into a red virtual sword, toward Fong Lao. Lao Yang saw this scene, extremely ugly, and quickly blocked in front of Fong Lao's body. No matter how to say, they are both companions. I don't know how many years we have worked together. If you look at Fong Lao's accident, he can't bear it. Chapter 886. Therefore, Lao Yang exerts all his strength on the weapon. The air is surging, and he collides with the red virtual sword in an instant. Without warning, his weapon turned into powder, and his body flew out and hit Fong Lao's body. Extremely embarrassed. 2 gatekeepers, almost no combat ability. For ordinary people, they are really strong, but in the face of Xingtian Danzuan, what kind of obstacles can they take? There is only one person in Danshu town who can stop Xing Tian. That is Lingy Danzuan. But now Lingy Danzun has not appeared for a long time. Damn it! Xingtian Danzuan was very satisfied with the result and sneered, you can't help yourself, mole ants. You've been guarding Danshu Tower for so many years. You've forgotten your original intention and even ignored the battle. This strength is ridiculous. Today, I will teach you a lesson I will never forget. But I won't kill you. After all, I'll give the face of the guy behind you. Now, it's time to bring the boy out. Some rules are based on the bloody corpse. With that, Xingtian Danzun was not in the dark. Dan Su Tower's seal could not stop him. At the moment, Yichen of Danshu Tower naturally doesn't know the situation outside. He has come to the 4th floor. To his surprise, this time, the 4th floor was a lake. The lake is spreading and the water vapor is rising. Hot springs. Is this also an artistic conception? How else can Danshu Tower fit this lake? This is Yi Chen's first feeling. As soon as he wanted to step into it, he felt the sound of violent vibration coming from Danshu Tower. Is there an earthquake in Danshu Tower? Yi Chen glanced around and found that the lake was boiling like boiling water, and even some liquid splashed on his body, which was very hot and painful. There's something wrong with the situation. All of a sudden, the Samsara cemetery Xiao Huang found something. Originally sleeping, it immediately opened its eyes. Indifferent pupil, extremely cold. He let out a gloomy roar. Later, he turned into a shadow, directly left the Samsara cemetery and came to Yi Chen's side. Xiao Huang, don't you rest in it? Yi Chen is surprised to see Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang looked at her back and said in a cold voice, go down with me, and remember to wrap your whole body with the immortal fire. Although I don't know the purpose of Xiao Huang, Yi Chen still does. Plop! With a sound, the fire covers and carries Xiao Huang into the strange lake. Just after the two entered, Xingtian Danzuan and his blood-ferocious leopard came quietly. Xing Tian Dan Zun looked at the ripples on the surface of the water and laughed. It's really something that doesn't know how to live or die. I really think that entering the lake can save you. But how on earth did the boy find us? Come on, when you get the boy's secret, you'll take the body. Now all you have to do is bring the boy and remember, don't bite him to death. Xing Tian Dan Zun touched the fierce leopard under his body and opened his mouth. The fierce beast was obviously extremely excited. There was a roar from the beast, which also penetrated into the lake. Xingtian Danzuan stood on the shore of the lake and closed his eyes, waiting for his mount to come triumphantly. This fierce leopard was obtained from a secret place at the risk of his life thousands of years ago. The fierce leopard has an ancient bloodline. Although it is not pure, it has been continuously fed pills for thousands of years, and its grade is extremely high. Even in the face of the general return to the virtual realm, the virtual king realm and even higher realm, they can be easily killed. The key is that the fierce leopard's body is extremely strong. It is impossible for ordinary people to kill it. Later, in order to cultivate the fierce leopard's killing nature, Xingtian Danzuan also fed it a living cultivator every day. Put them in the same cage. The nature of the beast breaks out. The more the cultivator resists, the more ferocious the leopard is. So the beast is extremely bloodthirsty. Anyone can be killed except for Xingtian Danzuan. It's just for blood and fighting. Under the bottom of the lake, it is not too deep, but there is a trace of Daoyuan. Yichen stopped and looked at Xiao Huang curiously. He still asked, Xiao Huang, why do you want to run? Xiao Huang doesn't speak and stares at her back tightly. When she looks at a group of black shadows, she jumps directly from Yichen's arms to the bottom of the lake. Not to run, but to face the beast. Under the water, I may have a better chance of winning. Next, we should be careful. We're being watched. And not ordinary people. Words fall, Yichen is feeling the bottom of the lake to wave, then, a huge body, hair erect, like a steel needle general giant leopard directly came to Yichen. The whole body circulates the golden light, the eye blood red, is also bloodthirsty than the human. His tusks came out and made a deep noise. Eyes dead staring at Yichen, as if ready to hand. Yichen saw this scene and immediately offered a sacrifice to cut the dragon and asked the sky sword. It seems that the threat you are talking about is this thing, but isn't this Danshu Tower a place to test Dan Dao? Why is there such a fierce beast? Before Yichen reacts, the fierce leopard turns into a remnant, just like a meteorite crashing to the stars. Red light. Yichen felt something was wrong, so he chopped it with a sword. This sword, the power of God Thunder overflows wildly. Even the lake will be cut in half by him. Ding! The sound of clear and crisp spreads out. The sky sword has been cut on the fierce leopard. If it had been changed into a common fierce beast, it would have been split in two. But this time, Yichen found that the fierce beast was undamaged. It's as if his previous sword was on the basalt. That's weird. The fierce leopard roars with fury, and its ferocious fangs are like swords and going towards Yichen. Seeing that she wants to penetrate Yichen's body, Xiao Huang has already blocked Yichen's body. Boom! Small body, blooming from the ancient animal roar. That different pupil is flashing a dazzling light. Seeing this scene, the fierce leopard did not continue to attack Yichen, but focused on Xiao Huang's body. Doubts, puzzles, fears. It could feel a sense of threat in this small guy. This sense of threat comes not only from strength, but also from blood. All of a sudden, he heard something in his mind, which was obviously the order of the top Xingtian Danzuan. It wakes up, kills the opportunity to break out, directly toward the yellow crazy jump away. The tusks reflect Xiao Huang's body. It has no intention of moving at all. Red and blue pupils are constantly flowing. Suddenly, Xiao Huang's blue pupil burst out one after another of thunder and lightning, the power of God's thunder, instantly toward the other side package and go. When the God thunder hits the fierce leopard's body, it just makes the fierce leopard pause a few minutes. The goal remains unchanged. The fierce leopard is about to touch Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang has started. Chapter 887. the little yellow body bursts out and dodges away in an instant. At the same time, the sharp claws slide directly on the fierce leopard's body. Zizizi. The sound, the intense spark twinkles. Fortunately, a few bloodstains finally appeared. At the same time, Xiao Huang's body directly climbed onto the body of fierce leopard. The cold claws were raised high and thrust straight down. Suddenly difficult, or penetration. Blood overflows in an instant. Fierce leopard face ferocious, want to get rid of Xiao Huang, but no matter how struggling, but found it impossible. I don't know who is behind you, but since you dare to come down and fight us, I will make you pay the price, she said coldly. The next second, Xiao Huang opened her mouth and bit directly on one of the fierce leopard's ears. Tear a sound, instant tear. Red with blood. A voice of pain rang out in an instant. Obviously, ears are the weakest place for fierce leopard. Xingtian Danzuan on the shore of the lake opened his eyes, and he naturally felt the pain of his mount. A slight change of face. Jumped straight into the lake. No one is qualified to move his fierce leopard. Anyone. Now the yellow, red pupil more dazzling. And the fierce leopard under him is scarred. The particularity of your blood seems to me a great tonic. Xiao Huang's light words fall, which makes the fierce leopard panic to the extreme. The only reaction in his heart is what this guy is. Why is the breath on the body a fierce beast, but can speak the words of human beings? Unheard of. The more it struggles, the weaker it is. The water on the bottom of the sea has even turned red. Looking at Yi Chen, Xiao Huang even said, use the blood dragon to trap this guy. While the guy outside has not dared to come, I will directly devour the animal. He is a great tonic to me. Yi Chen naturally understands that Xiao Huang's first evolution was due to the phagocytosis of 9 blood wolves. If she devoured this horrible fierce leopard, does it mean the second evolution? No longer hesitating, he directly sacrificed the blood dragon in his body. The blood dragon made a fist around the lake chassis and locked the fierce leopard. The meaning of blood evil spirit blooms, directly trapped the fierce leopard. Can't move. An ancient dragon shadow, plus an ancient fierce beast. If you can't take that fierce leopard, it's really ridiculous. Fierce leopard naturally felt fear, his eyes constantly toward the water, groaning in pain. As if waiting for something. But no matter how much waiting, the figure still did not appear. At the moment, the red pupil of Xiao Huang is more and more enchanting. It will not pity the fierce leopard in front of her, because the other party comes with killing intention from the beginning. There are only 2 choices for this kind of animal. Or go back with your prey. Or die at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Huang naturally wants the other party to choose the latter. It bit in the fierce leopard's body, again hard skin, is also mercilessly penetrated. A mouthful of blood-sparkling leopard meat is directly swallowed by Xiao Huang. Blood stained the lake. Fierce leopard is no longer struggling, ferocious eyes gradually closed. Let it be swallowed. Yi Chen even found that with every bite of fierce leopard's flesh and blood, the faster her pupils turn. The whole body is emitting mysterious breath. This is the breath of the real ancient fierce beast. Of course, Xiao Huang has a great power of reincarnation cemetery, adapting blood. But its biggest lack of money now is the flesh. The ferocious leopard of Xingtian Danzun is not only a part of the blood of ancient times, but also the body is under the pile of Tiankai Dibao and high-level Dan medicine. For Xiao Huang, it's better than your 9 blood wolves. Soon, the fierce leopard's huge body was almost swallowed up by Xiao Huang, and only half of the skeleton was left. And at this time, Xiao Huang suddenly raised his head, eyes staring at a figure. The figure falls on the bottom of the lake. It's Xing Tian Danzun. When his eyes looked at the dead and devoured mount, his anger burned like a flame. His eyes seemed to be full of killing to burst. He has worked so hard to keep the baby for so many years, and turned into food for others. Who can bear the pain? He stares at Xiao Huang and growls, "Beast, you want to die." A Dan Ding suddenly appeared in his palm, Dan Ding a turn, hard toward Xiao Huang smash. Xiao Huang naturally feels that the strength of the other side is not what he can resist now. He looks at Yi Chen and says, "Get ready, we'll leave Danshu Tower immediately." Finish saying, small yellow that red pupil twinkles, the whole lake bottom water seems to stir up. Earth shaking. Countless lakes formed a huge whirlpool, which instantly devoured the Dan Ding. Xingtian Danzuan saw this scene and was surprised. Then he drew out his sword and shot out mercilessly. Impact on the tripod. Dan Ding shakes away in an instant. A sword and a tripod seem to turn into popular, and hit Xiao Huang's body hard. Xiao Huang didn't have time to react. She was hit and flew directly. Fortunately, I fell into Yi Chen's arms at last. Yi Chen hugs Xiao Huang tightly and pinches Ju with his fingers. The endless god thunder goes towards the heaven of heaven. At the same time, the body into a shadow, quickly left. Still want to go? Dream. Since my treasure has been destroyed by you, I will let you understand the pain of being deprived of flesh and blood. The speed of Xingtian Danzuan is getting faster and faster. Go straight out. Boom. Yi Chen's body instantly rushed out of Danshu Tower. Nanxian Immortal, Cui Yuan, Luo Yao and others face a big change. Isn't Xingtian Danzuan looking for Yi Chen? Even let Yi Chen escape? How could it be? Just when the crowd was confused, a roar came from Danshu Tower. The next second, the public is to see the Sky Dan Zun rolling a crazy evil intention rushed out. The key is that the mount of Xingtian Danzuan is gone. At the moment, he looks more like a madman. Face open, furious. Even the anger feels like it's on the verge of collapse. Did Yi Chen do all this? What did he do to make Xingtian Danzun so angry? Can't help but everyone's reaction. Violent edge of the Xingtian Danzun is only 5 meters away from Yi Chen and Xiao Huang, with 5 fingers as claws, as if tearing the air and grabbing at Xiao Huang directly. Little beast! Give me back the life of the fierce leopard. The crowd was thrilled to the extreme when they heard this. They can feel how angry Xingtian Danzun's voice is. Some people are even hurt by the sound wave. Luo Wuyuan has no choice but to pinch the formula with his fingers and gather an array on his daughter Luoyao. Only then can he resist the power of sound waves in front of him. Otherwise the daughter will die. Nanxian real person actually swallows the saliva, retreats several steps. He never thought that the ferocious leopard kept by Xingtian Danzuan for many years died. This fierce leopard can be regarded as a child by Xingtian Danzuan all the time. The key is how does that kid's strength do it? Chapter 888. At the moment, not far from Yi Chen to see this scene, the eyes are extremely serious. He naturally cannot let Xiao Huang hurt again. The key is that he can feel that after Xiao Huang has swallowed the fierce leopard's flesh and blood, the state is somewhat wrong. The body is shining faintly and seems to be shaking. It can even be said to be extremely weak. There is no combat capability at all. He didn't care about everything, and a 10,000 Buddha's Vajra fist blew out. Try to resist damage for Xiao Huang. He would rather bear it himself. You little beast, you want to stop me. I don't know what to do. Xingtian Danzuan has already killed his red eyes and changed his claws into fists. In an instant, he collided with Yi Chen's 10,000 Buddha Vajra fist. Click! With a sound, the golden light was devoured mercilessly, and Yi Chen also felt an incomparable force like a mountain. There was a crack in his right hand. An air wave penetrates the whole body. The wind howls in my ears. The body is heavily hit on a stone tablet beside Danshu Tower. The stone tablet was broken, and Yi Chen suffered most of the damage. But it's not a big problem. If it had not been for the critical moment, he would have had an accident. And Xiao Huang, because of the protection of Yi Chen, no damage. Yi Chen takes a look at Xiao Huang, exhales a breath, and tries to stand up. Oh boy, it's interesting to step into the body training. Otherwise, people like you would have turned into blood fog under my fist. I'm more and more interested in you. Unfortunately, the guy in your arms should not move. Therefore, you should also be buried with you. Xingtian Danzun roared. He was no longer calm before, this moment he was obviously confused by anger. His hand slightly grasps, the hand then grasps a Dan Ding. The tripod is as sharp as a sword. Weapons. He step out, suddenly let go, that Dan Ding is toward Yichen fly out. Continuous rotation, once touched, it must be directly stirred into pieces by the sharp place. Luo Yao has a big mouth. She wants to help Yichen. But I can't do it. Even if the father is not qualified to shake the anger of Xingtian Danzun. The injured Fang Lao and Lao Yang's faces changed dramatically. They rushed out to help Yichen, but it was too late. The speed of Dan Ding is too fast. As fast as a mirage. Cui Yuan and others looked at the scene, but they had cold smiles on their lips. In their view, it was a foregone conclusion. Even with the help of God, this boy can't change the fact of death. After all, it's Xingtian Danzun. And Xing Tian Danzun is also gloomy smile. Ferocious, bloodthirsty. He is in charge of all things, and all things are subject to him. Yichen wants to pull out the dragon and ask the sky sword to resist, but it is too late to find out. Even the cemetery of communication is not qualified. This is to fall here. At this time, Yichen eyebrow heart, a touch of black fog drill out. Rolling black air surrounds Yichen's whole body. Yichen's eyes are also gradually red. Like a black eye on the head. The eyes seem to come from hell, from the darkest and killing places. An eye blinks, bloodthirsty meaning diffuses, in front of Yichen is to appear a void black palm. The black palm actually held the Dan Ding which came from the attack. Dan Ding can't move forward. Xingtian Danzun looked at the black giant palm and the eyes suspended in the air, and his expression became more and more ugly. Not only that, he felt cold all over. Demon people? How can it be? Isn't the demon people disappeared? How did they return to Kunlun Su? He calmed down and thought of his mount turning into white bone, he could no longer bear it. A drop of blood essence forced him out. The tripod vibrates in an instant, surrounded by blood and qi, and its strength expands more than 10 times. Black giant palm obviously can't bear a bit, after all, everything is built on the strength of Yichen. The gap is too big. Seeing that the black giant palm was gradually torn, the sharp place of the Dan Ding was more stabbed toward Yichen's chest. The distance is only 10 centimeters. No matter who you are or whether you are from the demon clan, I want you to die now, and the King of Heaven can't save you. Xingtian Dan respect angry voice way, the strength increases again. The huge black palms are broken directly. The sharpness of Dan Ding stabbed Yichen's chest. It has not entered a few minutes, and the blood is gradually stained out. Just when everything has become a foregone conclusion, a figure flies quickly. Torture. What a brave man. Even my own people dare to move. Words have not Luo Xia, a red Dan Ding burst from the sky, directly hit on the top of the Dan Ding of Xingtian Danzun. The sound of concussion was like thunder. 2 red tripods fly out together. Dust billows, wind blows. Then, the figure of a fairyland and moral character falls slowly and blocks in front of Yichen's body. It's Lingyi Danzun. Lingyi Danzun looked at Yichen, and felt that Yichen had a familiar breath. That's not wrong. It's Lin Qingxian. Isn't Lin Qingxian dead? Is it born again to this boy? Can't help him to think, when he saw the blood on Yichen's chest, an invisible anger filled the whole body. He turned around. Staring at Xingtian Danzun. Xing Tian Danzun is also looking at him, more doubt way, Spirit One, do you know what you are doing? For what? Spirit a cold hum, a palm to shoot out, I certainly know what I am doing. It's a surprise. Shock like lightning. It's too late to hide. Touch your chest. The power of the fury surges wildly. Xingtian Danzun flew out on the spot, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Fortunately, he turned over and stabilized his body. At this moment, everyone is confused. Dan Su Town too big strong actually started? Why is Danzun so angry? Because of a foreign youth. You're kidding. Xingtian Danzuan recovered from shock and became angry. Lingyi, what nerve do you have? How dare you touch me? You should move the youth behind you. He killed innocent people. Blood of fierce leopard. What's more, it's the remaining evil of the demons. If you don't kill this kind of person, it's hard for us to tolerate it. No one thought that Lingyi Danzuan would step out of the room, and his whole body was full of surging waves. Today, anyone who dares to move him is the enemy of our Linjiden Zun. If anyone dares to say that he is not, I will cut off your head with my own hands. Even if you are torture. Let me ask you, you hurt his chest. If it is, then from now on, my spirit will start a complete war with you. In 5 words, the whole world fell into silence. No one thought that Lingyi Danzuan really wanted to protect Yi Chen. Even. Don't hesitate to fight with Xingtian Danzuan. Crazy. The world is really crazy. The 2 great Danzans fought for a young man who did not even reach the realm of virtual king. This is destined to usher in an unprecedented earthquake in Danshu town. Chapter 889. Lingyi Danzuan's words vibrated in the whole Danshu town. It's a long way to go. It reverberates in everyone's ears. These 2 are too harsh to fight. Luo Wuyuan stares at Yi Chen, and even subconsciously points his true chi on his arm. It hurts. Not a dream. The key is that he thought that the one who stood behind Yi Chen was Lingyi Danzuan. Can let Lingyi Dan respect such an attitude. This Yi Chen's identity is not ordinary. If Luo Yao had brought him to the Luo family, he would have accepted it, instead of insulting him. I'm afraid the Luo family now has an amulet. He even thought of stepping into Danshu Tower today and seeing Lingyi Danzuan. Even though he was respectful, the other party would not pay any attention to him. He readily accepted, because the status of Lingyi Danzuan in his heart was too high. Beyond reach. But now, this unattainable person, unexpectedly to that he has always despised the youth, such an attitude. This attitude, he even felt a trace of flattery. He can't think why. Luoya's body is shaking, her expression is full of doubt and horror. She knew that Mr. Yi had talent, and that he had never set foot in Danshu Tower. I thought I knew Mr. Yi. But now it seems that what I know is just the tip of the iceberg. But if Mr. Yi really knows Lingyi Danzuan, why not talk about this relationship? With such a relationship, what qualification does Mr. Jingshuwei have to dare to move him? There is no need for Mr. Yi to abide by the life and death arena agreement. Does Mr. Yi rely on his own strength to shake Mr. Jingshuwei? Luo Wuyuan also recovered from the shock and regret and said softly, Yaoer, how did you and Mr. Yi know each other? Unconsciously, Luo Wuyuan's address to Yi Chen has changed. Luo Yao was stunned and immediately said, I saw in the killing place that the medicinal materials he bought were strange, so I paid attention to it. Later, the murderer seemed to pursue this person, so I took Mr. Yi away through the power of the Luo family. Then, what happened one day ago, Mr. Yi took part in the Kunlun Virtual Genius Contest on behalf of the Medical God Sect, shaking everything with a strong posture. It is said that he also killed the elder of Qingluan clan, and even the referee was not qualified to move him. Until Mr. Jingshuwei came forward, he almost killed Mr. Yi. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I wanted to take Mr. Yi away, but I didn't expect that Mr. Yi and Mr. Jingshuwei agreed to spend 2 months in the arena of life and death in Qianjua Square. No one can interfere. You should know all about it. Luo Wuya hears mirror water Mr. Mao Sun shrinks, afterwards also secretly congratulates. If my daughter had not been making a good relationship with Mr. Yi, I'm afraid the Luo family would be in danger. All of a sudden, he grabbed Luoyao's hand and sighed, Yaoer, as a father, always thought that he could see through all the situations. Now it seems that he is not as good as you. Now, as long as Mr. Yi thinks, my Luo family may disappear in Danshu town at any time, and your existence is undoubtedly the most powerful protection symbol of the Luo family. After today, I broke up with the Cui family, and everything is up to you. Luo Yao's eyes widened when she heard her father's decision. She couldn't think of the things she wanted to change in her poor life. Finally, she changed because of Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi did nothing. What did Luo Wuyuan think of again and continued, Yaoer, try to keep a relationship with Mr. Yi. If Mr. Yi doesn't use Ling Yi Danzuan in the battle of life and death 2 months later, he can't win at all costs. At that time, our Luo family will protect Yi Chen at all costs. Even if it is against the whole clan of Kunlun. This is Luo Wuyuan's attitude. He has already missed 1 time, so he can't miss the 2nd time. Suddenly, a cold hum sounded. From Xingtian Danzuan. Countless eyes are directed at Xingtian Danzun, because the attitude of Xingtian Danzun is related to everything. I saw that Xingtian Danzun stepped out a few steps and walked toward Ling Yi Danzuan. The corners of your mouth are still stained with blood. His pupils are ferocious and cold. All of a sudden, the steps stopped and the 4 eyes were opposite. An invisible air wave surged in all directions, and the bricks on the ground of Danshu Tower turned up directly. All trees within 100 meters are uprooted. The wind raged all over the place, and there was a cry of bitterness. This is the power of the strong. Ling Yi, you fought for a stinking boy in you. But you first figure out one thing. This is not your has the final say. If you offend me, it's not good for you. There's no good end for Danshu Town. Ling Yi Danzuan was not afraid to listen to Xingtian's words and said in a cold voice, what I said just now is very clear. If you dare to move him again, don't blame my merciless men. Xingtian Dan venerated his eyes and held a spirit sword in his hand. The spirit sword is of high grade, and its material is made of ancient basaltic stone. I don't know how much blood is on it. Ling Yi, in your face, I cannot pursue this boy, but the beast in his arms must be handed over to me. He has devoured the fierce beast I have worked so hard to keep in captivity. He must pay for his life with 1 life. Xingtian Danzun did not dare to take the sword, so he could only do so. This is his biggest setback. Ling Yi Danzun naturally doesn't want to complicate things. He turns his head and looks at Yi Chen. He says respectfully, do you want to? Yi Chen could not agree. The guy in my arms is not my pet, but a partner. If Xing Tian wants to move him, he must step on me. Otherwise, it is impossible. I see. Ling Yi Danzun's eyes flashed a trace of determination and said to Xingtian Danzun, you also heard it. It's impossible. Hearing this merciless refusal, Xingtian Danzun's anger swept over. Since he doesn't even have to make concessions, he doesn't have to. On alchemy, he is not the opponent of Ling Yi Danzuan. Otherwise, the Danshu Tower will not be guarded by Spirit One. But in terms of combat power, he is not afraid at all. As soon as the sword in his hand was turned, the pressure was suddenly overwhelming. Sword light seems to devour heaven and earth, as well as thousands of beasts galloping, carrying the crisis of death, directly to Xiaohuang in Yi Chen's arms. Boom! The sound of thunder. The storm surged. Ling Yi Danzuan did not dare to despise it. Holding it with 5 fingers, Dan Ding appeared in the palm of the hand. Go straight to the sword light. The next moment, heaven and earth are covered with glory. Air waves, like substance, gush out around. Then, they suddenly separated. Ling Yi Danzuan and Xingtian Danzuan have stepped back 10 steps. Both of them are hesitating. If it is not injured, Xingtian Danzuan has at least 6 levels of grasp and win. But now, they can't stand each other. If I were you, I would take my tail and leave my Danshu Tower now. Even if you are in charge of Danshu Town, don't forget that Danshu Tower is the real core here. Chapter 890. Ling Yi Danzuan is not a guest. He is not willing to fight, but he is not afraid to fight. When necessary, I have to fight. Just for Lin Qingxian. This is his attitude. This sentence completely angered Xingtian Danzun. If things are not handled properly today, where will his dignity in Danshu Town be shelved in the future? With a cold hum, he offered an array plate, which twinkled and the ancient words flowed on it. In an instant, 6 light pillars around Danshu Tower appeared out of thin air. Lin Yidan respect behind Yi Chen to see this scene, eyes have a deep shock. This is Taigu Extermination Array. When Kang Heping taught him the way of talisman, it was popularized. Although the array plate is only a fragmentary board, it may not be able to play 1% of the power of the archaic destruction array. But even if it is 1%, it's not something that can be countered by Lingy Danzuan. He looked at Lin Jidan Zun again and found that the latter's eyes were heavy. Lin Jidan Zun can help him, he has been very moved. If let Lin Jidan Zun hurt, Yi Chen in the heart feel bad. This is the gratitude and resentment between him and Xing Tian, can't implicate others. No longer think about it, Yi Chen came forward and arched his hand and said, "The spirit of a Dan Zun, this matter I started, should be finished by me, the elders still let me carry it." Who expected? The spirit of a Dan Zun only dropped a word, "My spirit today, even if it is dead, also can't let you suffer a little harm." Language down, his body rushed out, grasped in the hands of the Dan Ding, directly thrown in the air for a turn. A drop of blood essence forced out, fingers quickly pinched Ju, blood essence into the Dan Ding, came to the sound of violent vibration. At last, a huge seal fell from the sky. "Today my spirit will accompany you to the end." With a roar, the light of Fuyin erupted. Between heaven and earth, as if by a force twist. Violent impact, even Let Yichen also can't help the blood gushing up, he took a look at Xiao Huang in his arms. The feeling of weakness is getting weaker and weaker, but there is a light of evolution on the surface of the body like last time. Once again, the surrounding crowd scattered, such a strong battle, they cannot resist. Xingtian Danzuan sneered and sneered. There was a voice of compassion in the array plate. Suddenly, a mountain was suspended in the 6 beams of light. The force of the mountain fiercely towards the spirit of a Dan Zun in the sky to smash. No hands left. Before the two forces touched, a crack appeared in the Dan Ding. Lingy Danzuan's face changed slightly, no longer hesitated, the whole person was suspended in the air, and then a drop, 2 drops of blood essence beat hard on the Dan Ding. Dan Ding red light flashing. Incomparably dazzling. After that, 81 swords came out of the tripod. They were interlaced and fell from the sky like a net of heaven. The mountains seemed to be closed. It seems that after so many years, I still underestimate you. I have been silent in Danshu Tower, which not only makes your Dan Dao stronger, but also martial art. It's interesting, but it's not enough. In his opinion, if the 81 swords intend to break this array, it is a fool's dream. Is it? Sorry, it's just the beginning of the show. Lingy Danzuan was not moved, his eyes flashed a light. Turn nothing into something and live forever. With a yell, the 81 swords can be divided into 2 and 2 into 4. The whole sky seems to be dark down. If the god of heaven came into the world, it directly blasted on the mountains. Every sword is extremely strong. Every sword has the spirit of killing, like the scythe of death. Sword spirit, suppress everything. At the same time, Lingy Danzun's face is pale. Obviously, he needs to pay some price to use this move. I can't do that much right now. Crash! The sea of swords and darkness devour the mountains, and the 6 beams of light are broken together. A mushroom cloud of force shot straight into the sky. The array plate of Xingtian Danzuan was broken on the spot, and the endless power was like the dumping of a long river. Pooh! Xingtian Danzun and Lingy Danzuan were hit on the ground by the air wave without any sign, and they spit out a mouthful of blood one after another. It's obvious that both sides will lose. The power is too overbearing. Even the onlookers were overwhelmed. Some people who are low in cultivation turn into blood mist directly. Smoke and dust are rolling high. When the dust fell to the ground, everything was clear. Xingtian Danzun and Lingy Danzuan stood up reluctantly. There was a flicker of hesitation in both eyes. Xingtian Dan looked at Yi Chen, word by word, "Lingy, you can protect him for a time, you can protect his life. Your duty is to guard the Danshu Tower. You can't leave Danshu Town with this boy. When he leaves, it will be his death day." His eyes are crazy. Lingy Danzuan did not speak, which was the most hesitant place for him. He could not leave Danshu Town too far away, and his mission was bound to be bound here. If Yi Chen wants to leave, what should Xingtian Danzuan do? Xing Tian saw the hesitation of Ling Yi Danzun, his eyes turned and suddenly thought of something. Ling Yi, you should not know the whole story of this matter. I can treat my mount as if it didn't happen, but the trigger for all this is the resentment between the boy behind you and the boy of Chui's family. It's better for the two of us to solve the problem of mutual gratitude and resentment than to destroy the balance of Danshu town by fighting with each other. Xing Tian is very clear, this spirit Wan Danzun is a madman, intent to die with himself. Although he was not afraid of Ling Yi Danzun, he was injured too much. He has to minimize the loss. And killing people with a knife is undoubtedly the best way. Yi Chen's talent in Dandao is to cross the fourth layer of Danshu Tower, but he has heard that Chui Ruiqing, the son of Chui family, has the highest Dandao talent among the younger generation, and even has been ordered by some great power. Compared with two people, if the use of Dan's solution, Chui family boy will crush. If you use these two people's enmity to solve, that spirit Wan Danzun also has no right to hand. How to solve their grudges, said Ling Yi Dan. Xing Tian sneered, in Danshu town, we should solve the problem by means of Danshu town. At the same time, the two people lead the statue of Dan God to bear the test of Dan God's life and death. Loser, die. Winner, life. Hearing this, the crowd took a breath together. Danshu town. In addition to Danshu Tower, there is a tombstone and statue behind. The tombstone and statue even appeared a few minutes before Danshu Tower. It is said that Danshu Tower is the magic weapon of this man. Therefore, it is known as the God of Dan. If there are many people standing in front of the statue, the Dan Qi on the body will be aroused. There will be a person recognized by the statue, enjoy no chance. Only one person. The rest will die. The spirit, the body will disappear. It's like an ancient ritual. Chapter 891. Because it was too frightening and dangerous, 100 years ago, Ling Yi Danzun and Xingtian Danzun were sealed with magic method. No longer on. But now Xingtian Danzun should be opened again, which scared everyone. Especially Cui Yuan. Cui Yuan's body is wet, but he is a single transmission. For so many years, he has only one gifted son. He put all his hopes on Cui Ruiqing. Now Cui Ruiqing has been injured. If he faces the statue of Dan God again, he will surely die. He didn't want his son to take risks. So, he looked at Xingtian Danzun with trembling voice and said, Lord Danzun, the child has been injured, or we should change another way. Xing Tian Dan respects Mao's son a congealing, facial expression some not good-looking, way, do you think you have the right to choose? I've heard that your son's talent is against heaven. Do you have no confidence in your son? If so, I don't think it's necessary for Chui's family to exist. Threat. Cui Yuan's heart thumped for a moment. He had no idea that this kind of Danzun would do the same. He had no choice but to look at Yi Chen and explain, my lord, this is not the case. Naturally, I have confidence in my son's Dan Dao. However, Yi Chen's martial arts strength is very strange. If you attack my son halfway, my son will die. I have only one son. Xingtian Danzun snorted coldly, you can rest assured of this matter. With me, that boy can only use the qi of Dan Dao. As for the rest of the means, don't think about it. If he dares to move, I will kill him myself. I believe that there is the suppression of Dan God, and the spirit does not dare to fight back. After that, he turned his head and looked at Ling Yi Danzun, how? Do you dare to bet? If you admit it, just think I didn't say anything. You just sit back in your Danshu tower. Ling Yi Danzun takes a look at Yi Chen, and naturally feels that Yi Chen's spirit of elixir is not strong, and even seems to be the most rubbish root. However, Yi Chen's roots are very special, and there are some differences between ordinary roots. He can't tell where the specific differences are. Although Yi Chen and Lin Qingxian have some connections, but in the face of the statue of the Dan God, they can see completely the talent of Dan Dao. He has heard about the Chui family's boy. He even saw him several times when he broke into Danshu Tower. The talent is the best in 100 years, and the spirit root is the rare pulse of Dan's spirit. A root and a Danling pulse, Yi Chen will lose, he naturally cannot agree. He just wanted to refuse, but behind him came a firm and cold voice, "I promise." Xing Tian Danzun outlined an evil smile and nodded, "Yes, boy, you are like a man now. No matter what the result, I will not move you again. Cui Yuan, bring your son here. As for his injury, I will naturally make him recover as before." Cui Yuan quickly nodded and disappeared in front of the crowd. Hearing Yi Chen's promise, Ling Danzuan quickly advised, "This matter can be big or small. It's not about strength and means, it's all about talent. I hope you can think about it again." Yi Chen shakes his head, "Need not consider, so decided." Although Ling Danzuan wanted to say something, he shook his head and stopped talking. Before getting to know Lin Qingxian and the identity of this person, he still don't say much. 5 minutes later, Cui Yuan came with the injured Cui Ruiqing. When Cui Ruiqing saw Yi Chen, the anger in her eyes completely rushed out. He would like to dry Yi Chen's blood and peel off Yi Chen's skin. But at the moment, his body injury is too heavy, there is no way to Yi Chen. Cui Yuanlian said, "I haven't seen Mr. Dan Zun yet." Cui Ruiqing was surprised, and then noticed that not far away from the sky Dan Zun, "Just want to kneel down." Xingtian Dan Zun waved his sleeve and said, "Kneel is not necessary, let me see your injury." Language down, Xing Tian Dan Zun points to Cui Ruiqing's eyebrows. In an instant, a holy light wrapped Cui Ruiqing. Cui Ruiqing's original broken bone is more crackling recovery, the body's injury is constantly alleviated. Later, Xingtian Danzuan took out a pill. The lines of the pills are very simple, and the surface is emitting a blue light. As soon as the pill comes out, the full-bodied Danxiang is covered. Some people even exclaimed, "This is the green burning compound body pill." According to the persuasion, the next one can not only repair the injury, but also improve the cultivation. This is the most precious treasure that countless powerful people in Kunlun have always wanted. Cui Yuan and Cui Ruiqing swallowed and salivated, and their eyes were hot. Who also wants not to torture heaven? Dan Zun is such a big hand. This is not a chance. If today, Cui Rui is confirmed by Dan God and even enjoys the supreme glory, Cui Ruiqing will certainly grow into an overlord in the future. It can even be said that they are the same level of Dan Zun. Cui's family is going up. Suppress all families. Still not satisfied? The cold voice of Xingtian Danzuan rang out. Cui Ruiqing responded and nodded quickly, "Yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Dan Zun. I will not disgrace him." If only on Dan, do you have confidence to surpass that boy? Cui Ruiqing took the green burning compound body pill, and his body instantly overflowed with blue light. The light covers everything, the cultivation is constantly climbing, and the spirit of Dan is more and more strong. Cui Ruiqing clenched his fist and stared at Yi Chen. He replied, "Don't worry, Dan Zun, I'm silent on Dan Dao, and I'm a minor in martial arts. I'm naturally injured if I'm not as good as that kid. But if it comes to Dan Dao, I'm qualified to crush him. He will die." Xingtian Danzuan is very satisfied, he can feel Cui Ruiqing's spirit of elixir is very strong. It is almost impossible for such a genius to lose to a common root. When Ling Danzuan saw this scene, he would not let Yi Chen suffer. He took out a red pill and handed it to Yi Chen. "The green burning recovery pill is precious, but my Qiyuan Pat pill is not weak. He can strengthen your body and repair your injury, and even make your Dan Qi more solidified. Take it." When people saw this red pill, their eyes were blazing. Envy. Two Dan Zun do not fight, but use this means to compare, the most benefit is the two young people. Unfortunately, only one of them survived. In the envy of all, Yi Chen took the pill and curiously looked at the spirit of a Dan Zun. This thing, should not only people can eat it. Lin Jidan respects a zheng and nods. Of course, it's not limited to people. Some spirit animals with strong physical and blood can also be taken. What do you want to do with this? Yi Chen did not answer, but, in full view of the public, touched Xiao Huang in his arms and said softly, "Xiao Huang, open your mouth, feed you a sugar." Chapter 892. Yi Chen is very clear that Xiao Huang's current state needs this pill more than anyone else. Xiao Huang was in a daze and opened her mouth. The pill was swallowed in a moment. In a flash, the red light wrapped Xiao Huang, which was painful and ferocious, obviously felt much more comfortable. There was even a slight sound of comfort. At this moment, the surrounding completely exploded. Everyone is not calm. It's a fucking chitin. Only the top alchemist can be refined after 49 days. This pill needs many rare herbs. Most people are not qualified to see, let alone eat. The whole Kunlun void is estimated to be no more than 5. It's rare for a cat to feed itself, but it's so rare for a cat to eat. Sleeping trough. Is this guy brain damaged? What a monster. Even Ling Yidanzun is also a corner of the mouth twitch up, some helpless. He even suspected that this boy really had something to do with Lin Qingxian. This is too stupid. Take this red yuan ba ti Dan, at least let him face the statue of Dan God, how much chance to win. But this kid just doesn't cherish it. Luo Wuyuan shook his head and sighed to his daughter Luoyao, this boy is good everywhere, but he is too crazy. He doesn't enjoy this chance. He even gives his mother a beast. I'm convinced. Although Luoyao didn't understand, she still stood by Yi Chen's side and explained, Dad, he should have his reasons. Fart reason, this guy thinks that if he steps into the 4th level Danqiu Tower, he will be invincible in the world. He doesn't know that if Cui Ruiqing is in the current state, he can cross the 6-story Danqiu Tower. Xing Tian Danzun and Cui Ruiqing and others also sneer at each other. The victory or defeat is actually very clear. Xing Tian Danzun walked in a direction and said, Ling Yi, let's lift the seal behind it. Some people want to die. You can't save them if you want to. Ling Yidanzun did not speak and went to a corner of Danqiu Tower in silence. The two Danzans pinched the formula at the same time and clapped it with one hand. In an instant, the sky shakes. Originally the open land, the ground actually sunken, gradually a prototype altar directly up. On the altar, there is a statue and a stone tablet. The statue is an old man with a master's temperament between his eyebrows. With arms raised, it is a miniature pagoda. Good at 10 as like as 2 peas. Even the statue alone gave birth to a supreme pressure. Seeing this statue, Lin Jidanzun and Xingtian Danzun knelt down on the spot. At the same time, all the people present knelt down. Because this statue is the god of Dan. If you don't kneel down, it's disrespectful. All the people present knelt down, but one did not. That is Yi Chen. It's not that Yi Chen doesn't kneel, but he hears a voice coming from the Samsara cemetery. This man, don't kneel. He kneels, and you're almost there. Yi Chen almost a mouthful of old blood spurted out, but still did. The reincarnated two-moner must have the proud bone of the reincarnation two-moner. Yi Chen is too conspicuous at the moment, and immediately countless eyes stare at Yi Chen. Surprise, fear, anger. Xingtian Danzun even said, Yi Chen, you are so bold that you don't kneel down when you see Dan God. Do you really think of yourself as a character? Ling Yidanzun also glanced at Yi Chen. He didn't say anything. It's just a pity. He didn't like this person's character. He was crazy. Not even awe. This kind of person is destined not to go far. If you don't kneel down now, I'm afraid you won't get the affirmation of Dan God. No doubt it's looking for death. 5 seconds later, the crowd got up. Xingtian Zun said to Yi Chen and Cui Ruiqing, you two stand in front of the statue, close your eyes, and release the spirit of the elixir in your body. Yi Chen and Cui Ruiqing step forward and stand in front of the statue of Dan God. A circle of light surged on the altar and wrapped them up. When everyone looked at Yi Chen coldly, a distant voice came from the statue, just now, why didn't you kneel down? The words fell, and an endless pressure came. People look flustered, big change again. Even, they kneel down again. I didn't expect that the statue of Danshan appeared. Although endless pressure, but cannot affect Yi Chen at all. As long as Xiao Huang exists for a day, no one can use pressure to resist Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised his head, eyes firm, a word, why should I kneel on your knees? I only kneel on his parents, heaven and earth cannot let me bend my knees. You and I have never known each other, naturally not kneel. A great affirmation of attitude. The statue hummed coldly and said, shut your eyes, release the spirit of the Dandao. There is no temperature or fluctuation in the words, but everyone feels a little angry. Deep anger. Chui Ruiqing first closed his eyes, Dan Qi released. The stone steel beside the statue even gave birth to a dazzling light. At the same time, a set of numbers appeared on the stone tablet, and the numbers are getting higher and higher. It wasn't until it stabilized at 617 that it stopped completely. The Lingyadanzan saw this group of numbers, his face was extremely ugly. The value is the spirit of the Tao, and it can directly represent the talent of the Tao. 100 years ago, that is, the last number displayed, was only 524. Now Kuruiching is 100. Enough to prove talent is against heaven. Not many times, Chui Ruiqing opened his eyes. When he saw the number on the stone tablet, the corner of his mouth outlined a smile of confidence. He arched the statue of Dan in a more pretentious way, hard god of Dan. Instead of paying attention to Kuruiching, the statue of Dan god looked at Yi Chen, and the impatient tone sounded, it's your time. Yi Chen has no nonsense, close eyes, release the spirit of the Tao. But there is no light. There is no number on the stone tablet. Everything has changed too quietly. After a few seconds, the results are the same. Nothing. It's like, not sure. Chui Ruiqing saw this scene and laughed and said, Yi Chen, you even have no value. It's ridiculous. It seems that you are a waste of roots, and you are not sure on the Dandao. Ha ha. When he saw this scene, he was in a good mood. Turning his head, he said to the Linjidan Zun, it seems that the result is obvious. Dan God's anger, do you want to save this kid? Funny. If Yi Chen is really wiped away by the statue of the god of Dan, the spirit one Dan Zun does not speak. Then he can't say anything. This is the fate of Yi Chen. Countless eyes stare at Yi Chen like this, sneering. It seems that everything has already been settled. But at this moment, the Leaf Chen feels into a special space. Extremely subtle. Formation. I unexpectedly unconsciously entered the formation. All around is ancient writing. Every word is a top 10 square. Chapter 893. All of a sudden, an ancient voice resounded in the space, you don't even have the reverence and awe for the Dandao. How about releasing the spirit of Dandao? Your existence will only lead the way astray. In this case, I will not kill you, but I will seal your spirit here forever. Let you feel endless anxiety and loneliness. This is your punishment. Yi Chen did not have any flustered, he raised his head, gazed at a direction, light way, excuse me, it's not that I don't kneel you. Instead, you are not qualified. If you want to kneel, you kneel me, understand? Hearing this, the whole world is a little quiet. Then, a yell resounded, looking for death. In the eyes of all, the words flying down. Countless words seem to hit Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen is not moved. Cold eyes. Since the voice of the Samsara cemetery made him not kneel, naturally there was his reason. He just needs to choose to believe. In the text is full of violent force to touch Yi Chen, the black stone flies out directly, whirling around Yi Chen's head. A sense of desolation suddenly spread out. The next second, countless words in this space were sucked into the reincarnation cemetery by black stones. At the same time, a figure is pulled out by the invisible power. It's the man of the statue. The statue of the person obviously did not expect to be forced out of their eyes a little serious. Standing in front of Yi Chen's body, he stares at the black stone on top of Yi Chen's head and exclaims, "What is this? Tell me." Yi Chen takes out a chair from the Samsara cemetery and sits down calmly. As I said before, you are not qualified to let me kneel, and you are not entitled to know the secret of this stone. Hearing this sentence, the sculptor did not know the origin of the black stone, but in the space he constructed, he was the master, and naturally he was not afraid of everything. His eyes are cold, word by word, no one dares to speak to me like this. You are the first and will be the last. Language down, he step out, the energy of the whole space instantly into a terrible palm print. From the sky. If you clap it on Yi Chen, you will die. I wanted you to enjoy the endless darkness. Now it seems that I have changed my mind. I want your spirit to bear endless pain. This pain is enough to make you regret what you have done. This is the fury of ancient powers. You are a mere mortal and can't bear it. In the terror of the palm print with endless pressure to devour Yi Chen still does not move. Instead, he said, "Are you a great power in ancient times? Then you know there are 100 ancient great powers standing behind me." The cold words fell, and the statue's man was stunned, and the black stone instantly released endless energy. In an instant, the whole space cracked. As if to collapse. At the same time, a desolation and red light swept through. When the red light disappears, 100 tombstones appear. This space has been absorbed by the Samsara cemetery directly. That terrible palm print also suddenly disappeared. As if it never existed. And the tombstone man looked at the strange things, some lost his mind. However, a trace of panic appeared around the tombstone. His eyes widened, and blood covered his pupils. How could that be possible? He even clearly felt that every tombstone has a very strong ancient meaning. It's like, in every tombstone, there is an ancient great power. He comes from ancient times, but compared with the people in the tombstone, he is a mole ant. Step into the Samsara cemetery, but don't kneel down. Mo Ninger appears in the air and looks down at the statue with disdain. At the same time, Lin Qingxuan's figure is also revealed. When the person of the statues saw Lin Qingxian, his eyes widened. Plop. 1. Kneel down directly. He's going to cry. What the hell is this? There are hundreds of great powers. The horror of the two men in front of him was a nightmare, not to mention the remaining tombstone. The key is Lin Qingxian. He knows the only one who breaks into the 9th floor. Even from the 10-story Danshu Tower, only one step away. He was terrified, he was shocked. Yi Chen saw the statue of the person actually so quickly knelt down, expression some doubt. Isn't it said that this person is the one who controls the magic weapon of Danshu Tower, so weak? Lin Qingxian seemed to be aware of Yi Chen's doubts. He took a look at the man kneeling and said, "Danshu Tower is a treasure of ancient times. How can ordinary people control it? And this guy is just the person who put Danshu Tower here in ancient times. If you really want to say his identity, he should be just a servant. However, he is also smart. With that unnecessary rule, he absorbed the spirit of other people's moral integrity, even the spirit and the body. After absorbing for thousands of years, his cultivation has been improved constantly. It's really a good calculation. That's why the Samsara cemetery keeps you from kneeling. What kind of villain is qualified to let the reincarnation tomb owner kneel down? Disciple, remember, from the moment you become the reincarnation tomb owner, the way of heaven is not qualified to let you kneel down. You represent not only yourself, but also the dignity of our 100 people." Yi Chen suddenly nodded, "Master, don't worry, my character is just like this, and it's the same when Laozi comes." Lin Qingxian gave a light hum, and then his eyes were burning at the statue's person, and he said, "What should you do? You should be very clear about it. You can release all the things absorbed in the millennium and the energy in your body here. I'll just say it once. If you don't agree, I'll do it myself. You may suffer a lot. Choose yourself." The face of the kneeling statue is very ugly. He shouldn't have sent this kid into his space. Now all the luck and opportunity of 1,000 years will be lost. You can't even save your life. My lord, can you spare my life and let me live in the world? Hearing this, Lin Qingxian waved his sleeve. From the moment you let the reincarnation tomb owner kneel down, your destiny has ended. Besides, you have already known the secret, you must die. Finish saying, Lin Qingxuan's sleeve actually flies out 6 silver rays. It is the qi needle of the true qi of Lin Qingxian. The air needle mercilessly fell on that person's body. In an instant, that person was in fright, the body burst out. However, there is no blood mist, but extremely pure aura. Even Yichen feels that the spirit of the reincarnation cemetery is too strong now, far beyond the outside world. At the same time, nearly 100 tombstones vibrated together. Yichen has only seen these visions several times. Chapter 894. The sense of vibration is more and more intense. To the end, 100 lights even began to flash crazy. "Master, this is..." Yichen exclaimed. Lin Qingxian fixed his eyes on one of the tombstones. He found that the tombstone he had been observing was completely covered with a golden light. A few lines even began to appear. But when it was revealed, it was covered by a force. Obviously, the man is not going to come out now. Along with Lin Qingxuan's eyes, seeing this state, Yichen is too familiar with it, which means it can be moved. At the same time, the two tombstones on the left and right of the tombstone are also quite dazzling. But it's only a step away from the trigger. This wave, he made a lot of money. Is that why Lin Qingxian always let him come to Danshu town? At this time, Lin Qingxian said, "Disciple, can you see the 3 tombstones? Because the reincarnation cemetery has absorbed the energy of that person for thousands of years, you can activate one of the tombstones, and the remaining 2 still need opportunities." Danshu town did not come in vain. What's more, from the beginning of the reincarnation cemetery to now, your performance has been beyond our expectation, and it's time to reveal that secret to you. Well, there are some things. I'd better wait for you to ask Lingyuan. He should be able to tell you something. Next, are you confident to face it? Yichen trembled and wanted to say something, but finally he nodded heavily and clenched his fist. "Yes. Master, I will live up to you." Lin Qingxuan's arm waved. "We believe you, but I hope you understand a word. This is a world where the strong are respected, and human life is the least valuable thing. You have enough strength to destroy everything. The world is cold, without a trace of temperature. If you want to protect the warmth around you, only strength. For those who want to kill you, you should take up the sword in your hand mercilessly and guard the pure land in your heart. That's why I allow you to take the road of killing. What's more, if you want to counter the power behind the samsara cemetery, remember 3 words: beast, dragon, and devil." Language down, the entire samsara cemetery again violent vibration. Yichen's spirit was shaken out and returned to reality. Obviously, Lin Qingxuan's words have broken some secrets. Yichen feels the noise near Danshu Tower. Sneer, sneer, scorn. He did not have much time to pay attention to, but savored the 3 words. Dragon, beast. This beast should mean fierce beast or demon beast. Does it represent Xiao Huang? As for dragon blood, it should be. Deneng of the Samsara Cemetery emphasizes the value of the blood dragon many times. After all, the blood dragon was bred by him from the beginning. It fits his body perfectly. If one day the blood dragon turns into 10,000 feet, it will become the essence. That's when he was respected by Yichen. What does the last devil mean? Is it demonization? Or looking for a demon? Yichen is puzzled. No more thinking, Yichen opened his eyes. Cui Ruiqing sneered, "Boy, you lost. It is estimated that before long, you will be wiped away by the god of Dan." Haha. Yichen's eyes are very plain. He glanced at the statue and said faintly, "The god of returning Dan is just a mole ant. Destroy it." The next second, under everyone's eyes, Yichen's arm is twined with endless thunder and lightning, and his palm blows on the statue. See Yichen's so crazy move, all people have a breath of cool air. Big eyes. This Yichen is crazy not to become, so rebellious behavior also dare to do. This is the statue of Dan God. Don't say it can't be destroyed. If you are disrespectful, you will die on the spot. All spirits are destroyed. Even Ling Yidan's eyes were frightened and said in a loud voice, "No." But Yichen has already fallen. The people of the statue are destroyed. The statue has lost its spirituality for a long time. How can't it be destroyed? Click. A sound, the statue split instantly, God Thunder package, like thunder net entanglement. A sudden contraction. The statue instantly turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, the temperature seemed to drop very low, and the crowd held their breath. They can't believe it. The belief of Danshu town, the so-called Dan god, was destroyed like this. How could that be possible? Before everyone's reaction, Yi Chen's body unexpectedly burst out of endless Dan Qi. The spirit of Dan is too strong to Yi Chen seems to be a Dan god. At the same time, the stone tablet began to shine, the light was too dazzling, as if the night could be turned into day. And a number is growing like crazy. First it was 1,000, and finally it increased to 10,000. Far more than Chui Ruicheng 617 don't know how much. The key figures have not yet stayed. Even the stone tablet can't bear the growth rate. Boom, the stone tablet burst open. Innumerable broken stone just like sharp weapon to penetrate all around. Chui Ruicheng looked scared. He wanted to run, but Yi Chen's cold voice sounded from behind him, willing to gamble and admit defeat, but also want to go. Chui Ruicheng's body is stiff. He turns around. When he sees Yi Chenji, he finds that a long sword has slipped gently on his neck. Sword light devours everything. Finally, his body was covered with blood, but he was unconscious. Ruicheng. When Cui Yuan saw that his son was dead, he was like a madman. Sacrifice a long gun, toward Yi Chen. He wants Yi Chen to die. Even all the people around Yi Chen will die. But Cui Yuan has not yet started. Luo Wuyuan is holding a sword to Cui Yuan's body. Without any sign, Luo Wuyuan releases all his strength, even with the intention of blood essence. The sword directly penetrated Cui Yuan's chest. Cui Yuan looked at the sword penetrating his body, staring at Luo Wuyuan, surprised. Why do you want to kill me? Luo Wuyuan's eyes were cold. Mr. Moving Leaf, is my Luo Wuyuan's enemy? The same attitude as Lingi Danzuan. Luo Wuyuan is very clear that if he does not express his position now, and so on Yi Chen grows up, he is not qualified. No matter what cost, he will set foot on the wheel of Yi Chen. Xing Tian Dan Zun saw Chui's two people dead in front of him. His face was very ugly. His eyes flashed a trace of sinister. Just want to start. Ling Yi Dan Zun is standing in front of his body. Lightweight, Xing Tian, you can't afford to play? If you and I were seriously injured, who would suffer more? Hearing this sentence, Xing Tian Dan Zun snorted coldly, willing to gamble and admit defeat. But today's business, not so easy to end. Do what you want. With that, Xingtian Dan Zun disappeared in front of Lingi. It's a bit of a mess. Lingi Danzuan gently exhaled a breath, then suppressed the shock in his heart and said to Yi Chen, "Little brother, I have something to say to you. Can I go to Danshu Tower for a gathering?" Yi Chen Mao's son congealed, thought of Lin Qingshuan's account, nodded and agreed, "Good." Chapter 895. Luo Wuyuan watched Yi Chen and Ling Yidan Zun leave. He thought his actions could make Yi Chen see more. At least I will nod to myself. He had not seen Shichen once. At the thought of his Luo family's masters being so subdued, he could not help feeling a little headache. But for the moment, he had to look at each other's faces. Luo Yao walked to Luo Wuyuan's side. "Lost, Dad, let's go back." Luo Wuyuan thought of what, quickly looked at Luo Yao, firmly said, "Yaoer, we'll wait outside, waiting for Mr. Yi to come out." Luo Yao's expression is very strange. "Dad, I know Mr. Yi. He is a slow-moving person. It's useless for you to take such an attitude." Unexpectedly, Luo Wuyuan was squinting at her eyes and said faintly, "I know this matter naturally. I never expect that I can catch up with Mr. Yi. Fortunately, I have a good daughter. Yaoer, I ask you, do you have a good opinion of Mr. Yi? Tell me the truth." Hearing this, Luo Yao's face flushed instantly, even lowered her head, and did not know what to say. She had known Mr. Yi before, but she only saw his alchemy talent and just appreciated it. But now, witnessing what happened in front of you, which girl doesn't like Mr. Yi? Even in order to save himself, Mr. Yi did not hesitate to send himself to a dead end. But even if she loves Mr. Yi, will she look up to her in his present status? Luo Wuyuan looks at his daughter. As a father, he has the answer in his heart. I'm afraid my daughter is in it. If this thing can be achieved, it may be a great opportunity for the Luo family. He hesitated for a few seconds and said, Yaoer, I don't know about feelings. But I know that if you don't fight for it, you may regret it for a lifetime. Let's wait for Mr. Yi to come out. Well. The silent eyes of Luo Dan are as silent as water. The first floor of Danshu Tower is the place where the spirit One Dan Zun cultivates. Only two people look at each other, it is Yi Chen and Ling Yi Dan Zun. As for Fong and Lao Yang, Ling Yi Dan Zun asked them to bring some tea and snacks. At the moment, Ling Yi Dan Zun was a little nervous and wanted to say nothing. This is a state that has never been seen at his level. Yi Chen swept a glance at Ling Yi Dan Zun and took the lead to say, Are you Ling Yuan? Lin Jidan Zunmeng nodded, yes, there is a doubt in Ling Yuan's heart. Only one person knows this name. I don't know you and that one. Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen interrupted, you should be talking about Lin Qingxian, right? He is my master. Hearing the three words of Lin Qingxian, the brain of Ling Yi Dan Zun is blank. It's like breaking apart. The young man in front of him is only in his 20s. Master Lin is his master. That proves that Lin Qingxian must be alive. After the legendary ancient war, Lin Qingxian disappeared mysteriously, and everyone in Kunlun Su thought those strong men were dead. Now, it's not at all. Not only alive, but also able to recruit students. Can he not be excited? Plop. Let Yi Chen shocked is, Ling Yi Dan Zun actually knelt down. Because in terms of seniority, Yi Chen is far higher than him. He is just a boy who is instructed by Ling Yi Dan Zun and has no reputation. Yi Chen is a real apprentice. His identity is far higher than him. At this time, Fong Lao with tea, Lao Yang carrying some snacks quietly appeared at the door. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were completely shocked. Patak! The tea falls directly on the ground and shatters on the spot. So is the snack. It's all on the ground. Fong Lao and Lao Yang are like petrified and apathetic. They know that Yi Chen's identity is special, but they don't know that Yi Chen is so special that he can kneel down to his knees. Sleeping trough. They follow the spirit of a Dan Zun side, do not know how many years, have ever seen the spirit of a Dan Zun kneeling. The key is that the other party is a young man with such accomplishments. You can't even return to the virtual state. Lao Yang is a little scared, after all, he had scolded Yi Chen a lot. The attitude is not good. Ling Yi Dan Zun's eyes turned and saw two people at the door. He snorted coldly, two wastes, even this kind of trivial matter can't be handled well. I really think I dare not kill you. This time, Lao Yang and Fong knelt down to beg for mercy. Yi Chen has some good feelings for them. After all, before the appearance of Ling Yi Dan Zun, they fight to death to resist. Therefore, he said, do not embarrass these two people, they are also unintentional. Ling Yi Dan Zun nodded, don't thank Mr. Yi yet. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Old Fong and Yang dare not breathe. Ling Yi Dan Zun didn't want to disturb them. He said directly, don't step back. Don't step into this place anymore. Otherwise, I will drive you out of Danshu Tower forever. Language down, a gust of wind, will two people out. The next second, the stone gate closed, completely closed. Ling Yi Dan Zun looked back at Yi Chen excitedly and said, Mr. Yi, I want to know the whereabouts of Master Lin and where he is now. All my achievements now are due to him. I also protect this Danshu Tower because of the mission of Elder Lin. Please give me a chance to repay my kindness. If Lin Qingxian is in good condition, he doesn't mind letting him meet him. But now Lin Qingshuan's energy is not much. He can't come out until he has to. He directly refused, the master has traveled around, he is used to it freely. I'm afraid this wish can't satisfy you. Ling Yi Dan Zun was a little lost, but he still said, yes, after the ancient war, Master Lin was very tired and didn't want to be disturbed by such trifles. How could he meet me? It's something I shouldn't have asked more. Please forgive me. Yi Chen has always heard Ling Yidanzuan mention the ancient war. It is obvious that what Lin Qingxian wants him to know about the reincarnation cemetery must be related to this war. It is because after this war, countless strong people disappeared. It can be said that this is the fuse. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen said directly, Ling Yidanzuan, I've always been curious about the ancient war. Can you tell me something? Hearing that Yi Chen didn't know about the war, Ling Yidanzuan was puzzled for a few seconds, but he quickly reflected that if Lin Qingxian didn't say anything about Yi Chen's age, he would not be qualified to touch it. He organized his language a little and said, I don't know much about ancient wars, but it's not a secret to trigger the existence of ancient wars. It's the Blood Spirit clan. As for the Shuling clan, there are few relevant documents about Kunlun deficiency. After Lin Qingxian disappeared, I used all means to find out. Chapter 896. It's a pity that I haven't found anything useful, but I've learned something over the years. At the same time, Lin Jidanzun offered a broken token. The token is very strange, with a blood spirit on it. It's extremely penetrating. Just a glance, you can feel the evil power contained in it, as if it can devour the spirit of human beings. Mr. Yi, this is what the strong people of the Blood Spirit clan left behind. The Blood Spirit clan is not the virtual force of Kunlun, but in ancient times, they once came here. Their means were extremely terrible, and they could suppress countless powerful people by waving their hands. If it wasn't for the cooperation of many powerful people in Kunlun Void, I'm afraid the whole Kunlun Void would have been wiped out and turned into nothingness. They can absorb the qi and blood of practitioners for their own use, almost invincible. Mr. Yi, do you know that the 3,000 strong men of the ancient times in Kunlun are not equal to the 3 people of the Shuling clan? After that, according to my investigation, a group of top strongmen in ancient times, including Senior Lin, disappeared, and they were looking for the Blood Spirit clan. After all, if the threat was not completely cut off, China and even Kunlun would be threatened with death. Han's family is the best, but there is only one person with the highest reputation in Kunlun. Before he was seriously injured, he could break through the mountains and rivers by waving his hand. There are so many people who have been praised by Kunlun as a pure land. A point out, in front of countless Kunlun Sioux family and clan, live torture. Almost dead. We are all angry and rebellious, but it's no use at all. That old man is too strong, we can only watch Han Yun bear all kinds of pain. Han school's strong intervention, but was killed on the spot by the old man. How can the Han family resist? It will only cause more casualties. Yi Chen hears here, the shock in the heart is incomparable. Transcendental Realm, Holy King Realm, Return to Virtual Realm, Shuang Realm, Daoyuan Realm, Emperor Zun Realm and so on. He's just the 3rd level of the kingdom now. Can barely achieve the strength of returning to the virtual state. With the help of cards, he may be able to fight the strong in the early stage of the First World War. But Daoyuan Realm and Emperor Zun Realm are the realm he didn't dare to think about. More to the back, a small gap may cost practitioners 100 years or even 1,000 years. The 8 layers of the Emperor's Zun realm are almost like gods. They can even be said to be the most high person in Kunlun. They are still seriously injured. What is the strength of the man who made the move? Ling Yidanzuan may be thinking of these past events, the feeling of anger in his heart broke out, his fist clenched and his veins burst out. This is humiliation. To China and Kunlun Sioux humiliation. Mr. Yi, after that, the old man left. Han Yun didn't die. The old man left Han Yun's unbearable body on the Wanbei platform, and left a sentence, a group of humble ants, the lowest race, in the eyes of my Blood Spirit clan, you can only become our playthings. Give up the struggle and enjoy the pain you ants should enjoy. If you dare to fight again, you will be killed. As for the rest of them, they will never come back, nor are they entitled to return. Remember, every 100 years, you should be ready for 100 emperors to respect the strong. To enjoy and torment for us is your mission as a slave. Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen's anger filled his whole body. What a mean race. What is a humble mole ant? What is the plaything of others? What is the slave of blood spirit? What qualifications does this blood spirit clan have to do with human life? Ignore the rules. This feeling of powerlessness is not the practitioners of ancient times, but covers all people, including him Yi Chen. His blood flowing on Yi Chen, as a member of Huaxia and Kunlun Su, has always been his pride. Never allow to be insulted like this. Not even the blood of slaves. Yi Chen clenched his fist, and his veins burst out. He was wrapped with a powerful evil spirit. Endless anger seemed to devour him, and his eyes were red with blood. Eyebrow Heart seems to feel the anger of Yi Chen. Unexpectedly appeared a black light. For the light of the devil. The air pressure around suddenly condenses, suffocating and frightening. At the same time, the blood dragon in Yi Chen's body seems to rush out, and the roaring dragon chant is extremely angry. Blood dragon empty shadow is the bearing of Yi Chen's killing way. The stronger Yi Chen's evil spirit, the more afraid the blood dragon's power is. And at the moment, he is the most terrible killing. He can't suppress the blood dragon anymore. The blood dragon rushes out directly and coils on the top of his head. Not only that, but also Xiao Huang, who was put aside by Yi Chen, is aware of something and opens his different pupils. Red eyes flash with extremely cold light. An ancient and mysterious rune circulates wildly, actually began to absorb part of Yi Chen's anger and blood light. But soon his eyes closed again, as if in a deep sleep. Ling Yi Dan Zun feels something wrong. When he looks at Yi Chen, his eyes are extremely frightening. Evil spirit turns into blood dragon and entangles the whole body. This is thousands of years cannot appear a single existence. He murmured, what a strong evil spirit, even if it turns into a blood dragon. How can there be a tendency to be possessed by demons? Master Lin's apprentices should have completely embarked on the path of medical god. This is the meaning of the right way in the world. Why is there a tendency to step into the evil way now? Doesn't he just practice it? It's all about it. The air pressure in the whole room is getting lower and lower. Even the spirit one Dan Zun can't bear it. He couldn't figure out why such a force would break out on a young man. Suddenly, he thought of a man. It's just that the idea was quickly abandoned by him. He can't let Yi Chen go on like this. If Yi Chen is really possessed, how should he choose? No longer hesitating, he pinched the Jew with his fingers, pointing at Yi Chen's eyebrows. The golden light twinkles. When the golden light wants to cover the evil qi of Yi Chen's eyebrows, a strong obstacle comes. In an instant, the golden light broke, and the body of Lin Jidan Zun also stepped back towards the back, and the blood was surging up. A mouthful of blood almost spurted out. How could it be? Ling Yi Dan Zun's expression is like hell. He found that his power could not restrain the evil spirit. Fortunately, Yi Chen also gradually recovered his brightness. He looked at Lin Jidan Zun, as if he didn't know what had happened just now. He continued to ask, Ling Yidanzan, after the ancient war, the old man of the blood spirit clan really came once every 100 years, taking away the emperor's powerful people as slaves? Ling Yidanzun swallowed the next pill and suppressed his shock. He nodded and said, indeed, every 100 years, the old man will appear. Most of the powerful people in the 100 Emperors' respect are transported by the top sects, forces, and families. Each sect has a certain quota and dare not violate it. Once one is missing, the clan will be destroyed. There is no need for Kunlun Su and Huaxia to exist. Chapter 897. The Emperor's respect for the strong in Kunlun was too precious for him, but he had to offer it to the Shuling family, which also led to the failure of Kunlun Su's martial arts. Even more to the back, those Kunlun virtual top strong had to use pills and various means to forcibly promote their disciples to the Emperor's realm. Just for self-protection. For those who stand on the tip of Kunlun, there is no choice. However, with the passage of time, this secret is only known to a small number of people. In order not to cause panic, all people quietly keep the ancient secret. Even when the 100 Emperors were taken away, they thought they were going to step on the supreme road, but they didn't know it was just the beginning of the nightmare. Yi Chen's eyes slightly narrowed, and continued, how many years are there before the next appearance of Shuling people? Decades? At this moment, Lin Jidanzun's expression was somewhat lost. He said, "It's nearly 100 years since the last time. If I'm not wrong, I'll leave the most time of 1.5 years for the major sects and forces in Kunlun. I don't know what happened to those forces and the clan's preparations. I'm afraid Kunlun Su will be very weak again." Yichen heard 1.5 years, the heart stopped beating for a second. There is not much time left for him. The old man of the Blood Spirit clan is the key to the 100 great powers of the reincarnation cemetery. However, since Kunlun Su's great powers are all in trouble, why does the reincarnation graveyard still exist? What's more, it has gathered the power of 100 powerful minds. What happened after that? Ling Yidanzuan seemed to think of something, and continued, "Mr. Yi, in fact, in addition to the Centennial Agreement, the old man of the Blood Spirit clan also appeared once. That time it was because of the stone tablet. The stone tablet is located in the Xue family of Kunlun. It seems that the old man of the Blood Spirit clan has been to Ye's house. As for what happened, I don't know. Some people speculate that the stone tablet is related to the Blood Spirit clan." The corner of Yi Chen's mouth outlines a mysterious smile, and everything is connected. The black stone comes from Ye's family. As for what the old man did to Ye's, I'm afraid he had to go to Ye's in person. The death of grandparents is related to the master of Yi family. When the time comes, the new account and the old account will be calculated together. By the way, Ling Yidanzuan, why don't Hanyun try to understand the ancient wars from him since he is not dead? Yichen opened his mouth. After all, compared with the Yi family, Hanyun is undoubtedly experiencing everything. Where did the Numenon of Lin Qingxian and others finally go? Hanyun absolutely knows. With a long sigh, Ling Yidanzuan stood in front of a stone platform and said, after Hanyun was injured by the old man, although he was treated by the best doctor, and even several Dan masters and I also worked together to refine pills for him, his body recovered almost. But somehow, the strong man with strong spirit was not there. He changed his communication with others, and even his temperament changed greatly. The strong who want to ask something are hurt by him. After that, the Han family had to keep Hanyun in the forbidden area permanently, and the Han family also faded out of the sight of many forces in Kunlun. They would not participate in any meeting of the top families. Mr. Yi, if you want to know the real thing behind, it's no use looking for Hanyun, and the Han family won't let you see him. Yi Chen has some headache, really have no way. Ling Yidanzuan thought for a few seconds, and then said, the way is not that there is no way. The Han family and the Zumo family in Kunlun are in-laws. The only time that the Han family has any news in recent years is that a little girl of the Mo family gets married. If Mr. Yi wants to see Hanyun, it is the best way to go through the Mo family, but it is not so easy for the Mo family to meet. Yi Chen hears Mo's house. Mao's son is actually a joy. He has a connection with the Mo family. Isn't Mo Ninger a member of Mo family? Just in time, he owes Mo Ninger a favor and says he wants to go to Mo's house. With Mo Ninger in, it's much easier for him to get on with Mo's family. After talking about some things, Yi Chen knew that he couldn't get anything out of Lin Jidanzun's mouth, and he didn't intend to stay too long. He said directly, Ling Yidanzuan, the master asked me to pay attention to the affairs of the Blood Spirit clan. No matter what, I must see Hanyun. As for the Mo family, I have a way. Ling Yidanzun's expression is a little strange, but he knows the attitude of Mo family. This Yi Chen still wants to go to Mo's house. If Yi Chen is going to see the people of the Xue family in Kunlun, he may still believe in it. After all, Yi Chen may have something to do with the Yi family. However, the Mo family is not the same. The current owner is notorious for his bad temper. How can you see it with Yi Chen's 20-year-old roots and strength? However, since Yi Chen has made up his mind, he can't interfere and let Yi Chen leave. Yi Chen intended to set off immediately, but he heard Lin Qingshuan's voice ringing in his ear, "Disciple, it's not urgent to go to Mo's house. Since we have come to the Danchu Tower, we'll break into the rest of the pagoda. Let's see your talent in Dan Dao, and then teach you the supreme medical skills." Yi Chen heard this sentence, this just remembered, Danchu Tower, he broke into the 4th floor, was Xingtian Dan Zun to destroy. Now that it's here, Danchu Tower can't be put on hold. Yi Chen went directly to the fourth floor of the lake, because he was familiar with the road and didn't spend too much time breaking open. Under the lake is an underwater Dan array. The test lies in the control of the water potential by alchemy. After that, Yi Chen directly set foot on the fifth floor. The fifth step is obviously a little hard. Xiao Huang is still in a state of deep sleep, unable to resist the pressure, so he has to work hard. At the same time, Kunlun Su is a mountain range directly into the sky. Surrounded by mountains and mountains, Kunlun is also an important place for cultivation. At the top of the mountain range, it is a magnificent place to live. Tianlanzong. Kunlun Su is one of the top 10 sects. Ranked 10th. Although at the bottom of the top sect ranking, the whole Kunlun void is enough to crush most forces. Moreover, because of the existence of Ji Xiqing, the daughter of heaven, Tianlanzong has the possibility of approaching the 9th place. The deepest part of Tianlan sect is a separate training room. Ji Lin stood at the door pacing back and forth, holding a portion of rice in her hand. She knocked on the door and said, "Sister, do you really want to eat something?" "There's no answer in there." Ji Lin said again, "Elder sister, I know you are worried about Yi Chen. I inquired about Yi Chen just now. Yi Chen has nothing to do. You don't have to worry. You have to eat anyway. Otherwise, how can you practice?" Ji Lin has some headache. Since her sister was forced back by Elder Ku, the gate has been closed and no one has seen her. She did not dare to say more about that day's events. After all, Yi Chen and Mr. Jingshui will fight for life and death in Qianjue Square in less than 2 months. If the elder sister knew, it would be even more impossible to practice. Chapter 898. Elder Ku ordered that no one should mention it to Ji Xiqing. Otherwise, he would be expelled from Tianlanzong. Just when Ji Lin was worried, a woman in a splendid royal dress appeared beside him. The woman looked only in her 40s, with a beautiful face and a good temperament. That Danfeng's eyes are full of supreme pressure. Seeing this woman, Ji Lin was obviously nervous and said respectfully, "Master." Ji Lin, however, knows the strength of this woman. She has lived for a full 1,000 years and her strength has reached the sky. He is the supreme master of Tianlan sect. The lord of Tianlanzong nodded and took over the food in Ji Lin's hand. He said faintly, "You go back to your room and have a rest. I'll handle this matter." Ji Lin naturally cannot refuse, nodding, "Yes, master." Then, the master of Tianlan sect pressed his hand on the gate, and Ji Xiqing's technique was broken in an instant. The gate opens. Ji Xiqing, who is practicing, opens his eyes in an instant, and the cold light twinkles. With a flick of a slender finger, a sword on the table flew out. The emperor of Tianlan clan was about to be touched, but the latter shook his head without any movement. The sword was directly shaken open, inserted on the wall, and kept shaking. "Xiqing, why are you suffering? I give you everything you have, and you are willing to turn against me for the sake of a man of common root?" Ji Si glanced at the Tianlan patriarch and said, "Master, you said that you gave me all the rights and would not interfere with my affairs. Why let Elder Ku stop me from saving Yi Chen? As one of the top sects, Tianlanzong will be afraid of a mirror water master." The leader of Tianlanzong smiles and puts the meal on the table. "Disciple, you think too much. Jingshui guy, I'm not afraid of him. But do you think what will happen if you offend Jingshui? My Tianlanzong must have a lot of troubles, which will affect your cultivation. It's not the most important thing. What's more, what should I do if you get hurt? You're the only hope of Tianlanzong. If something happens to you, 1.5 years later, my Tianlanzong will never be here again." At this moment, the leader of Tianlan clan became extremely heavy. Ji Xiqing was relieved when she heard such serious words. Then she looked curiously at the leader of Tianlan sect and asked, "Master, what are you asking me to practice to Emperor Zun by the end of next year? I don't like such a fast growth, so unstable foundation. And what do you want me to do next year? What is Mobi's representative?" The lord of Tianlanzong flashed a heavy and complicated look in his eyes, and then he laughed. "1.5 years later, you will face a big chance. If you step into the realm of Emperor, you can not only save Tianlan's sect, but also set foot on Wushengde. When you reach this strength, you want to protect Yi Chen, who dares to say no. What about Mr. Jingshui? Master, don't worry, you will not be protected. As for now, you don't care about Yi Chen. Yi Chen is just Fan Zhen, and he won't do much in the future. There is a big gap between him and you. You should communicate more with some talents. After all, your goal is the Sea of Stars, not a pile of stones along the river. Ji Xiqing was not happy with the master's comparison of Yi Chen as a stone by the river. He quickly retorted, Master, don't you know that the Kunlun virtual genius is superior to Yi Chen, who killed the elder of Qinghuan clan, and stepped on the ladder of heaven? This is not what ordinary stones on the river can reach. Looking at Ji Xiqing's maintenance of Yi Chen, the leader of Tianlan clan pulled his face down. Do you think it's a good thing that a person's strength is suddenly strong? Only when he entered the Holy Land, he killed people by leaps and bounds. This only shows one thing. The boy used the secret method and his foundation was extremely unstable. I have seen too much of this man. I should have swallowed some pills by accident, just to show off for a while, and he won't achieve much in the future. Using this kind of abusive means is tantamount to destroying himself. Well, forget about that kid and eat. I won't agree with you and that boy before you step into the realm of Emperor. If one day you really step into the Emperor's realm, the position of the Patriarch will be handed over to you. No one dares to touch the boy in the whole Kunlun void. Ji Xiqing doesn't want to talk to the master anymore. She has a goal in her heart and nods seriously. No matter what, she must speed up her practice and strive to break through the realm of Emperor Zun as soon as possible. The Lord of Tianlan's sect left some high-level pills and left directly. When the gate was closed, her expression changed. She murmured, Xiqing, some things can't be used as a teacher. I don't want to take advantage of you. It's just that the elder of the Blood Spirit clan is coming. We Tianlanzong must hand over two powerful emperors. I'm not qualified to represent Tianlanzong. You and that are the only ones. This may be the punishment of the heavenly way to our Kunlun void. I don't know when it will end. Not long ago, Ku Elder came to the body of the Lord of Tianlan's sect. Lord, do you want me? Elder Ku said respectfully. The leader of Tianlan clan nodded and took a look at Ji Xiqing's training room and asked, You should have contacted Yi Chen. How sure can he win the battle against Jingshui? Elder Ku sneered, Lord, that boy can't win, not at all. Although the boy's strength is up and down, people can't guess, but if he only talks about strength, he is not the opponent of Mirror Water at all. The only doubt is that the boy somehow connected with the Luo family of Danqiu Tower, and his whereabouts are unknown. Tianlan Zongzongzong master's eyes slightly narrowed, thought for a few seconds, ordered, You go to Danqiu Town. The existence of this boy is an impact on Xiqing after all. 2 months of time is too long, now Xiqing must settle down and practice seriously. If you happen to meet that boy, no matter what you do, I don't want Xiqing to see him again. Do you understand what I mean? If you can't see him, you can only say that he has a good life. Let him live for another 2 months. Chapter 899. Elder Ku naturally knew the meaning of the Patriarch and nodded, Don't worry about it. I will do it well. Words just fell, not far behind a wall came a movement. Two people's eyes shrink, instant cold. Chi came to the place where the news came. But there is no figure, only a bag of potato chips and a formation. Suddenly, Ji Lanzong said, What's wrong with Ji Zonglin? She has a magic weapon to hide her breath. He must have overheard us just now. If I guess correctly, she should leave now with the help of a ray. Immediately block Tianlanzong and Jijia and bring this girl. Although she was angry at Ji Lin's eavesdropping, from a certain point of view, she was lucky. Fortunately, Ji Lin only heard the words about them dealing with Yi Chen. If she knew about the Blood Spirit clan and what happened 1.5 years later, I'm afraid it would not bring Ji Lin, but erase it directly. Ji Lin has always been a kid. He is too old to cheat. If it goes on like this, it will be bad one day. After catching back today, she plans to erase part of Ji Lin's memory with magic method, and then let Ji Lin stay in Tianlanzong forever. Ku Elder nodded and quickly swept away in a direction. At the same time, she took out a jade pendant and pinched it with her fingers. The jade pendant glowed. She went on to say, all Tianlanzong disciples listen to orders. Once they see Ji Lin, they will stop immediately. At the moment, Ji Lan left early. She mounted a wind mount and quickly headed for Danshu town. Ji Jia and Tianlanzong can't go. It's impossible to inform her sister. The only way is to find Yi Chen in Danshu town. Yi Chen, why are you so worried? You'd better not let me see you're chasing girls, or you'll die. I'm afraid I'm going to be the wanted criminal of Tianlanzong. Alas, I didn't take any snacks in my room. You have to compensate me for this. Her petite body disappeared in an instant. Now Yi Chen has come to the 7th floor Danshu Tower. It's almost his limit. Danshu Town is also enough to be proud of all alchemy talents. His whole body was wet, and his body was shaking violently. If the 7th floor really fails, he may give up. But on the 7th floor, he found that there was no one except a Dan Ding. Just as he was wondering, the black stone in his pocket flew out. At the same time, an old figure is suspended above the Dan Ding. It's Lin Qingxian. Master, why are you? Yi Chen was surprised. Lin Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and said faintly, when I passed through the 9th floor, one step away from the 10th floor, was it not qualified to come out and test you? Yi Chen scratched his head and said, Master, you can open a back door for me, or else you take me straight to the 9th floor. Lin Qingxian stepped out and came to Yi Chen's body and blamed him, this idea can't exist. Danshu Tower is a magic weapon. You can come to the 7th level by yourself, which also proves your talent. You should know that as a teacher at your age, you may not be qualified to step into the 7th level. This 7th floor should be your limit. You don't need to step into it. I came out today to say goodbye to you. My energy is not enough to support me to walk with you. The energy of Danshu Tower can make me stay in the outside world as much as possible. I can teach you some things to complete my mission. Originally still hanging a smile, Yi Chen instantly changed color. It never occurred to him that parting came so quickly. During this time, he was used to the existence of Lin Qingxian. If you really want to say the position of the great power that has appeared in his heart, Lin Qingxian can definitely rank in the top 3. His eyes were red, and he was really fed up with the parting moment of the Samsara cemetery. Why can't these powers be with him all the time? Why? Lin Qingxian saw Yi Chen's unwillingness in his eyes and laughed. A big man like this is really like a woman. A teacher doesn't want a girl's apprentice. You and I will never see each other again. I will see you again when you go to that place and rescue 100 of us. There are rules in the Samsara cemetery. I can't reveal too much. You can only explore it a little bit, otherwise it will only affect your Taoist heart. However, to my teacher's satisfaction, you have touched the ancient secret from Lin Yuan. If you go down this road, maybe you will turn over for us. I'm really looking forward to meeting you that day. I'm afraid you'll have grown into a top player by then. Along the way, what I regret most is to accept you as an apprentice, and the most fortunate thing is to have such an apprentice as you. Between the words, Lin Qingxuan's voice trembled a little. Well, I don't want to talk much about the affectation. I'll give you 3 presents for my teacher's departure. Lin Qingxian stepped out one step and continued, Disciple, take that silver needle out. Yi Chen suppresses the sadness in the heart and takes out the silver needle which the spirit chi condenses. Lin Qingxian grasped it with 5 fingers, and the silver needle flew to his palm in an instant. The finger pinches the Ju, the endless power of pressure instantly drills into the silver needle. Disciple, the silver needle has a spirit. It is the carrier of medical ethics and God. It can cure diseases and kill people. What is medical ethics is to fight for life with Yama. If you can't, you'll take your life. Today, I carry one of my strength into it. If you can't face a strong enemy in the future, I'll read this passage. Then I'll be on the silver needle to help you kill all living beings. Because of the limitation, under the 5 levels of Daoyuan, you can kill them. This is one of them. Lin Qingxuan's body was weak for a moment, and then the silver needle was wrapped by a blue light. Steady fell in the palm of Yi Chen. He can clearly feel a sense of ancient times is coming from inside. Before Yi Chen reacts, Lin Qingxian grabs the void, and suddenly a blue spear appears in his hand. I'm going to teach you a gun skill. Although you're a swordsman, don't forget that gun skill is a required course for many ancient great powers. This is also your weakest point. This shooting is called the Breaking Sky 3-Ju gun. Watch it. The language falls, Lin Qingxian holds a blue spear in his hand, and his eyes close. The whole Danshu Tower roars unceasingly, the air wave is violent. It's like it's going to collapse at any time. All of a sudden, Lin Qingxuan's eyes opened, and the night seemed to tear. His body moved, a step out, full of more than 10 meters, the blue spear in his hand like a snake dancing. It also draws an ancient rune. Lin Qingxian yelled, the long gun broke the rune. The blue light completely erupts, engulfs the heaven and earth, such as a volcanic eruption. Even if Yi Chen is ready, he is also shocked to eject a mouthful of blood. Is this the real power of Lin Qingxian? Such is the idea of a god. How terrible was Lin Qingxuan's noumenon when he left Kunlun Su? Chapter 900. Such a terrible existence is bound. What kind of existence is this blood spirit clan? No longer think about it, Yi Chen sees Lin Qingxuan's internal energy exploding. As if the flame burning, full of the whole world. At the same time, Lin Qingxian fired a shot and landed directly on the ground of the 7th floor of Danshu Tower. The power of destroying the weak is spreading wildly. The ancient array of the 7th layer is broken directly. At the same time, the endless destructive power seems to be integrated into Danshu Tower. The whole Danshu Tower is shaking. Not only Danshu Tower, but also Danshu Town. Countless people were terrified and frightened. In the first floor of the rest of the spirit of a Danzun nature, the first time to feel, his heart is not good, just want to go towards the Yi Chen that layer. A wave of invisible air swept over him, and his body was directly hindered. You can't step on it. He raised his head and his eyes were terrified. What is Mr. Yi doing? Why is there such a change? Is it from Mr. Yi or from Danshu Tower? And outside the Luo family, father and daughter naturally noticed the light of the 7th layer, and they were pale. Chi exclaimed, this guy even stepped on the 7th floor. And it seems that this change will break the Danshu Tower. How can it be? At the same time, Xingtian Danzuan, who was healing, suddenly opened his eyes, broke through the roof directly and came to the highest place. His eyes were dead-locked on Danshu Tower. The expression is extremely dignified. This vision can't come from Lingyi. Is it that boy? No, that boy's strength is impossible. The spirit of medical god, which has disappeared for many years. Is it that Lin Qingxuan's power in the Danshu Tower on the 9th floor broke out? No longer hesitating, he quickly swept in the direction of Danshu Tower. And at the moment Yi Chen was shocked speechless. There are 3 guns in total. Lin Qingxian only used the 2 guns in front of him, which almost caused the inherent space to collapse. What if the 3rd shot? Before he had finished speaking, Lin Qingxuan's voice was as loud as the thunder of 9 days. This is the 3rd shot. You should watch. Only one chance. At this moment, Lin Qingxuan's momentum soared into the sky and stirred the storm. The whole Danshu Tower even began to sink. Lin Qingxian grasped the tail of the spear, turned his body, and pressed down fiercely to pierce the sky. Gun meaning, empty shadow, coagulation. All of a sudden, in the blue gun idea, unexpectedly condenses. Turn to a blue ROC, as if condensed out. It's the shadow of the gun. The blue ROC covers the sky and overlooks the human beings. As if it is the master, no one can shake. The blood dragon in Yi Chen's body seems to have been questioned. Start yelling. Depeng with the power of thousands of troops, from the sky. Hit the ground. Such as thousands of animals galloping, want to break through the whole Danshu tower. It's horrible. Break it for me. In a simple word, ROC's potential has turned into countless hundred zhang spears. Hit the ground. This attack contains the dignity of the strong. This blow, bearing Lin Qingxuan's unwillingness and anger to that barrier. The idea of the gun, an invisible air wave even hard through the whole Danshu tower. The ancient array breaks a hole, and the boundless air wave devours everything. Luo Yao and Luo Wuyuan fly out on the spot and are seriously injured. If they had not backed back 100 meters ahead of time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But it's no use retreating so far. This power is too overbearing. As if you can kill thousands of monsters. I don't know how long it took before the storm completely disappeared and everything returned to calm. The original broken array of Danshu Tower has gradually recovered. At this time, Lin Qingxian was almost transparent and weak. Yichen can't bear it. He would rather not inherit than master. Master. Lin Qingxian laughed, came to Yichen's body, touched Yichen's head. Break the Sky 3Ju gun, can you learn? They all say that medical ethics can only be suppressed with needles and techniques. I hope you can tell those people that the combat skills of medical ethics are not martial arts, which can be easily shaken. This is the best proof. Yichen nodded his head very seriously and said word by word, Master, the disciple has written down that although I can't play the full power of the 3 Ju spears, one day, I will use the 3 unique spears to kill the animals of the Blood Spirit clan. Lin Qingxian nodded happily. In addition to the silver needle and the broken Sky 3 Ju gun, I have one thing for you. Language down, Lin Qingxian hands appeared in a colorful pill. The pill fell on Yichen's palm. Disciple, this pill is a 9-grade pill that my teacher spent a month refining in the Samsara cemetery. It is infinitely close to 10. It is extremely precious. If you look at Kunlun Void, there is only one pill. If I refine myself, I may be top 10, but now I can barely make it. This pill is called 9 Death Without End pill. Before you fall into a situation of death, or your body is completely destroyed, taking this pill can at least change the adversity. Remember, don't take out this pill until you're in a state of death. Otherwise, it will be a waste. Yichen holds the pill. Just want to ask what? Lin Qingxuan's whole body turned into a starlight. Master. Yichen, plop. He knelt down and knocked his head heavily. He did not kneel down. Only kneel parents. And one day as a teacher, life as a father. Although he stepped into the road of killing, he was a man with some flesh. He knows when to thank who. Turning into stars, Lin Qingxuan's mouth showed a smile. Apprentice, I hope you can meet with the teacher's Numenon. Remember, you are the only one of us to turn over. It's also the only apprentice that Lin Qingxian recognizes. Lin Qingxian still dissipated. The power of the countless stars and before the dissipation of the same, finally attached to the body of Yichen. This time, Yichen has no breakthrough. Because the forces of the stars have penetrated into Yichen's pores. His physical body seems to be completely changed. Even the blood is boiling. This is. Looking at the change of his body, what's the change of Imo Fei's body? After all, he followed Imo Ninger's method of training his body. If so, Lin Qingxian can not only give himself 3 big gifts, but also 4. At this moment, Yichen Mao's sun permeates extremely firm, the blood dragon on the body directly rushed out. Around his whole body. Yichen's body burst out as if from the Mang Huang power, and word by word, Master, I swear. No matter how difficult the front is, Yichen will set foot on the 9 days and pull the so-called Blood Spirit clan down from the altar. Through the past and the present, only I, Yichen, are immortal and can be destroyed in all ages. Language down, a red light broke through Yichen's body, broke through Danshu Tower, straight to the sky.